Battle bots. So apparently, Elon Musk is going through with the Twitter purchase.
I'm sure.
That bot thing is pretty. It's pretty real. I was looking through this like NASA thing post, and there was like comments talking about who should interview the NASA people, and somebody brought up Eddie Bravo, and I mean it was the craziest thing. I mean, so many comments like they were saying like no, like Eddie Bravo is not cool, right? They specifically use not cool, and every other message was saying something like no, he's not cool anymore. Like the impression that I think the whoever was writing it was probably an algorithm. It was that Eddie Bravo is not cool, right? Like they've probably shadow banned them already. But it's interesting how you really think is an actual person, but people don't talk like that nowadays. Nobody says something is not cool. We don't use those words anymore. Not like that. Not in a way that is like 50 comments saying something about him not being not cool. You know what I'm saying? It's so weird.
No curve, no globe. No globe, eventually. Nobody to defend it. Law of averages.
That was pretty cool last night, Crypto, with Jesse and his little presentation.
What was that, sorry?
The presentation last night, remember? Or this morning for us. What was the conclusion to that?
I didn't stick around to the end, to be honest, so I don't really know.
Oh.
Sorry, I can't be much more help than that.
I was just thinking the age we live.
Yeah, I mean, he was still going at like 7 a.m. I was like, nope.
Yeah. That was cool though. I was enjoying even watching Ruhif play poker. That was fun.
Do you mean Ruhif getting wrecked?
Well, poker? Yeah, that as well. I mean, he got unlucky at the end, but
Said my name.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be fun to. You could have a whole, like you could play poker, and then I could literally teach everyone how to play poker.
I would not be a good teacher. I would not be a good teacher. Although, now that I think of it,
I'd do the teaching. You do the playing, I'll do the teaching.
You're with the don't do what this guy does. That guy.
Guys, we've got to do this one day. We've got to have a 10v10 flat versus globe poker tournament.
That'd be awesome.
To decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
Well,
all right, let me log in. 1 sec.
Oh no, I'm 100% sure we'd win as long as we get Rakia to come and play.
Yeah. Rakia's actually won a decent tournament, hasn't he?
So he used to be professional, didn't he? That's what I heard.
I don't think he was a pro. Let me look it up.
I don't know or want to know his real name, so I'll just ask him.
Yeah. He has total live earnings 86,000. Where's his best? His best one. Maybe it's sorted by freaking. Yeah, his YouTube username used to be his real name. So anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. I just
don't do it.
Do you think I'm going to do it, Jeremy?
I don't know. You're a loose cannon. Go ahead, Crypto.
I'm just trying to list his his results by cash, and I can't. Oh, he's been playing a lot apparently. Has he? Oh no, that's not it. Whoops, my bad. How do I?
I stopped playing. I got to a point where my life was spiraling out of control, and then I just thought, right, better stop doing that. And then, the real hard thing was stopping drinking. That was the tricky thing. So
Kia he came first in a WSOP circuit, like satellite kind of thing, $500 buy-in, and got 43 grand.
nice.
That was in 2009, and then he did the same thing back in 2006. Yeah, it came second though. So yeah, it's got to be decent to win one of those. It doesn't look like he's sort of played professional. Anyway, I've logged in. Oh no, I haven't. Fuck this fucking site. It's Ignition Poker. I don't know what the go is, but just the whole fucking login just doesn't work.
I feel like if we were face to face, the flat earthers would smash the Globers at poker, just because I think
You're good
the
at
flat
lying.
earthers are better at telling when people are. Yeah, I think the flat earthers can tell when people are bluffing better than the Globers.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, some of these globes are pretty tricky. I would like to try and pick them up.
Working.
Slippery individuals.
Poker's not working, people. Oh, what a shit site.
Yeah. So anyway, I've been looking into Wilson and Blackie.
What?
Blatty.
Flatty, the guy in the chat here now. Flatty.
The guy in here, yes.
Okay.
He's a Welshman, a good dude.
Okay.
And another one of our pals called Loggy. He often talks to us about an alternative history. And
The mud flood kind of shit.
No. Like there were two King Arthurs, and the people that built the pyramids were a very old version of England, basically. And the hieroglyphs still share some characteristics with Welsh language. And it's very, very like bizarre. And some of the claims have definitely got correlation, but some of them are very wacky. For instance, JC's final burial place is in Wales, and the Ark of the Covenant as well. And it's yeah.
I don't know. Graham Hancock claims he found the Ark of the Covenant at that one place where it's like a church or a temple or something, but it's buried in. It's like carved out of the ground.
I think that was Cameroon or something like that.
I can't remember the name of the place.
Well, anyway,
the whole thing with the pyramids. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I thought you'd all like to know that I sent it to Pete.
Oh, Pete Shea.
Don't.
Just come on.
I love hearing all about this.
You gotta let sleeping dogs lie.
Oh, I missed it. Missed.
He's gonna be all over that. He's gonna be playing word games with the letters and shit.
Missed.
I'd love to have about 2 months with Pete Shea in an empty warehouse with about 100 rolls of red yarn. I feel like we could get something accomplished.
But
I
yeah,
probably
they got,
shouldn't start a poker game now, should I?
you should have put it on on the thing, so on the stream, so I could help you.
Oh, I've got to go in like probably 15, 20 minutes. So I don't want to start a. I'll do a turbo if I can. Oh, it's not full. Come on. Don't want to fucking play. I get destroyed. Heads up. I haven't played fucking.
What are you doing? A tournament?
Just a sit and go. Yeah.
I hate tournaments.
How about I just do a fucking heads up, sit and go? Fuck it. No, I'm not going to do it. I hate heads up. I get fucking pushed around all the time. There you go. Hyper turbo. Let's do that one.
Yeah, you get pushed around because you can't tell who's bluffing because you guys suck at telling who's lying. We've been trying to tell you this whole time they're lying to you, and you won't even listen when we're telling you.
Yeah, I suck at heads up.
Why don't you tell me what's going on in the game, and I'll tell you if he's lying or not. Since you never know who's lying. We can help you, Ruhif.
Mm. Waiting for one more player. Travis, what's your photo meant to be? Oh, from an hour ago. Never mind. I should scroll down.
No, I found out what it was. It's a dispensary that's supporting Breast Cancer Month.
Right.
So they're shining a pink light up in the sky. So it's completely manufactured light.
It's very pretty. Waterworld wants a debate. And if Waterworld was in here, I would ask him what he thinks curvature should look like. First hand, aces v3s, gone. Gone.
In the alt chips now, he should be raising pretty much every pot. We just being short-handed.
Getting aggressive and fucking hyper turbo. Put the pressure on.
Did you guys see Jake the asshole now? He's going over. He's on TikTok. He's doing a football is fake, his rigged thing.
Yeah, factor would be quite low on that one.
God, to think I dedicated so many, just too many hours to this. It's so ridiculous.
There's this dude, Mikko Marcy or something like that. Well, he reckons he has beaten Baccarat, and I was like, no. Like, how could you possibly do that? Reckons he's made like 20 mil or something, or some stupid amount of money playing Baccarat.
You always go making 4 times the big blind then every time.
Do I always?
Always, yeah.
Do I or should I?
Oh, I said, do you? Because I noticed yesterday you did say.
Oh, not necessarily. Yeah, depends on the table. Sometimes I'll limp if I think I can get it through.
Because the thing is, you've got to keep doing the same thing
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
because otherwise you become predictable.
Yeah. Did you see that hand the other day, Garrett Adelstein versus that chick?
No, I stopped watching everything basically.
Oh.
I've just cut myself out of the loop on purpose.
Okay. Do you want me to talk you through it?
Go on then. I'm not doing anything else.
All right. So Garrett's in the first straddle. So it was like 100, 200, 400, 800 or something like that. Something silly. Garrett's in the first straddle, and so he's putting 400. This chick's putting 800. He raises to 3,000, which looks like a bit of a squeeze. She calls. So he's got 7, 8 of clubs, and she's got Jack 4 offsuit, like just rubbish, right?
Nice.
Flop is 9, 10 of clubs, and the 10 of hearts, I think. So he's flopped an open-ended fucking straight flush draw, looking pretty good. And she has nothing. She's got Jack 4. The post-flop action, I think he bet 2.5. He bet 2.5, and she called. Again with absolutely nothing. The turn was a 3 of hearts or something, 3 of diamonds or whatever. So he still hasn't hit his flush or his straight or anything, and she still has nothing. He bets 10 into a pot of 11-ish or thereabouts, 11 or 12. She min raises to 20, which I don't quite understand. And then Garrett shoves all in. What do you think happened?
How much did
Oh,
they have?
like 120, sorry, 130 start of hand, I think she had. She was the short stack.
But
it's still pretty deep, right? Yeah, so he like massively overshoves 110 or something into a pot of 40 or something.
Well, it smacks of desperation, though, doesn't it?
It's hard to know what to think of the min raise from her. Like, what was that about? Like, usually it projects strength, but that's just odd. It was just odd.
Well, everything makes information, isn't it? You see.
Yes, but what do you think she did?
This is why you get small ball. You've heard of small ball.
What do you mean, like low ball, like a sort of min raise bet?
Yeah, like Daniel Negreanu, just tiny little bets.
Yeah, usually it's a sign of strength.
But the amounts they've got back, that's the important bit that you left out, because that's where we're getting lost, because I'm like, well, he's paid 2,500. You need to play that, obviously.
Yeah, I'm going to go 90 or 120. I go 90 and then shove if I get raised.
She beat him with a high card.
Poker talk.
The fact that you're on
is Gio banning poker talk? Anyway, she called with Jack 4, right? And this guy's got 7, 8, 9, 10 open and straight draw. Yeah, she called with Jack 4. Yeah,
she won with Jack I bet.
Well, she won. They ran it twice, and she won twice. But how on earth do you call? How on earth do you call with Jack 4? Like, you're not beating any of his bluffs either. Like, it's just what could he possibly have that you're beating? And she just dissembled after and said, "Oh, I thought I had a 3, but she clearly checked her card." It was just there's huge accusations of cheating.
To me, it sounds like a bad call, even if you could see his cards. If there's one card to call him, he was still favourite.
Yeah, it was. It was 53 to 47 or something like that at the turn. Yeah, but she's been called out for being a cheat somehow, knowing his cards. But even if you did know his cards, like, would you still call that? Oh, do I jam this?
No. Because if you go all in, you got to bet a little, like, make it 150, 200, and then you can go all in. When he sees he's got nothing, you see. If you just go all in and he calls, then it's 50-50. I mean, if he goes all in, then you can go all in. Do you see what I mean? Whereas if you see a flop, chances are he's not going to hit anything, and then you can move in.
Yeah, but I'm not going to get anything either. Like, I'll just be set mining then. Like, what's the point of that?
You don't give him a chance to, you know, hit his card on the last two cards.
Yeah. Oh, aces, kings. Oh, jeez.
That's
King
happened to
10.
live
Hey.
tournament. That's happened to me in a live tournament with just 3 players, kings and aces.
Jeez. I think the reason I play Omaha is that it's less bluffy. There's less opportunities for bluffing.
The swings are big though. The swings are huge.
Yeah. Fun though. Best game. It's fucking crazy. Like the at the Sydney Casino, it's like 1-3 PLO, but the maximum capped buy-in is like $300. And I'd say almost every hand like has a pot of, or not every hand, you know, every hand that's played is about $1,000. It's pretty nuts because everyone just goes fucking all in. It's insane.
When I first started playing online, I won a fortune playing Omaha. A fortune to me. I won about 20 grand in about a month, and I was like, right, which colour Porsche, you know, what colour my Porsche gonna be?
Yeah.
And then over the next 10 years, I just spiraled out of control. Basically,
Jeez.
I should have just
Shit.
Yeah, I should have just played live because every time I played live, I did really well because I could look at my opponent, you know.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Believe it or not, but it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that these online sites also have bots, or no?
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
Yeah. What would you do here? I want to fold.
I'll raise every time. It doesn't matter. Your favorite. You got an ace, dude.
Fine.
You got to play it. That's it. Give him a chance to fold.
Yeah, it's a shitty kicker though.
It doesn't matter.
King Jack. There we go. All right. Oh fuck. There we go.
Five on the river. Here we go.
You did. You called it. You called it.
It's called a wheel, ladies and gentlemen.
Funny. No.
Yeah, I used to.
No.
You're talking about Omaha. I used to like play the low ball game. You know the. I don't know if you play Ace better. Yeah. Oh, that's the game.
Yeah, it's a bit harder than too much concentration involved. But it is fun, yeah. It's fun. Yeah, no. Someone will squeeze him. Come on, you can do it, buddy. You can do it. There we go.
C6 has been playing super tight. Have you noticed that?
This guy?
C6, he's barely played a hand.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah. He's going to raise now. Hey, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with just calling there, dude. I'd just call.
Oh, yeah. Now he's got his fucking flush.
No,
he's got his flush, right?
Draw. What are you talking about?
Fuck. So you now have to call that as well. Now he's going to fucking shove on the river. What the fuck do I do?
You've got a flush draw as well as a middle pair.
Yeah,
it's definitely worth call.
Fuck. I don't want to.
Hey, made you flush there.
Yeah, but now what's he going to shove? Fuck. I'm not calling with a fucking 9 of clubs. Fuck, now you cost me 300 there.
I would. I'd have called all day.
With a 9 of clubs. Incorrect.
Yes. He's four-handed.
All right, now I'm shoving.
See, you ignored what I said to you before. You give him a chance.
Go on, 10.
Yeah. Go on, 10.
There you go. All right. I'll do another turbo. I blame you for that, by the way.
when you it's difficult because when you're playing against bad players, you can't. There's not much you can do. You know, you ain't got many tools.
Here we go. All right, and then after this one, I better go. Oops, place third, fucker. Yeah.
And the other thing about this format, the way it's all, you know, it's like just throw. You might as well just go all in first hand. You know what I mean?
Oh, some people like I will with this, obviously. You get people off guard. It's like everyone's expecting a shove.
But my point is, it's not really poker, is it? You know, we're not getting into the nuances of it.
Yeah, but like, given it's first hand, you're more likely to get a call from relative shit. There you go. So there we go. 4-4. There we go. Come on.
Yeah.
Fuck. Jesus. All right, let's go again.
Dude, AK sucks, bro. I don't know why people so much. Were you even?
Yo, one time I was playing this poker tournament when me and my boys were on a pool table, right? And I was like, "Yo, guy, I didn't want to do it, but they needed me for an extra person." And I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna just going all in on this, trying to go get head from his chick or something." And I just wanted to leave. I didn't even care. I was like, "I'll just give you guys the $20 or whatever it was." And fucking, I ended up winning the hand. They were all pissed. What's up?
I wouldn't have called there with pocket fours. I think it was a bad call, that guy.
I don't know. He will favour it.
All right, one more player, and then this must be my last one. And then I'll take my boy to Hungry Jack's on Wednesday.
What's it for anyway? Like $10 or something?
This one's $5 buy-in. Yeah, I tick the box that's 5 to 15. Yeah, up here. So I can fucking sneak in a limp.
Hey, I love you guys. I don't want to hear you talk about poker.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Start talking about photo thing.
Pretty boring.
Why don't we talk about the folks in chat, the text chat?
Yeah, you're ruining the fucking VC, Ruhif. You're fucking ruining it. We probably lost viewers and shit.
Oh, wait, was that Ruhif?
Oh, someone talk
Get
about
us back on track.
Then.
Get us back on track here. Let's go.
Yeah, we got a lot of people on the live stream text.
Fucking sitting here rambling, listening to Ruhif ramble on about his fucking poker shit.
Then talk about Flat Earth. Why is 2.5 kilometers of Canagoo below the horizon?
Ruhif, I'll play poker.
I don't know. Do you want to go there and talk about it, or do you want to?
Oh, I've got to go in like 5 minutes. So
talk about things we can actually talk about. Unless you want to go to Canagoo, I'll join you, and then we can actually have a conversation about it.
I love Canagoo. It's my favorite observation.
But no qualms with the fact that sometimes it appears bent, sometimes it appears flat. No qualms with that. You're just, you're all set on it. Take that as a yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a win.
What was the question?
Sometimes it looks bent, sometimes it looks flat, straight line. Canagoo just.
No, Canagoo always looks like curvature.
Yikes!
Show me one where it doesn't.
And what's funny about your tone of voice, you sound snotty enough to think that you're better than everyone, to think that you might actually be smart enough to be that.
It's not actually
but
arrogance. It's not actually arrogance to know that you are better than other people.
Wow, I hope somebody got that on recording. And I'm studying psychology. Listen, my fellow classmates would love to have heard that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go clip that.
My favorite line. Do I bluff this guy? Not really bluff, but...
Mid pair, top kicker. I mean, you're okay. I would say you're okay for another card. All right, get out. That's too wet. Oh, what happened? Who won that?
I did. He folded.
Okay.
My semi-bluff.
So it shows you.
Ruhif, didn't you say once that definitions are meaningless?
Yeah, what I meant is the definitions are not prescriptive. Like you can't be told.
No, but you word for word said definitions.
Yeah, yes.
Fucking definitions are meaningless, right? So how do you take that back?
Right, because people wouldn't understand that the dictionary is not prescriptive.
Fold, Ruhif. Fold.
No, I seriously, I'd just call. If you, no. You got to raise if they don't, Brief.
Hey, nice hand, man.
You got to raise now. But the point is, because these are all terrible players. If you're just one player, I'd have definitely just call.
You pretty much can't get them through in the time turbos.
So they're meaningless then, definitions?
They're not prescriptive.
No, you said meaningless. You said
I understand, and I clarified.
No, it doesn't matter, clarify or not, man. You said the shit. Now what?
No. All right, you're getting turned down because you're not listening to me.
Okay, good. Turn me down. Fucking A, it means I'm making progress. You know. Well, I'm going to dip out. I don't want to hear any more poker nonsense. I'd like to stay on topic. So I love you guys, and I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Sean.
Later, bro.
No time for shit this morning.
Oh, you're not going to play 10-4?
No.
You got that little backdoor straight, dude. Let's go. Come on. Oh, never.
Come on. No. Pair of tens. Come on. Pair of tens. Third pair. Hey.
Yikes.
Go on. All right. Boom. Hurry up.
What's your favorite hand aside from pocket aces?
Pocket kings.
I was going to say, your favorite hand that's not a premium.
That's not a premium. It's not a premium. Probably something like 9-10 suited, something like that. It's a bit easier to play, I think.
Right.
Like you know you're good or you know your shit.
I decided to go.
I was going to say, I know Daniel's ground. He was just 10-7.
Okay, that's pretty random.
Which is pretty.
What's this video, Travis?
Am I sharing a video?
You sent me a video in DMs.
It's a video I just did on Sunday where I took Red's Rhetoric's capsule splashdown that has an inferior mirage and I broke it down.
Okay.
Just be curious for anybody to give feedback. No one's done it yet.
All right, probably not today, but
no, that's all right.
Thank you. I've asked you.
I decided to go to our local casino one night, and I did a sit and go, and I doubled my money. So then I went to a tourney. First hand, I had pocket kings. I went all in, lost to pocket aces.
Jesus. I was going to say,
first hand.
You know, I came in the other day and said, "Here's a flat Earth argument for you." The flight from New York to Auckland that went to Fiji.
All right.
Anyone remember that? Anyway. Banjo made a video about it the other day.
Oh, really? On his channel?
I may actually have the here we go. I may have some inspiration to make a video response. And I've hit up Air New Zealand to actually ask what their official sort of reasoning is, why they choose Fiji as a contingency rather than Tahiti. I know that the fuel is more expensive in Tahiti. But still, it's I've got to do the math. I've got to do some simultaneous equations to work out the math of the situation. Oh, I got that through. Look at that. Fucking folded around.
Am I being an idiot, Ruif, for saying I don't think these planes owed 60,000 gallons of fuel? These big 747s.
60,000? 60,000. Probably less than that, yeah.
No, that's what it says. That's 63,000 is the max.
63,000 in a 777?
In a
like a lot.
$747.
Wait, altitude you're talking about?
No,
about
63,000
fuel.
gallons of fuel. I thought it'd be around 40.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
Gallons of fuel. Fuel. See of 117,000 liters. Oh, sorry, I only had 215. Whoops. Jack. Hey. Boom. All right, there we go.
Are these do they represent actual money, or is this just like for fun?
It's a tournament. It's like it's a buy-in with actual money, but they're just tournament
Okay.
chips. Yeah.
Is it winner take all or?
No, it's where's the thing? Places paid 2. I think it's like 20 and 10 or something like that. Where's the payout? Hold on. Payout is 1950, 1050. There you go. Oops. Oh, second big blind.
Yeah, these. If you want to, these are
Can I
the
sneak it in?
sort of
Sneak it
things
in?
you need to not play because it's not poker.
Yeah.
This is not poker at all.
Yeah, I know. It's just gotta
May
go.
look like poker, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's basically a shit show.
Pretty much, yeah, jam every second hand. Someone does. But I want to know then, why do actual poker players play something like Baccarat or whatever, or just games of not skill? I don't understand.
Because they want to get the rocks off.
Yeah. He shoves. What do
For
I do,
entertainment.
Andy?
You what, dude?
Oh, Rakia, what do I do if he shoves?
Did you hear the answer? I'll tell you why I play craps.
Yeah, what's the answer?
Entertainment only.
Okay. Do you hear about the Garrett Adelstein versus that chick hand the other day, Rakia?
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube, but I didn't really watch it. I don't really follow all that.
Pretty insane call. Like everyone's saying she's cheating.
Yeah, it pretty much points to that. There's a lot of cheating going on. Anywhere where there's money, there's cheating.
How do you think she was doing it?
I have no idea. Some fucking radio receiver vibrating at toes or something, whatever. Whatever.
1,000 different ways to do
Did
that.
she didn't get caught though?
Well, she hasn't been caught, but the fact that she made a call, it was just a ridiculous call.
No, but as I said,
And even if she
before,
knew the cards, it was like
I hadn't
pretty
seen
bad.
it. You only described it to me, but from what your description was, the call still doesn't make any sense, even if she knew what cards he had.
Yeah, she had fucking jack high. Like what is she doing?
The thing, I was on the fence about it until I heard she gave the money back.
Yes.
And so I'm like,
You don't get the money back. Ever.
Why did I know. I was like, if you cheating, that money.
Man, what do I do? What do I do here?
This is a tough one, dude.
Fold. Fold.
Yeah.
Fold, dude. Don't be dumb.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because it ends our fun.
Yeah, it's got this short stack. Get it down to 3, I think would be the
fun
safe option.
poker over
Hey, here we
somebody
go.
else's shoulder.
All right. Yeah, I'll call you, buddy. Should I squeeze the other guy out or just call?
Hey, Rakia, do you have a cabin on your boat?
You can call? All right.
Squeezed him out.
What you mean, Travis?
Hey, there we go. Now we'll go. Let's go, buddy. Come on. Yeah.
Hey, can we get the animation off?
Shit.
Oh, you're right. Got out.
No.
Yeah. You go on, dude.
Rakia, do you have a
That's nuts.
Do you have a cabin on your boat?
Yes, he does.
Mikey, we're going to
We should have a flat Earth poker night in your boat sometime.
Oh yeah, we have a salon. I just got my new carpet in. I'll send you a picture, Travis.
That's okay.
You gotta call this dude. I hate
You gotta
the
wash your hands, buddy. Then
spades.
we'll go down to Jack's.
Oh, it's in a rate, good Nick.
Yeah, winner. Boom. All right, so I'm in the money. Fantastic. Now heads up, I'm going to lose.
Old.
Now wash your hands, buddy, and then we'll go.
Dude.
Call.
Where,
Yeah,
what was that saying? Where?
Not a bad suited ace.
Where energy goes, I don't know. But anyway, don't just say you're gonna lose before you fucking even start.
It's a king for I'm going to fold that, right? Even if it's a king,
I'd have
heads
played
up,
that.
I'm going to fold it. Yeah, I do. I'm a fucking terrible heads up player.
Well, you can
Just-
widen when you're going heads up.
Just any big card. That's what you want.
All that? Okay.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
Just wash your hands, buddy, then we'll go.
You saw it, Travis?
No, I wasn't looking yet. I'll look
It's
right
in
now.
this. It's in the
DMs or the public?
live chat.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Do it. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a pussy, dude.
I don't see it, Dave.
He's probably got a big hand
Live
here because he shoved every time. Yeah, he shoved every time, and then as soon as he got a decent hand, he just you lucky
set.
bastard.
Nice, you hit your set.
Yay! Snags a 2. All right, we're going to go to Hungry Jacks. I'll see you.
So yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
I don't see it, Dave. Where'd you put it, man?
reason. Internet might suck here right now. Yeah, we got. I don't know why it's not loading. It's weird.
Yeah, so if you guys want to know what looming looks like, click on Mr. Electric's video that he just posted at 9:17. That's what looming looks like.
That purple sky, dude, that you posted, that looks. It reminded me of that. Can you remember a couple of years back in New York where all the sky lit up blue? I don't know what the fuck was going on. Some sort of factory explosion. I don't even know what it was, but it was bizarre.
Anybody watch that video? It's worth watching because, again, I'm telling you, that is what
Wait,
looming
Where am I
looks like.
looking? Where am I looking, dude?
9:17 from Electric. He posted a video.
I got it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. This is your radio host, New Leaf.
Or Lael's big brother.
You know,
Ladies and gentlemen, are you turning into Jen now?
my name is Kale, all right, not Lael.
I said Lael's big brother.
Right, but I have a name, and my name is Kale.
Okay. How am I supposed to know that until you tell me, which you just did? So, okay.
Oh, hold on, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. My lady is calling.
Isn't it funny that his name rhymes with Lael?
I'm going to call you, say how do you do.
I can't even open that image, man. Just forget it, Dave. I don't want to see your shit, man. You guys should be looking at that video that Electra posted. It would be a good discussion starter.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, your radio
What's up,
host.
Lael's big brother?
How do you do, Travis?
If you want to see looming, just look at the Black Swan. Perfect example.
Did you guys reach a conclusion earlier after my departure about evolution yet?
Evolution and speciation and adaptation and
Can someone summarize the conclusion?
yeah, the EXO said it was all fake. Ta-da!
How disappointing.
By XO, do you mean commanding officer?
Executive officer.
Oh, that's a CO. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's sad, but I guess, you know, we did do our best. Hey, Travis.
Yeah, and now is it Kale? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You believe in the Bible, yes?
I do, but not the way you probably think.
Do you believe in God?
I do, but probably not the way you think.
Would you like to elucidate me on how you think?
I grew up as a Christian for 40 years of my life. I went to Bible college. I went to seminary. I got ordained in the conservative Presbyterian denomination. And as a result of conflict with the Bible and my tradition, I chose to go with the Bible and basically got brought up on charges by some Nazi Presbyterian pastor member of my my college. And instead of fighting for my right to be right, I just stepped down and continued to study, continued to be persuaded that the Bible is more authoritative than my tradition, and everything that I was taught about the Bible was basically not what the Bible teaches. If there is a God, I've never spoken to him, I've never heard from him or her. Tell me all your thoughts about God. Am I very far? So I do believe by deduction that nothing comes from something doesn't come from nothing. So I do believe that this place had to have been created. As to what that looks like and who that is, I have no clue.
Well, thank you very much for what seems to be a very deep and honest explanation of your faith.
Okay. You're welcome.
This I'm going to ask a few questions, and the questions may seem separate, but as we answer these questions, they'll converge to a singular point.
Awesome.
Now, the knowledge you've gained is through communication and through reading, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So this is one of those separate questions I'm asking you about. Have you ever used the I guess the assertion or the statement with any resemblance of you've been indoctrinated your whole life about school and the planets and stuff, and this is why you believe what you think you believe?
Yeah, I would use that as a description of my experience.
Have you ever used that statement when speaking to quote unquote a glober about why they believe stuff about the heliocentric model?
I don't know that I would have said, like, if I was having a conversation with you, I don't think I would have said, "You're just being indoctrinated," but I have described the reality that I think that we've all experienced, and that is that we have been presented with information that takes precedence over the alternatives, and at times when in regards to flat Earth, that would have been something that would have just been passed over quickly, not really spent a lot of time on. We wouldn't have been challenged to think for ourselves and consider the alternatives. So when you have a stacked deck like that, I would consider that indoctrination. You're only given the winner's side, so to speak, or the victor's spoils, and everything else is just disregarded. I think that's pretty fair.
Fantastic. Thank you for, again, a very genuine response.
Sure. Just real quick. I believe the same thing about my religious education. I went to Bible college and seminary, and while the attitude toward opposing views wasn't made fun of by the instructor, the imbalance of a fair critique and evaluation was never proffered. Right? It was just, this is what we believe. The other guys believe this. This is what we believe, and we just keep going on with what we believe. So it's always like hindsight, like looking back and trying to deconstruct and rethink the education. So I think it happens in both arenas.
Dude, fantastic. I was going to ask if we could pull any similarities in between them. I guess the next level up in our question pyramid would be, through what method did you gain a better understanding of your current faith?
Well, the simplest way to put it is I found that my reading and study of the Bible at times presented me with what seemed to be pretty straightforward depictions of what the Bible was about, and my tradition's understanding of those same texts. And I felt that the Bible was much more clear, much more consistent, and like I said, I decided to go with the text itself rather than my tradition. So that would be the first thing. I had to start I had to start recognizing that I had these glitches when I was reading the Bible. I called them theological speed bumps. The metaphor of driving a car was put next to reading the Bible, and every once in a while, the Bible would put a speed bump in my way, and I would run over it. It wanted to get my attention, and I had to start paying attention to those jolts and jostles and slow down. And as I did that, it just became clear to me that the Bible was completely saying something different than what I was told that it was. The first thing of which was really my departure away from the traditional view of the doctrine of hell. That was really my first departure from my education.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Are you taking notes or something?
No.
Okay. I don't care if you are. It just sounds like you're like jotting notes down.
Mental notes, maybe.
Okay.
He sounds high as shit to me.
Maybe. So now, because of the honesty you shared with me, I will go ahead and be honest with you. The reason why I ask you these questions is I wanted your opinion on a statement I was told earlier in this room. It was stated to me earlier that the reason I believe in evolution is because I was indoctrinated. And I had a thought as I was listening to this, which is, if you believe in the Bible but have never met God, are you not indoctrinated the same way I am? And I was hoping that you could give me your opinion on that.
Well, I think that my position on the existence and personality of God conflicts with my tradition, so I would have departed from that which I was taught. So that's a departure from... Indoctrination doesn't have to be a negative thing. Parents indoctrinate their children. Say yes, ma'am. Say thank you, sir. Say yes, please. I mean, that's the basic rubric of life. Put the seat down, lift the seat up, flush. That's indoctrination. You know what I mean? It's just simply training in certain facets of life. So here's the thing that I've said to people recently, and I would say it to you. Everything that you believe about the Bible, somebody else told you that's what it means. Otherwise, you have an original thought about the Bible. And I doubt that most people do. I doubt that most people actually consider, like, if they have this niggling little feeling that something's funny about the Bible and their tradition, they just don't even pay attention to it and just default to the tradition. So I would say this as well, because it can't happen. I'm just putting this hypothetical out. You, if you had no previous exposure to the Bible or anything that it taught, you would not believe the things that modern Christianity believes. The Bible wouldn't let you. Its story would not let you. So, regarding evolution...
Can you expand on like one of those points? I'm not very versed with the Bible.
Okay. The understanding that the Bible is literal, that everything that it says is literal and therefore literally true. That's one thing, right? But the first thing that you're told is that Genesis 1 actually means that God actually created the world in actually 6 days. That's a literal hard line. You know, you're told this is what this is. So right away, that child is already being steered in an incorrect course. And Adam and Eve were the first human beings, and Cain and Abel were the first brothers, and all of those things. If you begin with an inaccurate, platform, it's not going to be level. It's not going to be true. It's not going to be firm. I mean, we can just go on from there. You know, Jesus is coming back. You know, we're waiting for Jesus to come back. Hell, the doctrine of hell. Absolutely no way you could ever derive the doctrine of hell from the Bible in its original context. Absolutely zero. No way in hell. See what I did there? But just to finish the point that I was going to make, if you were left to your own devices in terms of understanding biology, would you be an evolutionist if you had to derive that information carte blanche on your own? Like if nobody told you evolution was a possibility or whatever, and you were a scientist, you know what I mean? So how did you come about to even think that evolution was a possible process of biological development? You were told.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I lived in Illinois, and Illinois has a lot of has a large history of Indians. And I remember finding an arrowhead and just talking to my family and them explaining to me, you know, an older culture. And I don't know why that memory sticks out more than any other memory, like the Roman Empire or Egypt or anything like that. But at that moment, I kind of understood that things can exist in time for a period of time, you know? Um, I remember talking to my dad when this came up, and he kind of used the idea of radiation. Like, just because an atom started with X or whatever, he's a chemist, by the way, so that's why. But just because a chemist started with X doesn't mean it will always have X, you know? And to build on that point, you know, I could see why, you know, I could see history of a molecule decaying, right? So I started thinking, you know, like if I find arrowheads and if I find fossils, so yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to get to the whole idea of evolution by myself in one lifetime, but I think I'd be able to confidently say that things existed for a period of time, a certain way, and that way could either change or that way can end.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But
it's also interesting though. It's also interesting though to think back on our memories, right? So even your recollection as an adult man back on your childhood is tainted with the fact that you're more mature now, so that your spin on your own memory probably isn't very accurate. Even though you remember the context and the arrowhead and things like that, I think you might be projecting things that you have developed as an older man, and you're conflating it with what you possibly were able to draw as conclusions as a child.
Yeah,
now, that,
I mean,
I could be wrong. You know, I could be absolutely wrong, because you could have been precocious, you know, and just absolutely thoughtful. And I'm not denying that at all. I'm just talking out loud about.
No, you probably, it's probably 6 of these and half a dozen of the other, you know, like I have no way to confidently state that my current knowledge is not leaking into that memory. But, you know, I was just trying to exemplify that I feel like in one lifetime with enough opportunity to explore, right? I would find things that would make me question, why are things the way they are today? How were they yesterday? And how did we transition from then to now?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I remember in seminary, I wrote a paper on the deity of Christ. And I remember thinking, man, all of this work has been done for me. Like, I didn't have to figure this shit out on my own. Right. So, which is indoctrination to a certain extent. I mean, but it can't be helped, right? You have to build on something. Even learning your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s is indoctrination. So I'm not saying that all indoctrination is bad in and of itself, again. But I just remember thinking, man, oh man, like I'm living, you know, almost 1,500 years after the Council of Nicaea, where they decided that Arianism, as what Arius taught about the preexistence of the sun, was heresy, right? And just a little tidbit for everybody out there: heresy means to choose. Really, the word just means to choose. But anyway, I just remember feeling the weight of the paper that I was writing, because I was wanting to try to go back and try to like approach it from a completely blank slate. Like, where would I go? Like, what would I think? And it was an interesting, analysis, a little self introspection.
I really feel like I'm gaining a lot of common ground with you.
Awesome.
Because I think you're doing a great job of answering my question of what's your opinion of that? And I think you and I are reaching the same conclusion, which is like, one, everything's indoctrinated, but there's ways to gather more information, right? We can
Yeah.
agree there.
Yeah.
Two, I think you and I could agree that it's very difficult to be able to know what you would know if no one else exists. To know
Right.
what you would know if you didn't know anything, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's another piece of common ground we found. And I think what we're saying possibly is that the argument of someone's schooling or childhood cannot be really used against them, you know? Or if it is,
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
you know, because like the thing is although we live different lives and we've come to different conclusions, we followed similar paths, you know. And yeah, that's it. I really don't know what else to say.
Well, first of all, I appreciate your own candor and your own openness to even ask questions this way. I appreciate it. And one of the things that you were talking about after you said that your dad was a chemist, and he was giving you information on biodecay or radioactive decay or whatever it was, how would you? My question just thought of like how would you analyze that, or how would you process? Like, what would be your process if you were in that situation where you were able to discover these things on your own? What would be your scientific method? Right? How would you come to arrive at what you might consider the true understanding of this event or this?
Damn.
What?
No, that's hard. That's a hard question. So let me just make sure I'm understanding it correctly. You're asking me, if I didn't know anything, what would be my process to know something?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's no other information that could possibly be used.
Well, I mean, of course, it's hypothetical, so we can paint it any way we want. But I'm just saying,
in our theoretical, I'm asking.
yeah, you're the first man, right? You're walking around, picking up sticks, looking under rocks, watching an ant crawl on your finger. You know what I mean?
All right.
You would be like ancient Tamar.
All right. I think
that's so funny.
I would start with some type of question, right? Like, I would see something and I would want to know why something is the way it is. That's probably where I would start.
So you got a why, right? You've got a why.
Yeah.
Why is this the way it is?
This is, all right, so I would start with a why. Then what would I do? So like, let's say I would ask why, fuck, or maybe I would say, where do butterflies come from? Right?
Well, that begs the question, doesn't it? Is it a cocoon or is it a butterfly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess and it's
Or
just
like the chicken, it's the chicken and the egg. Is it which came first, the chrysalis or the butterfly?
right. And I guess what I'm saying is like, see, I have a lot of, and this is not towards you. This is just I'm trying to be honest. I really hate that question. And I don't like it because I don't know how to be anything but human. You know?
Wait, what question are you meaning? I'm mad, I've lost it. Are you staying with a why or what? What do you mean?
Like, I really despise the question, if you didn't know anything, how would you know something? You
Oh,
know?
okay, yeah.
And the reason I really kind of hate that question is because I really feel like it goes against what it means to be human. Because I very valiantly believe that being human means to be able to share information. You know?
I
And
think. Well, I think when you asked him when he asked you back how he would know something if he didn't know anything, and you said yeah, I kind of thought that wasn't what you meant. I thought you were asking what his epistemology would be, like how would he build, like how would he approach. In other words, what would be his method of inquiry for it to be valid and logical reasoning in the end? Like, so before you go and start gathering data, you need a logical framework for interpreting the data.
Well, just make it more complicated, Elijah. But by the way, your mic is really bad.
Oh, I don't know, but all I'm saying, I think the word we're looking for is epistemology.
well, I mean, that's the thing. So
I hold on just real quick. I think that I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elijah. I think that the discussion we're talking about is a little bit of both, right? I mean, epistemology is a justification of knowledge, but at the same time, so is science, right? If I believe something with a cause and effect, that's a process of justifying what I'm going to know as well. I don't know that they're completely separate, but
No, that like the scientific method is an epistemology.
yeah, okay.
Just
Yeah, I get
for
you. I get you. Yeah. I understand.
So it's not that like we always said, the scientific method is not the only method. It's not. Like everyone should know that and understand that there are other ways of coming to knowledge. Just like, but it can't be. Language is just like,
Hey, I don't want to be rude. But you know when something's out of your reach and you're stretching for it and it's just out of reach? That's how my ears feel right now with your mic, man. I'm like stretching and straining to hear you because it's really that bad. At least for me.
I'll cut out and come back in. It might just be the mic. It might have got wet.
Yeah. Because sometimes you're clear, but then sometimes it like compresses what you're saying, and so everything runs together, and I just can't hear it all. So I'm just trying to be polite that way, man.
No doubt. I was just digging the conversation, and I'm like, I'm liking. If I'm being honest, the common ground in some of the communications that's been happening, and I'll be quiet because I know my mic's up. But like yesterday or the day before, when I was talking with Kosho about politics, it's like, we need to rehumanize each other so we can begin to uncover some of these scars so that we can talk honestly to each other.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it as well. But I'm not gay.
Either.
All right, Kale, you want to pick it back up?
Yeah.
So you don't like that question. You don't like because you feel that knowledge is communal to be shared. Okay.
Yeah, that's a perfect summary. Like, it's very hard for me to see how, and I think it's really a trait to mammals, where communication of knowledge is just a mammal thing, and I think we exemplify that the best, which is why we are the top species. And it's, because what I'm trying to do is be as dedicated to this question as possible and really think, if I knew nothing about the scientific method, right? If I was just sitting there and I was just plopped into a land like Minecraft, like even when I did play Minecraft, how do I figure it out? It's a hard question. Like in Minecraft, I just press every key, or like in a fighting game, I press every key until I figure out what happens. Especially if there's like no training you're allowed to do, because training is, with knowledge. It's like that question. It would take you a lot of time just by doing things and observing things, to even figure out what's going on. And then I don't know, man. I really struggle with this question.
I've got a brilliant question. Do you believe in the internet in the sky?
The what?
The internet in the sky.
Hang on, what question do you struggle with?
Dude,
Hold on.
this is important. Do you believe in the internet in the sky?
I don't know what that is.
Don't know what that is.
No.
The intelligence that runs it through your body and everything else in this world. As I always say to people, your mind's clever, but your body's intelligent.
I really apologize, but I'm not really sure what you mean.
Well, I guess I'm alone on this one. No, I'm sure there's a lot of people here that understand what I'm talking about. Sad that you, but that's okay.
What question do you struggle with?
If you didn't know anything, how would you know things?
I when I was rustling through
joking?
this. No, we're having a serious conversation, man. A couple of years ago, when I was thinking about this, I put out this post on Facebook. If you didn't believe anything, what would you know?
And that's where so one more time, just reiterate where I feel like we diverge from our design, if you would, which is mammalian, and then specifically human, which we just share information. But I guess the only thing you would really be able to know in one lifetime, I don't know if we like let's talk about what kind of things would we be able to know. Well, we would be able to know that it gets bright and dark, right?
Rain falls from the sky.
Well, would we know it's okay? Yeah, I guess. But would we even know what like rain is?
Well, okay, you might not have the word rain per se, but when you get wet after the clouds come and the wet stuff falls from the sky, I mean, that's a phenomenon that you could observe and experience.
Yeah.
The wind,
like-
the wind blowing.
A couple weeks ago, I don't know, there was this thing floating around like, if you live forever, could you know everything? And Kosho was trying to say yes.
I would say yes.
No,
Hey, just watch
Would
Highlander,
you
man.
know the? Would you know the Would you know the length of a coastline for England? Let's say.
If I lived forever, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't think so.
You mark
Well,
it off
It's
your
called a
paces.
paradox. It's called the coastline paradox.
Not if you're the only one measuring it, bro.
Why does living
Can I get
longer
on-
make you think you can know stuff?
Can I get in on this conversation
No.
about knowing?
No, it's just me and Kale. What do you guys butt out? What are you doing here? I thought we were by
Is that
ourselves.
Lael or Smooth? I thought that was Smooth.
It's Kale. No. His name is Kale.
In the spirit of honesty, my name's
Well.
not Kale, but we'll
it's
wrestle.
That was
It's
not
smooth.
nice, Lael's older brother. Now I'm going to revert back to making fun of you.
I was still calling you Smooth, but whatever.
Yeah, bro, we can't be changing names with screen names. Name's Smooth from here on out. That's it.
I'm Kale. If you want to refer to me by my government name, I'm Smooth in the Discord.
Living longer.
You do
I'm just
sound
going
like
to call
Lael.
you. I'm just going to call you Kale Smoothie.
I like that.
That's disgusting.
Living longer does not mean you know stuff.
Yeah, it
You
does.
would know more. You would acquire more knowledge if you live forever. Obviously, more than if you just live for like 100 years. Let's say.
Logically, that makes logical sense. That if you were to
Yeah.
live 200 or 300 more years than the person that lives 80 years, you would acquire more knowledge in those years.
It would be possible. However, you still wouldn't know everything.
But what if the knowledge
You're
is
still
false,
limited.
like a
Like,
globe Earth? What if you learn your knowledge from TV and from Google, and you keep getting indoctrinated? You wouldn't know shit.
Well, okay. There are movies that depict this kind of scenarios. Like vampires, like going into deep sleep and watching different eras pop on. They start to notice a pattern, right? Like the time people start to develop cameras or the radio station. So more than likely it'll be just more of the same thing, right? They start off as cavemen, they progress until they destroy themselves and they start all over. It could only go that way.
Hey, there was
How much real would there be?
there's a movie called The Man from Earth. Have you guys seen that?
No, I seen one called The Man That Never Dies. It's a pretty interesting. It's weird how every show and movie about people that live forever, they always want to kill themselves. Isn't that the weirdest shit in every fucking movie where the plot is that the person is immortal? They always want to like figure out a way to end the immortality. I wonder what's so horrible about reality.
That happened in True Blood.
That once you know about it, you just want to end it.
Because they're tired.
Yeah, that was the
same. They've been around. Seen everything.
So I have a two-part question. And everyone, please feel welcome to weigh in. Question one. Just give us a quick synopsis, everybody, of your own thing, so we can move to question two. Who do you think the smartest person to ever live is?
Oh, come on, man.
No, it's a real thought experiment.
Like anyone could know that, Napoleon.
Well, like I said before, I have a very different interpretation.
I'm gonna go with Aristotle.
Aristotle,
I'm gonna go with
Nikola Tesla.
I'm gonna go with Tesla.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Anyone else that isn't in the mainstream media? Because
Joe
Biden.
My dad was the smartest man.
Whoever said Joe Biden, you're muted.
Your dad? Okay, cool. So
I could
we're
go
all
with Eric Dollar.
Eric Dollar. Okay, sweet. So we all have different answers, and that's completely okay. All right. So my question is, right? How many lifetimes would it take the average person to acquire the knowledge of the person you just named?
It depends how concise the information is. It could take you as little as a month.
I mean, I could know what Tesla knew in a couple of years, possibly.
No. If you existed when they existed, right? Like if you were to take their place, if you know nothing, we're still in the, you know nothing paradox, right? So the question is, I wanted everyone to name their own person, and then I want everyone to just kind of think about, if you knew nothing, how many lifetimes would it take you to figure out as much as that person knows?
You
Like
mean
for
to
me,
probably however long Tesla lives until now, because we're just starting to catch up with his shit. So I don't know.
Well,
couple hundred years
it's
or
a little
so.
bit of a trick question, I think, because the person, if we said, if we named Tesla, he's actually not talking about the knowledge that Tesla learned himself in his lifetime, because Tesla's knowledge was also dependent upon all of the centuries of knowledge that came before him.
well,
And
yeah,
also,
that is a
also
good point. So
Tesla.
let's qualify it and just say that you would be able to start where they started.
Also, Tesla claimed he spoke with aliens, so his knowledge was given to him by somebody else. If you read into
Like aliens from Mexico?
Leonardo da Vinci also was claimed that he was abducted by
And let me
aliens.
tell you something. You guys think Tesla's so great. You know, he might be like a math genius or a science guy, but he didn't know how to fuck. He couldn't have a girlfriend or a wife or kids. So maybe he was like a savant. He did some shit, but he was not a well-rounded figure.
He was like on
And
the
intelligence too.
Gadget,
on the-
disclaimer. Most intelligent, brilliant people, the majority of them are socially awkward in one way, shape, or form, especially with women.
Osho, for one, Ruhif.
I said it
Rumpus.
awkward. I said awkward, not gay.
Well,
What was your other
right?
question?
That's part of intelligence, is to be able to have a fulfilling life.
The problem is what you might call fulfilling, the brilliant person or the intelligent person might not, right? It might not be just because you have a certain problem doesn't mean the next brain has the same problem you have, right? He might have more understanding than you, which leads him to have an easier mind, right? He might not need the family. He might not need the life you need.
So then it's subjective. It's subjective then.
Everything, dude. Everything is subjective. It seems like everything is subjective. Everybody has their own opinion on something. We don't even know. We can't defy truth. We can't defy God. It all becomes very blurry when you talk about it.
Special subjectivity.
Even when you talk about truth, what is truth? It's highly subjective.
I defined truth earlier. You want to restate it?
Yeah, but if I disagree, there comes in the subjectivity. So it
No,
doesn't take away from it.
No, you'd be objectively wrong. I'm just kidding.
So tell me what you'd be subjective about my definition. Truth is a propositional statement that corresponds to reality.
Well, I would say that it's regardless of the propositional statement.
Okay.
Truth is just simply that which corresponds.
Well, I could caveat that with an example. Let's say we associate people from tribes, like somebody like in the movie The Village, right? They live in a reality, right? They live in reality. We live in reality, but they have a different reality. So are you saying that their truth isn't our truth? And if you're saying that that's the case, wouldn't that be subjective as well? Because we all have our different truths.
No, it's contextual.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the village then. But they do have a reality that's true. There was things that they thought were creatures that existed, and they thought they lived in a very primitive environment. All of that is objectively true.
But
Objectively true.
From the outside of it isn't true. It isn't until you gather the information of being outside of the village that you're able to look inside the village and say, "Oh, this is just not true." But it requires
it's true.
knowledge.
It's still true. They lived in a primitive environment that they thought that these things that kept them in that area was some kind of creature. That is objectively true. All of that.
Yeah, that's what they thought. Which is okay. But remember, that's what they thought. We're
There's
talking
no thought.
about
There's no
truth.
thought about this. There's no thought about this. Someone from the outside world can come into that and see that they are living in a primitive environment with the things that they thought were creatures living in the outside, keeping them in. Even someone on the outside looking into that, that's still objectively true.
We're talking about general truth. Something being objective for someone else isn't objective for another person, which would make it subjective, because it isn't true that there are monsters stopping them from leaving outside. That is simply something they've been convinced of, which doesn't make it true. And isn't that what we're talking about?
Listen to me again. Now, it's objectively still true that those creatures were not real animals or creatures. They were people dressed up as creatures. But that statement is still true. And also the people living in that environment thought those things were some creatures. That is still objectively true. All of that is still objectively true. What they thought about the creatures was not true. They were not some animal that lived there, some creature that in their perception, their understanding of those creatures was not true. Is the world they live in the only world or only possible way to live? No. There's other ways for them to live that's shown by being outside of that environment. But it just depends on the question you're asking. But truth is truth. The reality is they lived in a village that had what they thought were creatures. That is still objectively true. All of that.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because I was thinking about years ago. I had a bit of an epiphany. I was watching, I don't know, some debate with a Muslim guy and Richard Dawkins, and he was talking about this, whatever, the prophet, he goes up on the donkey to the moon, one of these stories, and he's going, well, you can't believe that, that's absurd, and Harry carries on. And I don't know, it weren't much later after that, it suddenly occurred to me that it's true to them. Regardless of what anybody else thinks, it's true, and therefore it is true. If you see my point.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's
true.
murky. That's murky. That's murky.
Murky.
Right there, bro.
It's a bit of Plato's cave sort of thing, isn't it? But it's true to them, and therefore it is true.
But that isn't a true
But
statement.
is it knowledge though? Is it knowledge? Is it knowledge?
Well, let's talk. Wait a minute. Let's talk about that Plato's cave. All they saw was shadows. Were the shadows objectively there? Yes. Was their understanding of what those shadows were accurate?
No.
Probably not. No.
They didn't know what it was.
But see that what their understanding or the belief of what those shadows were, that's what's true or false. If they believe those were made by something, I don't know, whatever, maybe, whatever was creating the shadows, that could be true or false. It's still true or false.
No, the point of Plato's caves is they didn't have true knowledge because they were stuck in the cave. They didn't have the right perspective. That's the whole point of it.
And that's my whole example with the village as well. They can't possibly have the truth if they don't contain at least the bigger picture.
Well, see, he said true knowledge. That's one aspect, and then truth. See, that's the catch-22 there. You can conflating the two. They're under the Plato's cave. They didn't have enough information, but it was objectively true that they saw shadows on the wall. And they were making judgments about that with very little information. What their understanding may be limited, and what they believed may be true or false. But them seeing shadows was not objectively false. It was objectively true. They saw the shadows. Those were shadows on the wall.
No, because they didn't know what the shadows were. They thought they were the shadow gods.
At this point, okay, what their understanding of what the cause of the shadows were, that is still either objectively true or false. They can't, but they can believe those are created by monsters.
They didn't have real knowledge. They didn't have the perspective. They were stuck in the cave.
Well, knowledge is different. There's an aspect of knowledge, and there's truth and knowledge are related. but truth is still truth. You know what I mean? It's like it's either true or false. There's no subjective. Truth is not subjective. It's either true or it's false.
I feel like
And
we're
it's
not
true
getting.
for everyone.
You don't have.
I
You
feel
don't
like
have
we're
the
not
truth
getting
when you're
anywhere with
stuck in a
this.
cave.
Okay. Well, truth is true. Truth is true for everyone at all times. It's not true for me and true for you, not true for you. It's either true for both of us.
So something is or isn't true depending on the question being asked.
Yes, actually, that is right. Depending on the question being asked. Go ahead.
Here's a scenario. Does water exist? Right?
Yes.
We can say yes, but if we're in some kind of computer simulation, the guy, we good? If we're in some kind of computer simulation, the guy outside could be like, no, water doesn't exist. That's just fucking bullshit numbers, ones and zeros.
Well, now you're getting into are we branding the vat question. But see, I can't treat the world that way because I don't know if that's true or
And
not.
at
So I
that
have to
point,
I have to treat the world as if it's real.
no.
Go
At
back
that
to
point, we'd be inside those caves, and our knowledge becomes shit.
That's why whenever I say, can you prove something 100%, I always preface it with in our reality, right? Water exists 100% in our reality. No questions. That's a fact.
That's a good way of putting it as well, Jeremy. This is also the same reason that I always say there's only two things that I actually know, and it goes beyond my thoughts. And these are the two things: one, there is a creator of some kind, and two, death is not the end. And I don't know how I know those two things, but I feel it in every cell of my body, and it goes beyond
You don't have to get mad. I'm sorry, though. I thought it was not leaking. Right here.
Paul, we don't want to hear
Sorry,
your
It's all
chatter,
good,
man.
Paul.
Hey. Okay, here. Okay, sorry. I was
Stop yelling at your kids, Paul.
Oh, he's a good dad. Anyway, when it comes to
I
the
hope so.
Earth, everything else is up in the air. Everything else is up in the air, and I'm 100%.
Well, here's what it is, right? I'm sorry.
Because I am 100% sure sorry, let me say that again. I believe. See the difference? I believe 100% that they've lied about what it is.
So I think that we can learn a lot from the world around us, but I think that we could possibly even learn that there is existence after death simply by watching nature, right? Because nature shows us that energy is simply transformed from one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing. So why not think that after our death, our existence would simply be transformation as well?
If I'm
Or we
honest,
just end up back here. I mean, it doesn't seem that far-fetched to me that light at the end of the tunnel is the hospital light. You know what I'm saying? It don't make any sense to me that we just have this single experience one time and then our collective knowledge just managed to vanish. I mean, that doesn't follow to me. Logically, doesn't make any sense. Now, us coming back and having a different experience every time, that makes a little more sense because then it'll give us a purpose.
Welcome to Westworld.
Where you think they got the idea from?
I'm telling you, man. That first season just blew my mind.
Yeah, that fucked me up real bad. The third and fourth season.
Don't shush.
You haven't
I
seen
didn't
it?
watch any others.
No.
I didn't watch any others either. I only watched the first one because Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah,
is
the
alleged
1 and
legend.
2, bro. 1 and 2 is fucking. I mean, listen, what fucked me up
Damn.
is when the lady
No
went to the other
spoilers.
side.
No spoilers.
No, I'm not talking about 3 and 4. I'm talking about 1 and 2. You saw 1 and 2.
I haven't seen 2 yet.
You
And
fucking
listen, season
asshole.
one.
You
Season
haven't
1.
seen 2 and 3? Oh, bro.
Season 1 was Anthony Hopkins, a robot.
Yeah. And after that, maybe see 13 Colonies. Ooh, a lot of truth bombs in 13 Colonies. A lot of truth. But it makes you understand the relationship between the elites and the people that are pressing their necks. Not the people, the beings or whatever the fuck they are. but at least it gives you it humanizes them. It makes you understand that they almost have to do what they have to do, or they
I
just
got
become one of
that.
us.
I got that from Westworld. That the leaders are being pressed also.
Yeah, I mean, because we have to be able, because they have to sleep at night, right? They have to kiss their kids at night, right? So there has to be an excuse that at least they justify the shit that they do, right? There has to be some excuse that they sleep at night well. Because if I would have to do the shit that they were doing, I would be a wreck every fucking night, not be able to sleep. My conscience would not be right.
So what do you mean there were truth bombs in it? Are you like getting reality from a TV show? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my God, Howard!
Hold on. Let me address this. Let me address this. Let me address the implication. Are you implying that you don't get your truth from TV, as opposed to what? There, left lane.
No, I don't. I don't associate any of my reality with television.
Oh, that. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that you don't first see things on TV? You don't see them as cartoons first, and then they implement these things. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
that's
hold on. Let me ask you this.
I don't.
All right, let me ask it this way, Howard. Do you think that a TV program, movie, or series could tell the story of reality in an allegorical way to you?
No, I could honestly say that I don't really associate my reality with things I watch on TV.
That's
or
not what I
movies.
asked. Okay, that's not what I asked. Do you think that a TV show could tell you a story that shows you something about the world in which you live that is true?
That it could, of course it could. But yeah, I guess it could.
Okay.
But
All right.
but I just I don't associate things I watch on TV. I don't think about. I wonder if that's real, or try to associate that to anything that I experience in my
What do you
everyday
mean
life.
associate? What do you mean associate? What is the
Well,
correlation?
I mean, you're saying you're seeing truth bombs. You're seeing something on that show that you're associating with your reality.
Not necessarily my reality, but a lot of things that definitely follow with history and research that I've done. Now you have to actually do the alternative research for you to be able to see these truth bombs, right? If you are a mainstream zombie, you would never see anything from truth because the only thing being fed from the mainstream is lies. Right, so you will never see truth, right? Like Yuri. Hold on. There was a Russian guy that said his name was Yuri Bezmenov. They said that once a mind is polluted, it doesn't matter how much truth is being told; they will never see it.
Well, I mean, you said it right there that everything you see in mainstream is a lie, and that's just not true, Matrix.
Okay, mention something that is true and that you are able to personally verify that is true.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be more appropriate to label something a lie and be able to articulate that.
Try and answer his question. What is true?
It's okay. He doesn't have to answer. Let me ask him a new question, right? Why does the mainstream or anybody, right, whoever owns the mainstream, why do they have a responsibility to tell you and me truth?
Well, used to it was just a moralistic thing that in true journalism, reporting things without bias, the way that it is, and that's history. Yeah, and I agree. Today's news, the journalism is gone. Everything's propaganda in the mainstream media these days.
Listen, everything is not propaganda. Everything was always propaganda. It either is or it wasn't, right? People, right? Why would you care that a house burned down a couple of blocks down? Why would you care, right? Why does any of your business? You understand what I'm saying? What is the ulterior motive of somebody informing you? Why would they care to inform you unless there is an underlying?
I don't follow
Elijah,
that.
I'm not done. Hold on, Elijah. Why would any? I don't know.
Your mic is shit, Elijah.
That's why people kill fast, because the different, like a chest shot could be like 190 something.
Like, I think you're hot micing, dude.
Elijah.
Hey,
That's why they can one
My
shot.
overall thing was that it seems weird to me that anybody would want to inform anybody else without an alternative reason. Because why would they?
But see the way that I'm just going to tell you the way that what I've perceived from what you're saying is that everything in mainstream media is a lie, but there is truth in television shows, fiction. That's the what I'm trying to disseminate.
Yeah, but see, that's
behind
the
Because
giving with one. Just real quick, that's the giving with one hand and taking with the other, Howard. It's a bait and switch, right? We talk about it here on this platform enough. I think you probably have heard the fact that we believe that those who are in control are obligated to some bizarre moral code that they have to tell us the truth, even if they hide it. Even if it's just like this little snippet of truth in the midst of something that's completely fabricated, they at least put it in there. And it should have
supposedly circumvents their karma. It supposedly alleviates their generations of family from receiving the karma of the evil that they do. Especially if they get us to willingly accept it, which is why they put out the propaganda. So we will be more susceptible to their shit.
I just think that would be a bizarre way to live one's life, to spend their days
guess what then?
spreading lies. But I don't think it's about spreading lies. I think the problem in today's society is the people in power are corrupt for the betterment of themselves rather than for the people that they represent.
You're describing it. You're describing everything that we would agree with that. Absolutely. You're describing reality right now. But what I want to say in a positive way to you right now is that the fact that you can't fathom that level of wickedness and evil, in a sense, shows you're more human than they are. Right?
His naivety. It just shows his naivety.
Well,
right?
okay. If
I'm not naive. I'm not naive.
If you want to spin it that way, I wasn't trying to spin it. I was trying to actually pay him a compliment in the sense that he's got a sense of morality. He's got a sense of right or wrong and a limitation to his own proclivity to do something. I might fudge on my log books, my hours of service, but I would never do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're also delegating like some sort of responsibility. Like I haven't said that these people are corrupt, they're evil. I don't know what's going on. I am now beginning to see that we might not fully understand the things that we think that we understand. So maybe where we're calling these people evil, maybe they're not evil like we think they are. Maybe we just misunderstand what's going on, right? That's why I would like to understand everything before I start saying, "Oh, these people are evil, they're corrupt." Because it seems like in history, power is always corrupt, and it makes me feel like man is corrupt. It doesn't matter what time, it doesn't matter what generation, it's gonna be corrupt eventually. So it doesn't really make any sense to start over.
Silent is on his soapbox. I just want you to know that you guys scared. Doggone it! Why do I fucking do that? I don't know why I do that. Anyway, I was just gonna say, you guys scared Smooth off. Now my best friend's gone. He's not even here anymore.
What you gonna do about it?
I mean, Leflin, you're aware that they have books about this, right? They have the CIA being interviewed by Congress. They're admitting that they have people in entertainment. They've admitted this. So this is no longer a conspiracy. This is nothing to be like, oh, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it's because you're being a fool. They've already told you.
What do you mean that I don't believe? I mean, my question was about discerning reality from a TV show was my main point.
The problem is that when you put it in that way, it makes anybody else seem foolish. But when you think about it, how does anyone discern reality? It's from seeing and observing what's in front of them, right? So you could get that from anywhere. It doesn't matter where it's coming from a cartoon, it doesn't matter. Reality is reality. And however you receive the message, how you receive it. Why are you judging like the medium through where you get the information? It doesn't make any sense. It just makes it seem like you want to make it seem like it is not like an honest position.
All right, Howard, this is your homework assignment. You need to go watch the children's movie Smallfoot. Okay?
Smallfoot.
That's your yep. Yep, that's your assignment.
Smallfoot.
You seen the movie Ants? Have you seen the movie Ants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ants.
Ants.
ANTZ.
No,
ANTZ.
No, I've heard of that, but I haven't seen it.
I mean, I don't know if you have like small children or whatever, but there's this movie. It should be classic by now, right? About these ants and these like wasps or whatever that constantly bullying them. And there's this
No. That's A Bug's Life. That's A Bug's Life.
Bug's Life. Yes. You're absolutely correct. My fault. It's called The Bug's Life.
Ants was kind of similar though, no? Like a cartoon.
Is there even an ants? I don't even know what the fuck.
Yeah,
I
think there is.
Yeah, it's ANTZ.
But when you said that, it reminded me of Bug's Life too.
Yeah, it's Bug's Life.
Those
I'm actually talking about Bug's Life.
They're basically equal movies. They're made at a similar time. They had a very similar.
Yeah, like feel.
I was gonna make a correlation for Howard for Left Lane because he said that we can't get reality from a movie, and I was gonna make like most of us have seen A Bug's Life, right? Which is they're ants and like these wasps or bees or whatever are constantly fucking with them, right? Taking the resources, and one day the wasps are talking amongst themselves, right? And the leader of the wasps is telling his followers,
the grasshoppers.
The grasshoppers. They're like, oh, they're one of the I don't know what you call the henchmen. They're like, oh, let's just fuck them up. You know, they're just little ants. What could they do? And the leader looks at them and tell them, you know what? They might be little ants, but those motherfuckers outnumber us 1,000,000 to 1, right? You know what I'm saying? So, and you could take that with like our thing with the elites, right? We outnumber them 1,000,000,000 to 1, right? If we truly wanted to change things, we would. We would just go fucking and hang all of them motherfuckers and start over. But we're not doing it. Maybe because we don't have a full understanding, right? And you could take a little bit of reality from an ant's life. You know, it doesn't mean is the same thing, right? It's not perfectly comparable to reality, but it's simply a message that's being conveyed through animation.
Do you know why we can't overthrow our leaders? It's because we're afraid to die. Fear controls people.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, it's fear. And also, people have no clue how much we are actually dependent on those people, how much actually they contribute to society. I mean, think about it, right? All these people are talking about, oh, kill the pedos. If these people are truly the ones in control, right? If they're truly the one that design everything, what the fuck you think is going to happen after they're gone? Who the fuck you think is going to maintain the system and all that shit, huh? Are we going to come up with a new system? Don't you think if they go, they corrupt the system, which we are in that system, which we grew up in that system. Don't you think that system is going to go as well with them?
It's actually worse than that. Hang on. It's actually worse than that. It's going to create a vacuum, and some other probably more corrupt, more stupid person is going to try to take control, and then we're going to have to fight them.
Of course, and then when we're fighting them, guess who's going to come and offer us help? The same fucking people we just took down, right? So it's a cycle that continues and never fucking stops.
Anyway, Smallfoot.
It's a pretty
don't
black
forget it.
pill
Smallfoot.
kind of. It's a pretty negative black pill kind of outlook on that. It's like everything's. It's kind of an everything's
consistent though, Gio.
Everything's doomed kind of an outlook, isn't it?
But
that's what it reminded me of. I was thinking of the Hunger Games. Remember that where she's got the head guy. I can't remember, Donald Sutherland. She's going to shoot him, and then she shoots the chick instead, who was going to take over next. You know, but it's basically the same thing.
Well, like there's like red and blue pill, but then there's this idea of like white and black pill, whereas like white pill is if you're like super positive, black is super negative in that sense. So I was just referring to it in that sense, because you were kind of making it seem like if these people that are in power now are taken out of power, then there's just going to be another corrupt thing that comes in. That's a pretty negative outlook. What if there's a positive?
I was just saying, when do we stop chopping this heads off snakes? You know, I mean, at some point, you're gonna have to. I completely agree with him, though. He's right.
Listen, I'm not trying to be the black pill guy, right? I'm actually trying to be the positive guy, because I want to not have us concentrate on paranoia on all these people are evil. And maybe if we start to accept what was truly going on, maybe we will get past that they are evil, right? And maybe we could save ourselves individually, of course, right? And we'll understand more about this reality game, right? But we don't seem to have all the pieces.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Jay. That's one thing we agree on, because we
You
don't
don't
know
have
what the
to.
fuck's going on. We don't know what
You
the
don't have
fuck's
to look
going
at
on.
it like it's evil. I mean, just think of it like a drug dealer. Okay, when a drug dealer is taken, they own this corner, this block, this section, right? They provide a need, right? Proclivity, whatever you want to call it. When they get taken out, somebody comes right back in, and replaces what they're doing. So look at the people in the whole, the world on a whole. People, they want handouts, socialism. They want to go to a job. They want to be taken care of. People are not independent. They're dependent. So that's why we have controllers and leaders.
Well, yeah, it just depends on who's in control. Like an example of even like a Discord server. Like if there's a really, totalitarian, toxic kind of owner of a Discord server, it can be hell for everyone in it. Everyone's getting banned or whatever it is. It's just like crazy. Whereas if you have someone that's not like that, then it could be positive. Or like the example of like parents, like if you're born into a family of parents that are really wonderful and loving and kind, then that's one thing. But if you're grown into a family of parents that are just completely abusive, then you're being abused every day. So right now we're basically in the situation we've got abusive parents. These people in power are abusive parents. And right now it's like they have the control over the money and all of these different, all of these different factors. And so it's kind of a tough situation. But I mean, if something happened to where they were taken out of power and there was some good parents that took, that came in, the world could be a totally different place.
Yeah, but like good parents, I mean, Matrix makes a good point. Can we live without this? Could we survive?
Yeah, for
Because
how long? For
we
how
know
long
what
is that kumbaya moment gonna come? For how long you think?
we know what a third world country looks like. Somebody with a big military will step on them. So could we survive without these parents, regardless of if they call them evil or good?
Yeah, I used to think of it.
See you Thursday.
All right, Jeremy. I used to think of it as a monopoly board, like they not willing to turn it over. That I think that was in documentary, wasn't it? I'm thinking of something I can't. My memory's terrible. But yeah, I used to think of it like that, where they won the game a long time ago, and they just need to call the deer every now and again. I was thinking of Thomas. Was it Thomas Jefferson who said we need a revolution every 25 years or something like that? I'm an Englishman talking about
Every
American
generation, we need a revolution.
I do get a little obsessed with your constitution and all that stuff. I do enjoy it.
The fact that they can keep people in Washington D.C. jails in prison for 2 years and without legal representation proves that they're in charge, in bad conditions too.
No, they made everybody wear a mask for 2 years without giving anyone like a justified reason. So that was a pretty big flex on who is in charge, bro.
And if you spoke out against them, you're banned off Twitter, off Facebook, off Apple iTunes, off of Instagram, off wherever.
Oh, maybe this is why truth has to be given to you in some sort of entertainment form, right? This is just hypothetical, right? Because every time you do tend to speak this truth, well, we could just use the past 3 years as an example. What has happened with everybody that has spoken truth, right? They have lost their livelihood. I mean, not every writer wants to become a writer with all the have to read and everything and learning how to write to just lose your job because you want to speak truth. True fucking righteousness doesn't pay the bills, right? It doesn't fucking pay the kids' schools and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why they have to put it in a form that is easy, more digestible for those people that are truly aware.
We know the controllers runs the military, and I don't think we would survive without the military. If there are really other countries, they could just, invade. That's assuming that you don't have one leader of the whole world, which I'm not sure we don't have that.
Oh, once I realized what's going on and the whole situation with working for other people and jobs and all that, right? I bought a whole bunch of business books, a whole bunch of accounting books, and I started talking to my cousins, right? They're all pretty much my age, and I explained to them that working for anybody else that isn't you or your family is a trap. I explained to them that the only way we could survive this is we have to actually stick together, right? It was it was like telling them absolutely nothing, right? So if I can't save my own family, right? If I can't get them to see the light, how the fuck am I gonna save the whole world, bro? Like, I don't even think that's a thing. I don't think saving the world is an actual thing that could be accomplished. I just think it's a far-fetched idea. It plays on our ego, on our whole thing, of our whole Superman thing that we just want to save everybody.
Well, you could live off the grid like an Amish community. You could have that kind of existence, though probably within a greater nation like the USA or Europe. So you get a protection regardless of these leaders.
I think it's a little bit of a cop out to just say things like, "Oh, these evil elites," like they're. I think it's a cop because it takes away all the responsibility of what led us to be in the position that we are.
I mean, what would they really do what we need to do to fight back against these guys is stop using their shit, right? They obviously took over, the whole retail industry with Walmart. Like, we need to stop using Walmart. We can't not just us here, like everyone in the world. And then what if we get everyone in the world to stop shopping at Walmart? What could they really do?
Yeah, I've often thought that if everybody if everybody just refused to go to work for their money, just like, yeah, we're not doing it anymore. We're not
You're
using
not going
your
to
money
stop
anymore.
people from shopping at Walmart. You're not going to stop people from going to their corporate job, from buying Coca-Cola or Philip Morris. I mean, any of these corporations are giving because it's too easy. It's like we're programmed to do it, and who's going to really, put their family or life on the line for that?
I think that might be the reason for the sheeple archetype, for the whole 80-20 rule of the 80% being the people that are asleep. I think that might be the reason, right? They have to, in a way, like, continue. Like, let's say we just decide to say, fuck it, we're not going to work anymore. We're going to close out the system. That's only 20% of us, right? The 80% are going to continue like nothing. So that means nothing is going to get accomplished.
The truckers did that in Canada. So now tell me, was that successful? Their accounts blocked, their accounts closed, blocked, fined.
There was a small group of truckers. For one, if all the truckers had done it, it would have been a serious issue, right? And we need the truckers to keep bringing the food into the city. If the trucks stop coming into the city with food, you got a serious fucking problem on your hands. The food's got to keep flowing.
Well, they just give him another reason, didn't they, with these automated trucks? It's like they just like I don't know.
Well, the Tesla trucks are coming. Automated Google trucks are coming next. So get ready for that. They're not going to even drive anymore.
I was just thinking, when you said that earlier, it just made me think of Mike Segan. And don't get me wrong, some things Mike says I like a lot, but when he starts saying, "Oh, we've got to stop using his phones," I'm like, "What? What? Have you seen these kids? The phone is literally attached to them. And when eventually they say, "Look, we're going to put this chip in your brain. You won't have to. You'll never be able to lose your phone." Kids will be loving it. They'll be like, "Me first."
It's a
There was
show
a
on
whole
Amazon like that with that same thing that they like people have like the internet in their hands and shit. And it's very telling on what could. I'm pretty sure that's coming, bro. Give it a few years. They're gonna put that shit straight in our eyes, bro.
I think I'm
the reality is there's about 40 million homeless people in America, and if it wasn't for naval oranges coming to New Zealand and Hollywood, I wouldn't know anything about America. And if it wasn't for NASA, I wouldn't know anything about the world that we live in. And they're both fictitious entities, aren't they? Hollywood and NASA. The only thing I know about America to be real are the oranges that we get imported into New Zealand.
And they're probably genetically modified, so they're fake as well.
By the way, I might have just invited one of you to a server by accident. Sorry about that.
By the way,
it's also a sad
the homeless number that you gave, not 40 million. It's, I don't know, million, 2 million maybe. I don't know. A lot less than 40 million homeless.
No, it's about 40 million.
I don't know where you got your stat. I would like to see it. But if you actually look it up, there's not even close to that. I mean, that's literally 1 in 5 Americans is homeless.
Yeah, last time I checked. Wait. I checked this recently. It's 550,000.
There you go.
They don't
not even
use
close to 400 million. 40 million.
Directly. That's because they're using it indirectly. They're not using the word homeless. They say under, what's the word? Underprivileged, or they use a whole bunch of other words that replace the word homeless.
Now, there's a big difference between poverty and homeless. Homeless means you don't live in a home. Poverty means there's a certain level that you make money and you're not above that. Okay, I'll give you that. Using the word homeless, not even close. Poverty, I'll give you.
When you're in poverty, if you're in poverty, you cannot afford to have a home.
No, that's not true. I mean, you just don't have a nice home, but you can be in a home.
No. That's just not a nice home. When you're in poverty, you can't afford a home.
Yes, you can. You can afford housing. There's government housing.
What is this discussion about?
Homeless in America.
I think homeless is when you're on the street laying on the corner of the boulevard.
I just wanted to
That's
correct
homeless.
this. When he said 40 million homeless in the U.S., I mean, that's just a ridiculous number. That's not even close. Now, again, if he means 40 million in poverty, okay, I accept that.
That's
40 million homeless,
that would be
not even close.
That would be a tenth of America homeless. Yeah, that's crazy.
More than a 10. More than a 10, because there's not 400 million people. What's the correct number? What's the correct number?
We have any homeless people.
It's not even noticeable. That's why states have homeless people wars. They send homeless people on buses from state to state. It's a war from state to state with homeless people as the weapon.
The fact we have any homeless people is pretty ridiculous, though, because if you look at the amount of homeless people we have and the amount of vacant homes that there are, every homeless person could have 3 homes.
Well, a lot of the problem with the homeless is not the desire to live in a home. It's that a lot of them are, I mean, they don't have jobs, but a lot of them there's some mental illness there or other, issues as far as them trying to be in a home. I mean, the ones that want a home, there is help available. A lot of people that are homeless just don't want it or can't get it for whatever reason.
Yeah, but bro, we got heads living in cardboard boxes on the side of the road. We could at least build them some nice little, thing to live in. Something a little bit more stable. Waterproof maybe.
Well, some of them have beachfront views.
Let me respond to that. Shemus is making a point that you can't just give somebody a home because they have to take care of their home. That's the thing. They need to be able to take care and maintain their home. Otherwise, they're going to lose it regardless, right?
Yeah, but instead of letting them live in cardboard boxes, though, we could build them a nice little pod or something. They don't have to be in boxes and tents looking all shitty and shabby and shit. You know.
I mean, the idea is good. It's a noble idea, but what would actually happen is it would be nice for the first month, right? If they don't have, if the person that constructs the villa or whatever for the homeless people doesn't also hire some sort of maintenance people, they will literally turn it into a project, right? They will start throwing
Yes,
shit out the
they
window.
turn it into a dump.
Because it has nothing to do with the actual homelessness and everything to do with their condition. Their condition and their mentality is why they're homeless in the first place. That's what I think that is what has to be tackled.
Exactly.
That's true. I couldn't agree more with you. But if we threw NASA's budget at it, if we throw enough money at that fucker, I'm sure we could help these people.
How would we fake get to the moon?
It's a good point, Jerry. I mean, 60 million a day, that could buy a lot of hostels, you know?
Yeah, even if space were real, it's still corrupt that we're not helping homeless and starving people before claiming, before going to the moon.
Sure.
We could put homeless people on the moon.
It was real.
Wait, are you trying to say that probes to Uranus are not necessary? Hang on a second. Let's back up for a second.
Gio, how else would the CIA experiment on people if they can just snatch random homeless people around there, man? Come on, you're gonna take the supply away.
Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk is not helping homeless people. He's buying Twitter and faking space.
Elon Musk is a hero.
He plays the role of a fake hero.
Before he was born, they had him in a book. He went to Mars, colony on Mars. Elon.
So you guys think it's that sinister, that blatant, that they just write shit, just telling us, and they just recreate the shit that they write, or it's like some shit that's planned from
That was
years
part
ago?
of what you were saying earlier, right? These leaders get us to accept it, right? Once we accept it, then they have no more. Their more obligation is fulfilled. So it's not like they're tricking us if they can do it to our faces and give us hints that they are tricking us, that they are lying, that these astronauts are on screen. And little truths here, little truthers there, coming out telling us the truth, and then we still don't believe it, then that's our own downfall. So they always tell us what they're doing and how they're doing it. If we pay attention.
Yeah, I've heard that theory. I don't necessarily think that's why they're doing that. I think they put well, I mean, this is the question of why they put some truth in the stuff. You're saying it's to absolve themselves of karma. I mean, I don't know why they would even think that.
They have ethics, right? They're taking charge, doing the things their way, at our expense, but they're telling us how they do it. They're telling us that they're doing it. So they're telling us that they're doing it.
That doesn't absolve any karma. Like if somebody walks into your house and says, "Hey, I'm going to steal your TV," and then they steal your TV, just because they said, "I'm going to steal your TV," doesn't mean that they're absolved of the karma.
But if you agree with it, if you agree with him stealing the TV, then there's no more karma. You understand? They get you to agree with something.
All right. Well, if that's their theory, then they're so wrong. It's absurd. And if that's what they're doing, then they're way stupider than any of us have ever thought.
But okay. All right. So how would we know, right? I'm assuming that if they do live by that, they've tested that to the point that it's become a law for them, right? It's become something that they don't question or argue, right? So they should have some sort of evidence that this is the case, right?
Well, I would say they don't even know what karma is. They're sociopathic to a level that they're not sitting there like oh, am I doing the right or wrong thing? That's what evil is. They're fueled by, it's like psychopaths.
Well, karma just means action, and I completely agree with Jay. Actually, it's like a law of nature. You can't take from one end without giving at the other, or the other way around, if you know what I mean. And he put it really well earlier, actually.
They have to believe in something. I mean, the way some people describe them is like they're like these fucking monsters that don't feel, don't think, though they just commit ultimate evil all the time, bro. That cannot be reality. We have to rationalize this. We have to rationalize what.
At the top of the pyramid, if you want to call it that, I don't think that they're human. So I don't think that they're human beings sitting there like, oh, should I do the right or wrong thing? Like, they're literally not human. Now, I think they have a bunch of humans doing their dirty work for them, and that's a whole nother story of whether those people are being, controlled or at risk of being killed or tortured or God knows what, maybe possession, whatever's going on with those ones. But the ones at the top, I don't think they're human. So they don't have the same human morality. They're not going to bed at night thinking, oh, yeah, we just killed 5,000 people today in some war, feeling bad about it. And I don't think that they're trying to deal with karma. They are pure evil. They're doing evil, just like in a movie when, the Sith Lord in Star Wars or Darth Vader or whatever, it's literally pure evil.
What is their benefit to doing whatever it is they're doing to us?
Stay in control and keep us as slaves.
Yeah, survival. It keeps them.
What are as us as slaves? What are we providing for them?
Unlimited labor.
For what? I mean, what are we giving them?
For what? What is labor used for? Isn't labor the way that we build everything?
But what are they getting from us from that labor? What are we doing for them?
Unlimited labor. Metal, wood, plastic, gasoline. All of it.
But are we getting that to them? Are they getting that from us?
I just said that we're slaves, right? I didn't say anything about us providing anything to them. I said that they're in charge and control of everything, and we're a slave race. That's what I said. I didn't say we provide anything.
But they would be having to benefit in some way. They would be having to gain something by us being their slaves.
Yes. They are the elites. That means they live in a way we can only dream of. And the only way they're getting that done is by taking it from us. So I don't understand what you don't understand.
Well, no. Gio's talking about an entity beyond the human race. Is what Gio was talking about. That's what I'm asking.
You're saying what are those guys getting? What are they getting?
Yeah,
we don't have to
provide anything. So hypothetically, what do the parasites gain? Obviously, they're gaining something, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that they would have to be benefiting in some way. We would have to be producing something for them in order for them to want to be in control of us for whatever reason. I mean, they had to be getting something out of it.
We've entered
it's like the question, like, why do they lie, right?
Since we've entered the world of speculation, I mean, it could be anything, but fear seems to be a thing that they love to put into the world. That's pretty obvious, is it not? Maybe
we could just be food. We could
maybe
just be food
some
for them.
sort of, if you think of it as a gliding scale from a positive, that'd be like undigestible to them, to this lower frequency. And they love it, and that's what sort of, that's their food essentially.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Matrix has said that they're food. I've thought about that. Like, what if they're like, we eat what we eat. We need our food and nourishment. What if their food is human suffering, and fear, and death, and pain, and sickness, all the stuff, all of that humans go through? That's their food. Trauma-based mind control. Now that kind of comes more to the idea that they're like a demonic entity that's literally siphoning off, the whole idea of like kind of harvesting human souls and selling your soul to the devil and all those kinds of things. But they do seem based around trauma and creating toxins and suffering on multiple levels.
That spiritual stuff could be true, right? Like they're feeding on our emotion, or they could just be blatantly eating us, right? Like our body parts, like because I hear in the black market organs are very expensive. So don't tell me when somebody dies and you go into a funeral home, don't tell me they're gonna take all these organs that might be good, might not be good, and they're just gonna dump them away, right? Wouldn't they go to the black market and make as much money as they could? And who are they selling these parts to, right?
By
That's
the
true.
time
My-
the funeral home. Go ahead, Godric.
just quickly, Jeremy, when my father passed, I didn't check any of his organs. Just saw him in the casket. I just assumed that he had all his organs in there. I didn't check. It goes.
And the blood. You know how expensive
Okay, by the
plasma
time,
is?
hold on, I wanted to respond. By the time the funeral home gets your organs, they're no good anymore. That's something that needs to be done immediately after death, like within, there's a very short time frame.
Yeah, and the blood. And how about the blood, Jeremy? How about the plasma and blood? Do you think they just throw that away?
Yeah, they have
it's
a
no
table,
good.
they drain you. They have
Blood from a dead body is no good.
Well, you know what's
They
interesting?
have a table that they drain your blood in.
Yeah, sure. They have a table, but do you think that after they drain it from that table, do you think they just dispose of it?
You can talk to a mortuary about that.
I don't think it's good anymore.
Okay,
I don't
so
think it's good.
and that note, right? There's this company that had that is this company that has a lot of like plasma fucking companies or whatever. They have a those toilets that construction workers use. Yeah. So there was this
Porta
guy
potties.
porta potties. There's this porta potty company that's related to like people that buy like blood and shit, like plasma, right? And there was this guy that does an investigation that as to why do these people that deal with blood, why the fuck would they have a porta potty company? Well, it turns out that these motherfuckers are supposedly taking the plasma directly out of our piss. So I'm saying, if they could take plasma directly out of our piss, which has been in a porta potty for fucking days, right? You're telling me that a few hours from a dead body they can take more plasma out of? Just saying.
No, Matrix. No. The liquid that's in the porta potties is a very toxic, anti-stink, that blue, stuff. That's the liquid that's in there. That's not something.
There
that
is
could
no
be
plasma in urine.
No, it's not plasma in urine. It's
No.
mostly water.
Well, if I can find the video I saw, I'll link it if I can find it. I saw it a while ago. So you argue with that guy. I didn't do the research. I'm just relaying.
Oh no, it's not arguing.
Do your own research. We've heard that one before.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like you're always yelling at us, Matrix?
Because he's so
That's how I talk.
passionate.
It's my voice. I've voice operated for my tonsils. Ever since that, my voice has been a little high, so I can't help it.
Now, see, just now,
I talk loudly too sometimes.
Back on
I've never
these,
even heard you get loud.
back on these controllers, you guys have to think that just being in charge is reason enough. If you have a slave race, which is effectively a slave race, they have to do stuff. They have to work for money. They're in debt. They're paying taxes. They're basically stuck in their life in this rat race. And you have these controllers, these leaders, regardless of who they are, they're in charge. They can do anything. They can print money. They have unlimited health care. They have unlimited organs. They can clone people, whatever they want to do. They can have the military to do what they need them to do whatever they want to us. Control the media. Just based on that, you don't need anything else.
Did anyone see Kevin Hart's interview on Franchot Pearson's channel?
No, is it good? He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, well, I'll send you a link. If you just watch the first minute, I beg you, just watch the first minute, and it's quite eye-opening to how corruption is taking place in Hollywood. I was sending the link into the chat right now.
Yeah, our whole system. Go ahead.
You just watch the first minute. It starts from the very first second.
So our whole system's corrupt through and through. I mean, you'd be
It's very
hard pressed to find it.
It's a segment of his show that was removed because it was airing live, I think, and they or they just didn't want it to be included. So it explains very clearly how corruption is taking place in Hollywood. Just only 60 seconds of your life.
See, that's the kind of thing that I'd be like, that's kind of like halfway truth, right? How Hollywood got corrupted. I don't. Hold on, I don't think Hollywood got corrupted. I think the creation of Hollywood was for corruption in the first place.
So that's only half true. But people stealing plasma out of your urine, that's all the way true. That's okay. Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Anyone see the video? I posted it already.
It's cool though, Exterminus, but I did tell you that I got this information from a prior source. You haven't even looked up the information, or I haven't posted the video, and you are already saying that isn't true.
It is not true because it can't be done because plasma is not in urine. Okay, that's all I need to know. Whatever else you tell me after that is irrelevant.
He's got a point. I mean, if plasma is not in urine, you don't need to even look at this claim that they were using the porta potty to get the plasma from the urine.
Listen, the fucking thing sounded very convincing. So, I don't. Why would he go out of the way to make a documentary about it if there's nothing on it, right?
Okay, so I want you to look at the last 30 seconds of this conversation and think about the last 30 seconds. Because twice you said he sounded very convincing, which is something flat earthers always say about videos that talk about flat earth. And then the very next thing you say, why would he make a video about it if it's not true? Which is something else they keep saying that we say. Why would they lie? So think about that, the last 30 seconds of this conversation.
Why do I have to think about it? I don't have to think about every conclusion and every decision. I mean, it doesn't have to sound rational or reasonable to you, bro. Nothing is gonna sound rational and reasonable to most people other than whatever mainstream spits out. So it isn't my intention for me to tell you something and for you to immediately accept it. I know that it's not gonna happen. Now, it is also very unfair for you to hold us to this burden of proof that nobody can really meet. Is it reasonable to have regular conversations with people, giving them this impossible burden of proof all the time for everything they say?
All you had to do was look up, is plasma in urine? You would have seen it's not possible, and there would be your answer. You, again, do your own research. Another part of the whole flat earth mantra. Do your own research. Don't watch one video and automatically accept that as fact, okay? Look, I mean, that just doesn't even, I don't even know why somebody would believe that. That doesn't even make sense to me.
At this
all you gotta do is look at
facts. Anybody speaking about facts here? Are we just having a casual conversation?
What did he say was not possible? I heard him say not possible.
Plasma in urine.
What about it?
It doesn't show up in urine. I mean, unless you're, got some sort of prostate and you're bleeding blood, maybe. But if there's no blood in your urine, there's no plasma in your urine.
Explain why this is. You're mentioning this. What does that mean? What's the point of that?
He said something earlier about he saw some video where people had a plasma business and they were collecting, and then they also had a porta potty business, and they were taking the porta potties and taking the plasma out of the urine in the porta potty. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so you're saying he's just saying that urine is not a valuable commodity, can't use it for anything, and that's what you're saying.
That is two weird businesses to own. Like, I could see if you owned a chain of convenience stores, and then you owned a trucking company or something, anything. But that's two very weird businesses to own, right?
Yeah,
he went on a porta potty company.
He went on a whole rant, and I did a simple Google search, right?
Just relax, though, bro. Just relax. I can't turn my volume down anymore because then I won't be able to hear anyone else.
All right, so there's Google lists some health conditions that there might be some plasma in the urine. It says kidney disease, lupus, some other shit, acute renal failure. There are a lot of conditions that plasma could get in the urine, right? Remember, we're talking about porta potties, so who knows how many people that are not okay that have these conditions that they do that with, right? So it isn't like it's far-fetched as he made it seem. He just simply doesn't know what I'm saying, so he just calls it like it's a lie or whatever.
Yeah, that plasma plasma shit is expensive too. And if you're getting millions of gallons of urine a day or something, I mean, and you have a way to filter out the plasma from that, it could be some big bucks. No.
Okay, fine. I'm wrong. You're right. There is plasma in urine. It is possible to harvest plasma with the porta potty. Go on believing that. I'm not going to stop you. I mean, it's just like arguing uphill at this point.
Extremis, would you admit that that is two weird businesses to own simultaneously?
That is, I mean, you know, whatever on that part. That's not the point. I mean, okay, it's weird, whatever.
That's weird, bro.
I was just gonna say too, just back to Matrix. Your mic is also really loud. Like I have you turned down to 65, and that's about what's balanced with everyone else. So just FYI, it's also like you may have a louder sounding voice, which some people do, but it's also like your mic is like way louder than everyone else's, from at least from my end. Just letting you know.
Because I have a good mic. I have a pretty good mic. I guess I have to push it farther away then.
Well, if you're on Windows, if you go to like your sound settings, you should be able to. I don't know how mine is. I've got mine at like 63 on Windows. Is mine?
You can change the outbound in Discord by itself without affecting.
Yeah, you can do that on your phone now too.
Oh, I wouldn't have any idea how to do that. If anybody has like a tutorial I could watch on that, I'm not that technically savvy.
Are you on a computer or your phone?
A computer right now.
And you're on Windows?
Yep.
Just go down where, you know, the little volume thing in the lower right-hand corner, the little volume speakers thing. Just right-click on that and go to sound settings, and then you should see your microphone there. And then just go to device properties, and there's a little slider there. I've got mine at 63. It seems, I hope it's an all right volume, but.
Yeah, you're good.
That's in 65. Any better?
Oh wow! Talk again.
Mic check.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, okay. I put it in 65 right there.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, now it's even. I put you back to 100. It's maybe a teeny bit loud. Maybe 60 would be better, but yeah, that's pretty even.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. Before it sounded like you were standing in the hall in the like the fire hallway or whatever in a concrete room.
Surprising. It uses classic line. If you just turn your microphone all the way down.
I believe there is uses for urine and feces, though I'm not, I don't know what that is exactly.
Well,
to get what out of it?
I don't know. I just think there's uses for everything, right?
There is.
Have you guys ever heard that they get gold out of our poop?
I've not heard that.
Because the heart creates gold, and there's gold in the bloodstream, and it ends up in the poop.
That's a new one on me.
No, it's actually, I don't know if it's
New
true,
one.
but a lot of people that deal with like Earth, like with Tartaria, and the people that talk about mud fossils, well, a lot of them are convinced that what we think are rocks are like giant body parts, and they a lot of times find gold. And they claim that is the gold that, because in our bodies, we process these metals just like the earth. We just have a very minuscule amount of gold, of silver, and all that other bullshit that, but since these body parts are humongous, obviously they would produce bigger, more gold or whatever runs through our body. So they say that the reason that people randomly find fucking gold in the gold places is because those are body parts.
There's a lot of things out there that I classify as reaching.
Yeah, so Matrix, you're saying like a giant that died, and then now it's a huge mountain, and then like his heart or his organs. So then people mine for gold and whatnot. That's what they're actually finding.
Yeah. Okay. So, how aware are you of that mainstream story about that thing coming and destroying the dinosaurs?
The
asteroid or whatever. Yeah. That story that they give us. There might be some validity to it. But if you change the asteroid that came from space to some sort of disaster that might have happened naturally or not naturally, right? There could be some validity to it. Because there are signs of that the Earth shows of like burn, like fire. And then there are signs of like some sort of flood. So maybe the fire came and then the flood came to turn off the fire.
If there was ever a meteor that hit Earth, there would be a meteor. What we have is a hollowed out volcano or some kind of natural explosion from the Earth.
Well,
That
when they say
said,
about Pangea, right? That Pangea, that when supposedly all the continents were together, and one could assume that if the continents were together, maybe there could have been bigger animals because there was a big land, right? It could sustain giant animals and giant creatures or whatever the fuck. And
it
then
doesn't
what?
matter if the land is together or separated. It's the same amount of creatures.
Well, everything used to be bigger. I mean, the animals, there was bigger megafauna. Things were just bigger. It's pretty safe to assume humans were probably bigger.
If they can fly far enough, the birds can fly to different continents. So I don't see a problem with that, whether it's Pangea or separate continents, same thing.
I watched one the other day, recommended. It's like elephants with mountains, and it was totally bizarre. Kind of interesting and fun too.
I
But
saw that elephant mountain thing.
yeah,
I've seen that.
it's pretty cool. But
You know what? I fell asleep last night watching this thing on the Marianas Trench because you guys were talking about it in chat, and I was like, you know what? Let me fucking look into that, and it was pretty neat. There's not a lot down there, but
Yeah, that shit is crazy, right? Like, you telling me that's a coincidence? That mountain just happens to look like a giant elephant, and where the eyes of the elephant would have been, there's a giant. Like, come on, bro. It just.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is one correlation. There's a book of Enoch. They talk about giants that are 450 feet tall, walking around, basically an abomination to the world because they're conceived of angels, of fallen angels, the Nephilim. So let's say that story was true. Enoch, these huge, and it's not only human type giants, it was animals too that were these aberrations. So if that was true, that could be these, mountains that look like, they could be these animals or creatures.
There's some people out there that are also part of the whole muffler community that they claim that mountains are melted buildings, that they used to be functioning buildings, and whenever the event happened, whatever the fire came down, they melted and they stayed like that. That a lot of them have like functioning plumbing and stuff.
some of the mountains look like trees. I'm not gonna front. Like, there's a lot of similarities between them, and they got that same hexagonal pattern and shit. It looks just like a tree.
I'll tell you what, I'm not sold on the giant mountains that are giants, but there's one that's shaped like a mammoth, and it did look like there's like the skeleton structure. It looked like the mountain was, and they had the heart, they had everything that was in the mountain, and it looked almost like what an elephant or a giant mastodon looked like. I have to admit that was convincing, but I'm not saying that I'm buying the story, but it was interesting.
I think the Medusa. So I think that something happened that turned like some creatures into stone, right? Like, I think that there's some legitimacy to the Medusa story. You guys see the creatures from the Easter Island, the supposedly statues that all of them just it was like they were all staring at something and just got flashed, fucking turned into stone at the same time.
No, do you have a link of that, a video?
Easter.
No, I'm talking about the you know Easter Island, the giant heads that
Yeah.
they found that they figured out that it wasn't heads, that were entire bodies.
Yeah, did they just find that recently? Are they stupid?
The Easter Island's crazy. That shit had to have been
When I grew
fake.
up, it was only a head. It wasn't the body. Now they're saying the bodies are under the ground, so like they didn't know, they didn't think to check.
Dude,
Like, are they stupid?
all of those statues that are giant heads, all of them have giant bodies to go along with them heads.
The timeline doesn't match. I don't know what they dated Easter Island.
Now,
at.
because of
That
density and medium, if you put a granite statue on top of Earth, it would eventually sink into the ground. Eventually, with all the shifting and earthquakes, so that could be a thing.
I mean,
No?
it could be, but that's not a very strong defense of that argument.
Okay, well, let me ask you this:
So I don't know what they.
how did those heads of Easter Island get there? Did they bury them underground?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think they buried them underground?
Yeah.
So I think that they took these huge granite statues and put them on the earth. And because the statues were much denser than the earth beneath, they sank down over thousands of years. That's just common sense. I don't know why you would think that wasn't happening.
Dude, honestly, I have no idea, to be honest, like, why the fuck they're buried like that. But one of the issues I have, right, with your theory is wouldn't we see large variations in the depth of sinking amongst the heads? If I recall correctly, it's almost uniform, the amount of material above ground. And I just can't fathom how that would happen equally over a large amount of area.
Unless some sort of universal event happened and which caused it to happen all at the same time. It could
Yeah,
No, it would be uniform.
Exactly,
It would
I'm
be
pretty
uniform.
sure that.
What are you talking about? It would be uniform. You have Earth. You put a granite statue on top. How is it not uniform?
I don't think.
I'm pretty sure that. Go ahead, Smoke.
Oh, Jeremy, please.
I'm just gonna say this one thing, and I gotta go. I'm pretty sure that I don't know what they dated the Easter Island heads at, but I'm pretty sure that shit happened before the Meltwater Pulse 1B, because that island alone isn't even big enough to even do that kind of make those kind of megalithic structures on. Like there couldn't have been people living there and shit. There's nothing.
So
There's nothing to live on.
water
There's no
level was
hunter.
lower.
There's nowhere to hunt and gather on that island.
The water level was lower, and it was a continent. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it was most likely there was more. There had to have been. There's nothing to hunt and gather there. If it did come after Meltwater Pulse 1B, then they were more advanced than we thought humans were at that time. Like they're in a catch-22 here.
Okay, so it could have been a continent with massive millions of people living, and they built these great statues that had all the resources where they weren't islands. And then there was some kind of earth shift, earthquake, and that whole damn continent sank, and only the islands were left on top, which was the uppermost, highest level of that continent. The rest surrounded by water.
Basically, the idea of like Atlantis, right? I don't know if you heard the idea of Atlantis, the lost. I think they're
I
selling
heard
us.
about it.
Yeah, I think Atlantis was what this place used to be when it was Pangea and we was advanced in technology. I think this is just an idea. That's probably what caused the division. We probably got a little bit too cocky. Maybe we started building structures to go to the to the roof of this place. Maybe the managers of this place said, we can't have that. Probably send something down to disrupt the continent, possibly the languages. Make sure we're not in unison and we won't work together to be able to do that again. Just saying, just an idea.
Plato talked about Atlantis in his writings, and Plato said that Atlantis was happened 10,000 years before him. So the problem that would debunk history. So that's why we toss it off as a myth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All right, it could be a myth, but how do you think myth starts? You think they just come out of the blue, or
People telling stories of shit that really happened.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But after the second and third generation, if those stories don't happen again, they would only become stories, right? Because if you saw a Bigfoot, right, and you're the first generation, and now you have kids, now you tell your kids that you saw Bigfoot, right? But he hasn't seen the Bigfoot, so now for him and for his descendants, now the story that you told them, which is 100% true, now it becomes a myth, right? So something goes from something being true to it becoming a myth.
We have the myth stories of the floods on every continent.
Yeah, literally on every continent. There are books written about this, and people still say, "Oh no, it's stupid." Come on.
Different cultures, different times. They all talk about a flood happened previous age. Science hates that shit. Science be like, no, there's no global flood. No.
That's because it takes away, I think, their perceived power, right? It takes away
Whoa,
the vision
whoa,
of
whoa.
them having all the answers and knowing all the truth.
What are you talking
And
about?
it also destroys
You guys are off the rails.
And it also destroys the historical facts about when people were intelligent enough to write and to read. I think it was only 6,000 years ago. First writing was understood. Maybe let's say 6 to 8, but not more than 8. If it's 10 or 15, then they're in trouble. They gotta close shop.
You guys are outlandish right now.
Smooth, are there any rails that we have to be on?
Well, think about this, right? So you guys are communicating about a group of people of which you're not, right? Fine, no problem. But basically what you're doing is you're continuing a conversation but answering for the other side. Like you're saying, "Oh, they think this, so they think this, so they think this." Like it just as a casual observer, it sounds like lunacy.
Yeah. Lily, we're just spitballing it. Do you want to add to the conversation?
But wouldn't any story that isn't something being heavily promoted by the mainstream, wouldn't anything else, any kind of alternative reality, by default would just sound crazy?
No, I was talking specifically about the last part. I was following with you guys for a while. I was just saying when you got to the point of
Atlantis and Plato, and
Yeah.
that would have happened 10,000 years before Plato. This is like
when you
this is
started
writing.
talking what the fuck? Why is this not working?
I did a conversation and make your point then.
Yeah, sure. Well, so we were talking earlier. I don't want to change the point. Why don't you restart it?
I think you got triggered when it says science hates that shit about a global flood. They don't
Yeah.
recognize the global flood. And guess what? They would have to rewrite the science books. They would never do that. They would never admit they're wrong.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
people have ego. That's what I said.
Yeah. That's where I started to. You're right, because you guys started like going back and forth about the sciences. Okay. Well, if we saw a global flood, right? How high do we think that flood was?
Who the fuck knows, bro?
I don't even understand what would be the
I
remedy.
know we have a Black Sea right now that is there, and there's no outlet to the ocean. So that water had to get in there somewhere. So that water had to be pretty damn high to get into that what I call a valley where the Black Sea exists.
Well, why can't the source of water of the sea? Am I wrong by saying seas are not allowed to be isolated?
It's called the Black Sea.
Yeah, seas are isolated, I think. They
think
have
it was-
water in, but no water out.
I think the Black Sea was connected to the other seas in a higher water level at some point, possibly a global flood. Now it could be like a local flood. I'm not saying it had to be global. I know that science
So
is
it
not
looks
admit
like
to a global
it
flood.
looks like the Black Sea is not entirely landlocked. So I don't understand your assumption that because the Black Sea is there, it's evidence of a great flood when there are tributaries that allow that body of water
Yeah,
to fill.
I made that connection. I could be wrong. I don't believe it is. I believe it is landlocked. That's why it's black. It doesn't run in and out.
Have you ever been to the Black Sea?
No. Have you?
Well, no, but my
I have
father.
pictures there of people floating on the thing. Like it's really like buoyant.
That's the Dead Sea, I thought.
Salt Lake.
Is that Black? I might
Great
be
Salt
wrong.
Lake.
Yeah.
How you can sit down in that thing, you get all dirty, but you can walk
But
off.
so I'm looking at a map right now, and I see several places where it's not landlocked. So why do you believe that it's landlocked if you've never been
I
there?
believe it's landlocked. If you're saying that are you saying that there's a water flow in and out of it? That would be new to me.
Well, I'm just asking, where did you get your idea that it's landlocked? Because I'm looking at a
Oh, when
map.
I grew up in school, they taught me about the Black Sea. It was a sea. It's cut off from the rest of the oceans, and it's saltwater, so had to come somewhere. Your guess is as good as mine, but I was taught that it is locked from all the other water bodies of water, and that's why it's the things in there are all dead, and that's why it's turned black because it's just a dead sea. There's no more connection to the other seas. That's what they taught me in school.
Okay, so the Black Sea is supplied by major rivers, principally the Danube, the Dnieper, and the Don. And then it drains into 24 different parts of Europe.
That's fine. I don't know if that's true, but let's just say that's true. Okay. So I may be wrong about that. That was caused by a global flood, but I don't think that it drains in and out on a regular basis.
What do you mean?
Otherwise, why would it be? Why would it be the Black Sea? Why would it be like a mostly salt, which means just desiccated, right? You got that part right. If water came in, it would be desiccated. Wouldn't be more salty. So water isn't. In fact, it's not flowing in and out. So I had to check your source. Maybe it's propaganda.
What?
There's no fish in there. You can't fish in there. The
But
water is physically black. So doesn't have outlets.
But so there's life in the Black Sea.
Why do you know that? Is there? Tell me about that.
Yeah, there's sulfur bacteria.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. I mean a regular like ocean that fish and sharks can live.
But
Bacteria can live anywhere. Okay, so bacteria doesn't count. That's not life.
Bacteria is life.
That's not what I mean. I mean, an ocean has sharks and whales and shit and fish. That's Black Sea is not like that. It's cut off from the rest of the seas. Water can't get in. Okay, that's why everything's dead. Bacteria, I don't care. I'm not counting bacteria. And you're saying that there's water flow. I don't know.
Yeah.
If there's water flow, why would it be a Black Sea? Why wouldn't it be just like the rest of the seas? See my problem I'm having?
Not really.
And why would you be able to sit down in that thing and float like you're sitting in a chair?
Do you have an issue with the name of it? Like, is it the sea?
You can call whatever the sea you want to call it.
No,
I'm going
but
to call
is
it the
it
Black Sea because that's what they call it.
I think the main point originally was to do with evidence of a great flood. My issue with a great flood, a flood that submerged all the lands, where did all that water go?
That's a good point.
I have no idea, but because you can't explain it.
Well, it's not only that, but we would expect to see sea life fossils at the top of mountains and high plateaus, and we don't see that either.
Yeah, we do. There's all kinds of sea.
We actually do see fossils in the top of mountains.
My response to Howard is the water all goes through the massive drain at the North Pole.
There you go.
You mean the hole? You mean the hole at the North Pole? The one that you can't get to because nobody can get there?
Well, he was just saying if there's a huge flood, where did all the water go? And I was just saying if there's a massive hole, drain, something, inlet, like the ancient legends of the four lands and the four rivers that all at the North Pole. So, and I think that's related to the tides as well. But if there's a massive drain, maybe the water was all, or some of the water was drained out.
Yeah, and they literally said we would expect to see. You don't know what you'd expect to see because you don't really know everything that is. You know, it's just a hubris for scientists and people to say, "Oh, if that was true, we would expect to see this." You don't really know. You don't have all the knowledge. It could have evaporated. Could be a firmament dome up there they haven't got to yet.
Aren't they
Watching
like a
cartoons
whole
of
bunch
NASA.
of videos? Aren't they like a whole bunch of videos of like under a lot of like structures like built underground? If there wasn't some sort of tragedy that happened that submerged a lot, how do you explain that people just build something underwater? Like, what would be the purpose of building a giant castle in the riverbed? What would be the benefit of that?
I did see one about giant stone blocks under the ocean that were big enough to carry, to say giants, right? So there's step stones, like going up to a pyramid, for example. And this is all underwater, like 100 feet underwater. And it's impossible for us to have built that underwater. And scientists go, oh, no, that's a natural, natural. But then if you look at the stones, they're perfectly cut like stairs. So no. Scientists don't want to admit that they don't know everything. That's what I'm saying.
Audric, can I ask you a couple questions? I'm very fascinated.
Sure, go ahead.
But hold on, Elijah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Would you like to finish?
Nice Matrix.
Oh, would you like to finish?
It's all good, bro.
All right. Godric, I like the way that you approach everything uniformly. So I'm going to ask you just a basic question to begin. Do you know anything?
I think I know stuff, I might be wrong. I can't say stuff I know is 100% because, we're fallible, we're human, right? I think I know stuff, but could be wrong.
Okay, perfect. I love that answer. So, how do you become more confident that you're not wrong? Because again, like you said, we can't know everything. So, what do you do to kind of become?
Like you have life experience, right? Just living life. You have experience with things. You have discussions. Like we're having a discussion here. I might learn something from Matrix. I might learn something from you. And it doesn't mean it's 100% proof. It just means it's like an idea, a relay of ideas, of knowledge. And then we have experiments. We can do like scientific experiment and then see if this thing checks out. We do that. So we have our life experience, scientific experiments, and we also have other sources of knowledge, books, videos. The thing about books and videos is you have to have like a filter, right? You can't accept them for face value. You have to see, well, could this be confirmed? For example, can we confirm that NASA is up there? Can we confirm that Earth looks like that from space, from a million miles away? These things. So when you have these books and media and knowledge per se, you have to have another word for it is discernment to see if, well, is it legit? Can we confirm it? Because some stuff is just stories or lies, right? Let's say, for example, propaganda, right? There were no weapons of mass destruction, for example, but we went over there, started a whole war, right? Thousands of people died. I don't know how many people died. A lot of people died. For what? There are no weapons of mass destruction. So we were wrong, right? So propaganda. But we invaded the country, took out the leader, right? So there was a result.
Interesting, dude. Very, very interesting.
We were bamboozled.
So, what would be if you had to rank sources of information from observation, first person account, pictures, videos, data, whatever? What would to you be the most valid, I guess, reputable?
I like eyewitness accounts because the person's there doing it. At least they're doing it, not secondhand, right? I like that. I like that a lot. Unfortunately, we can't do everything ourselves, right? We gotta rely on other people to tell us stuff, right? So that's why I gotta say you gotta have a filter, right? Like discernment. As far as rating, I don't know. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but I like doing stuff with myself because I feel like I can confirm that myself. I feel like I'm not relying, I'm not trusting. I don't have to trust people. For example, science isn't about trust. It's about something that's demonstratable, repeatable, observable, right? So I don't like to have to trust people. I want to be able to check it myself. You give me a story. I can't confirm that today, right now, it's just a story. If you give me information, I can't confirm today, right now, it's a story.
I really interesting. So, I have two questions. The first would be, you said that if you can't check something right now, then it's just a story, right? What responsibility does the receiver of information have to actually follow through and verify, information? So, like, let's say,
That would
like,
be none because, you just do the stuff if you want to do it.
so,
For
like,
example, you can live your life watching TV, get a menial job. I say menial meaning that it's not really something that you really want to do for life. It's something your dad told you gotta make money. You heard on the news you have to get a good job. Tell you that in school. They prepare you to be basically a slave worker, paying taxes the rest of your life, right? This is really not going to bring fulfillment, but you have to do it. Then you meet a girl, you have a kid. Now you got to be responsible to this family. You got to work, right? This person has no responsibility to check anything, and that's what a lot of people do. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't check nothing. These kids now, they're being raised on YouTube videos and arcade games and video games. They don't even go outside and play.
so, hold on.
They have no personal
If
experience. They have very little life experience.
have you
Everything's been handed to them,
okay,
being told to them. All the knowledge is being shoved through their mouths. They have no choice. They have to memorize, regurgitate, and put that answer on the test, having no real knowledge, just memory.
right? So,
And if they try to do an experiment, they get the wrong answer, then they get it wrong, they're going to fail that test. They
hey
have to
man,
have an
I'm
answer
trying to respond to
that
you.
is prescribed to
I'm
them. They
trying
can't
to.
have their own unique answer.
I know, but
They
I'm
got to
trying to.
remember what they're told and put that answer on the test. This is education, not real knowledge. Do they need to? What's the
I'm sorry,
responsibility to test it?
Godric.
They
I'm
have no
sorry, but you're
responsibility.
okay. Never mind.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you're just saying so much. It's getting difficult to be able to respond to anything. Um, there's so much that I want to respond to. So the first one would be like, have you ever seen a red blood cell before?
In a book.
Okay. What's your level of confidence for red blood cells?
I would say that they're there. I'm 100%, but let's say 99 point whatever.
You're 99% sure that they're there?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Now,
And this is why. Because I feel like I can get a powerful telescope and look at red blood cells. And if I take a little class, They're going to teach me what the difference between red blood cells and other blood cells are. I can probably see them. Same thing, I can go to China, I can go to Australia and prove that those are there. But I can't split an atom. I can't go to space with NASA. So there's some stuff I feel like I can do. I can test myself. Other stuff I cannot do. Cannot verify for myself.
Yeah, man, I'm really sorry. I'm having a real hard time having a conversation with you, but I'm really am thankful for you taking the time to share your ideas with me. So I do appreciate it.
So Leo, do you think there's like a standard? I want to ask you basically the same question you asked him. What would be your answer?
Yeah, I do believe that people are required. Like, here's the thing, right? If someone who is an expert, right, in a field goes and shows some, goes and teaches some information, right? I believe that the audience or the students have a responsibility to go search and understand the information before they're allowed to call the other person out and say, this is a lie, or you can't know that 100%. Because, that's I just think it's ignorant. I think it's ignorant for someone who doesn't understand something completely to try to fight with it's like a fourth grader trying to tell a college kid doing calculus that he's doing things wrong. We've had this conversation before. Like, she could definitely point out whether or not 2 + 2 = 4, but she doesn't have any validity or any real right to speak out against what he's doing with the integrals. And for that reason, I fundamentally believe that the student needs to have some responsibility to verify the information if they're going to claim it as false.
But in this case, I don't you put in like a weird burden of proof on the other person, because how many things can one person like I'm talking about a regular person, right? Somebody that doesn't dedicate all his time to science. How much science or truth can one person actually verify to the point that you've verified to being able to prove it true or not? How often is that the case in reality, though?
Yeah, so that's a great point, man, and that's kind of what I was getting at, which is in reality we do not verify everything, like, because we trust sources of information. And that's why I've been having this conversation of just been interested in this today. Why, what's considered to be okay information, what's not, and as I dive deeper into the philosophy of this, I realize that we all make this mistake of saying, like, we can't know anything unless we've observed it or verified it. But, like, I was thinking about this earlier, like, a lot of us trust what our parents said about, where we come from and our genome and, like, our heritage and all that. But a lot of us never really verify it ourselves. We just trust the stories. Um,
That's how it works. It kind of well with the parents. It kind of works with trust, right? You tend
yeah,
to trust and admire your parents. Therefore, you would be, it wouldn't be common to question them, right? Uh,
exactly.
so it kind of works the same way with government or perceived authority, right? We think that they have our best interest, right? We think that they are in charge. They are in charge somehow of giving us truth, enlightenment. We think that. Therefore, when they give us this information, a lot of us assume that it's correct. A lot of us assume that it's coming from the best of intentions, but we can't actually verify that. We will only have to assume it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and you make a great point, There if we want to get down to the philosophy of it all, we can't really know anything. right? Because humans are unable to gather all the information in this world in one lifetime. So we have to learn how to develop a system where we can verify other people's information, even if we don't do it ourselves. You know, we can verify uh, through logical analysis, you know, review of their data, all that kind of stuff. And
But
then
that causes problems. So now you trust NASA, though. Now we have a problem.
so you know, like what we end up doing, Elijah, is you're 100% right. Because we trust people, we take information to be true. And, you know, they try to develop systems that if you don't know the people who's talking about the knowledge personally, they're trying to develop systems so you can learn to trust them, you know, so that you can learn to differentiate them. And they try to do that as best as they can. And there's a lot of mistakes with the system, but they try to do that by, you know, developing a standard curriculum to say that you have an understanding of this set of information. And then as new information is developed, they try to have other people review that information. So I agree with you 100%, but at the same time, from a philosophical standpoint, Elijah, it's hard to because we've
Not
all have
Elijah.
oh, well, I'm sorry. We all have
Matrix.
Matrix, sorry. We all have information that we hold to be true, even though we've never verified it.
What system are you talking about?
Oh, well, I mean, you can talk about math, medicine, like they develop oh, you're asking what the system
You
is
said
that we
math, right?
developed?
We can't
I'm sorry.
verify math.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I mentioned system twice. I said that people can be verified in a system of information, and I also said that there is a system that we try to develop to gain people's trust. Which one were you referring to?
Both. You said there's a system where we can trust people that we don't have to do it ourselves. To me,
Yeah.
that's super sus to me.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, but the whole reason we did that is because we realized not I think you were the one who was saying that if someone has like a 9 to 5 job and kids and all that, it's hard. It's hard for everyone to be able to just get all the information that we want. So, you know, they try the best they can, and there's a lot of mistakes to it, but they allow the information to be public, the data to be public, and they try to use that as a way to gain your trust. So that way you can agree with their conclusion and be able to use their information as your own.
So
Hang
like
on.
a false.
Wait,
So like
real quick. I'm sorry.
like
There's one thing. Some is public and some is not public. Some information is top secret, for example, and you can't know what they're doing.
Yeah, you're 100%
it's like
right.
a false sense of security there.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are bringing up excellent points on both sides, and I really am thankful for, you know, you guys providing that challenge. So yeah, there's a lot of information that's top secret, and there's not really a way for me to reconcile that fact. Um, you're completely correct with that. There's information that's top secret. Maybe one day it'll come out, maybe not, but there's really no way for me to know that information or verify that information if it's blacked out. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the other point, the second one?
My point is you can't trust people. My
No,
point. You gotta be able to verify
the
yourself.
other guy said something after you.
Just said that it seems like they're generating a false sense of security.
Oh, right. You're 100% right as well. You know, unfortunately humans are like super fucked, and we've done a lot of really bad shit to benefit benefit from other people's demise, and we've hid that in plain sight. So you're right. And all I can respond with is we try the best we can by trying to be as open about everything and as clear about everything. It's not a perfect system, but if you want to really be able to know anything, like even about the weather, like I can't tell you how many times a day I just click open my iPhone and look at the weather and then use that because I ride motorcycles and shit like that. I've never once, well, sometimes I do, but maybe 1 out of 100 times will I ever actually look at the radar or read anything about it or, look at the 10-minute for like, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though I'm not verifying that data, even though I'm not even looking at that data, I trust the source to use it.
Well, when you say we try to be as open and honest as we can, what do you mean by we?
I would consider myself a member of the scientific community, so I would say the scientific community.
How about the human race?
I wouldn't say that the human race tries to be open and honest.
So wait, real quick. Science is more honest than the human, than everybody else.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think they're all the same. Everything. They're all humans. They're all corruptible. They all desire power and secret knowledge, and they have all reasons to lie.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally allowed to have that thought, and you could very well be right. But I just, when I say we, like, I really do mean like the scientific community. Like, I think that we try to be more honest than, bankers or stockbrokers. We try to be as clear.
No, no, I'm sorry. That's not a thing. Bankers and stockbrokers are the same as scientists. I'm sorry, I interrupted perspective. New perspective, please don't let me interrupt. You were going to say something.
No, it's actually Carlos. I was just going to ask, what part of the scientific community do you belong to? What field are you related to in science?
Yeah, so I have a degree in natural science. I'm a STEM tutor so that's another way. I'm a published researcher. I was a TA in college, so I represented the community, and I run a company that utilizes, I run a medical company. So
This is the same guy that Smooth, right? You also go by Smooth.
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put some PDFs, or actually some comps I made up from a guy named Michael Brenner, and he debates flat Earth on Quora. He's of the scientific community. He's a accredited engineer and linguist from the School of Vienna, and there's just so many things that he points out that make the idea of heliocentrism completely impossible. Like, you might assume that there's answers for everything, but there really aren't when you study what I'm about to post. So if that is the case, then it's hard to have a really wide brush when you're talking about the scientific community, because I think there is a lot of honesty, but there's a lot of dishonesty, especially over this very topic, which does affect a lot of other topics. So, if you're interested and you're a published researcher, then it should be easy enough to see for yourself if you really look into this topic.
Well, I mean, I hear a lot of talk about things that are said that are impossible in the heliocentric model, but generally I don't see any specifics brought out for discussion. I mean, we talk about refraction, we talk about curve and things like that, but is there anything in particular in those papers that we could talk about that are claimed to be impossible?
The orbital mechanics, Kepler's second and third law. There's a lot of things about it that don't work, man. Just that they are impossible, in my opinion. But I'll let you review the works yourself I even put the comment section on a couple of them with some people that were arguing back and forth. So it's not just one sided. You're not hearing what he says, but you're hearing some of the scholars that are debating him in the comment section on some of these. But I'll post them for you if you want to review them. Yeah, north to south plane travel is one of the big ones for sure.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. So, I mean, let me pose this question back to you guys. So, I really am interested in all of your thoughts. Like, do you agree that because not all of us can gain all the information in the world, we have to somehow be able to intake information from other people, trust that that information is valid, and then use that information as our own? Do you guys?
Yeah, and
No.
what I would say to that is that if you've never experienced being ripped off in your life or experienced some type of humongous lie, or you've never been sort of had the rug ripped out from your feet, or been put in a really seriously bad situation that is just so unbelievable, then you're probably going to be naive to a lie as big as what we're saying is being told.
Yeah. Also,
I've experienced all that.
Also, thank you. Also, real science it doesn't involve trust at all. Real science is demonstrable, provable, achievable, repeatable.
Right, but
Period.
what I'm
You don't
but
need
what
any. The trust is not in the
no,
equation.
Godric, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that you haven't I asked you like what you knew, and you said, well, you know some things with some confidence, and that then you told me that you get more confidence by reading things and watching things and talking to people. And if you're not experimenting yourself and you're talking to other people, then you're gaining knowledge from other people without verifying it yourself. And I'm just saying that like I really dislike this kind of this idea that like because someone hasn't done everything in the world themselves and they can't know anything. And I've just been kind of exploring what can we know.
I've heard
And
this no definition go around a lot. So just tell me what you mean by no.
know is to be able to have that information and use it for actionable activities. Yeah.
Yes, but it's not 100%. You could still be in error.
Yeah, I keep admitting that, but I'm saying that like you can't allow that to be the downfall of knowledge. Like what I'm saying is, and guys, be honest,
So let me tell you. Let me say this.
who
I'm not
here
saying you can't.
who here uses the weather app on their phone? Like the one that I have an iPhone, so it shows me on like, my widget. Who here uses a widget for the weather?
Yeah, so instead of saying I know, you should say and replace it with the word I trust. I trust that it's true.
Yeah, I trust that it's true. That's fine.
So if you're going to jump off a side of a bank into a river, you need to not know that there's no rocks that are hiding underneath the water that you're going to crack your skull on, but you need to trust that there are no rocks underneath the water you're going to crack your skull on.
No, I mean, if I'm doing a performative dive like that, I would definitely examine the landing area, but that's just me personally. So I would go down there and I would look, and I would be like, oh, I look, so I trust that I trust that there's no rocks down there. Like, listen, I'm a pretty spacey guy sometimes, especially when I'm like backing out of my garage to go. I don't know why I'm like turning on my phone, music, all that stuff, and I always like get anxious. Did I shut the door? Did I shut the garage door? I trust that I did because I come home every day and it's shut. It's like, I'm just saying that the idea of trust can be pulled and stretched in so many different ways that you kind of get to a point where it's like, what do you really know? And we have to find some type of middle ground where it's like we're allowed to know information if we didn't gather it ourselves. Did that make any sense?
Okay, I'm not saying you can't trust people. We need to trust people every day, just to get to work, just to, like, we do trust the weather. You know, we take an umbrella when it tells us it's going to rain, right?
Yeah.
And we can't really test it unless we have a barometer and some kind of weather equipment. We can't test it ourselves, anyways. Okay?
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is, you need to be willing to use a critical eye to see if somebody, they could be lying to you. There could be there could be motives. You can't take something as scientific fact or 100% proof, for example, unless you can confirm it yourself.
But see,
that's a different thing. That you can still get to work and and do other stuff without having to know 100%.
But
it's not like we can't operate. It's not like we can't function. But if you want, you gotta be willing to confirm something, to test something yourself. And if you don't do that, you're subject to being lied to be bamboozled, to be fooled. And I think that's the scale of what's happening right now. That's what I'm saying. The other guy said that.
Well, that's why I think that some people are religious and they have a faith. The reason why you say, I have faith, is faith that your discernment in the trust of other people is going to be the fact, is going to be the truth. So trust is also, it's got another level to that, isn't it? You've got to have faith.
Yeah, I mean, you get that. You're 100% right, man. Like, there's the idea of knowledge is so interpretable, right, and undefinable that we shouldn't really get bogged down on like what you and I can do to know something, because I may not know you or have any reason to trust you, but you're still capable of sharing your knowledge with me. And if I so choose, I could, with a discerning eye, as you said, follow the logic in that information and choose to verify it and then use that information as my own. Right? Like, do you agree with me?
You can trust stuff. You can trust people, authorities or people that are given rank. For example, the professor. Peer reviews. These things that are supposed to be perceived to be accurate, right?
Yeah.
But you need to also you be able to use a critical eye and you also need to be able to confirm these things they're saying. If you cannot confirm them yourself, it's not.
Who said you can't confirm any of this information yourself?
I'm saying you have to be able to do that.
Right.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
name one thing that you can't confirm as evidence.
How the Earth looks like from space.
Of course you can. You can
We have
verify
to
that.
trust NASA to tell us how the Earth looks like from space because we can't go there ourselves.
No,
I think
you
the
can
Earth would be just a
verify
white.
that.
If the Earth was a ball, it'd be some white cloud ball. We'd be able to say any continents. Maybe there's ridiculous colors and sex in the clouds and cloud stamps and shit that is fake. I don't trust all that.
No,
I think
but
they're lying to us, and I can't get that perspective myself. I can't go out there myself and do it.
Yes, you can.
So how do you think you can test it
Godric,
yourself? You tell me.
You can go there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's you're allowed to apply to NASA as to be an astronaut. No one's stopping you. It might
If
be
you think
very
that's
no,
possible, you're naive.
no. It's the application process is open.
Will they accept me if I tell them that I'm a flat earther? If I was honest, I think the Earth is flat. I think there's a dome that's been hidden from us. Would they accept me? Would that be a red flag?
Yeah, I mean, what I would do to even be able to, really test their bias is to just not say anything, and that way, you can get when they try to that way they bring you through and they really show you what's like really hidden behind the curtain, so you can be like a secret agent kind of thing. That's what I would do.
So lie by omission.
Yeah, I would lie so that way you could like be infiltrated and tell us what's really happening there.
So now let's use math, okay?
No,
How
but
many
I'm
people
just
do we have on? No. How many people do we have on the Earth?
8 billion.
Okay. Now how many people are in NASA?
probably 100,000.
I'm gonna have you get a number, a percent number, and
Like,
tell me if that's a reasonable number to achieve. Then I'm gonna
no,
tell you, you actually can't test it yourself because the
no, but
chances
see,
are you
that's
cannot go to NASA.
that's where you're wrong. Because all right, I'm saying from a philosophical perspective, you can't see your
In
idea
real
of it.
life, what is a number?
Please finish. Let me please finish. Your point of saying that just because it's hard or tough to get in, it doesn't mean you can't experience it. Like they're
It's
Navy
tough to
SEALs.
get into
They're
Harvard. It's
they're
not tough to get
oh
into
my.
NASA. It's impossible.
All right, I
The people
yield
are
to you.
vetted. They're vetted, man. There's only 500 astronauts. This is not a thing. They're not going to pick you if you're good, if you want to go, if you're lucky. That's not a thing. These people have ties of Freemasonship. They have ties of families. Everybody's vetted. You would not to think you're going to be a secret agent and to infiltrate NASA. It's like a freaking bad Netflix series.
Is Freemason ship like a sailing ship or a rocket ship?
You like that? That's my new word. So I think you can verify that Australia is there, that China is there, that you can see a red blood cell you mentioned. You cannot verify NASA. You can't verify what they're telling us, what the Earth looks like from space, all this other bullshit that I think is bullshit. So that's not the same thing. You cannot infiltrate NASA. You cannot get lucky and get in there. Everybody they recruit is vetted. There's only 500 people that supposedly went up
So here,
in the space.
I'm gonna
And
conclude
if you
this.
look at the math, you will never get there. In 1,000 years, you won't get there.
All right, Geodeck. I'm gonna end this conversation.
call him
but I just wanna-
Geodick?
Yeah,
Geodick.
Geodick.
His name's Godric.
I'm gonna conclude this conversation by saying just because it's hard to be a Navy SEAL doesn't mean that Navy SEAls don't exist. Like, you have every chance and every opportunity to go be a Navy SEAL, right? And you have every opportunity to go see what all these crazy spy planes are like. Just because you can't do it, like no one owes you anything. No one owes you a free flight to fucking space just so you can see what the Earth looks like. If
Do
you
you think
want to
he's
know
saying astronauts don't exist?
what, if you really want to verify it, go apply to NASA. Go really try to verify it, and just instead of just hand waving and saying that, oh no, just because it's hard and I can't do it doesn't means that no one can do it. That they select people out of a secret list with, I mean, that it just gets so ridiculous, like.
But you do realize you're strawmanning him though, because he's talking about having discernment. It's one thing to hand wave it. It's another thing to just automatically believe it too, without really looking into it and using a critical eye. I think that's his point.
But that's ridiculous to say that Scott Veach's dad, right? Like,
I was about to say that. His dad and his uncle.
take it away, man.
Oh, no. Go ahead. I was just going to say his dad and his uncle as well.
Yeah, or astronauts. and that they're part of this big secret family. Like that's where I'm saying it gets a little ridiculous to just be. I'm using the Navy SEAL because it's equally hard and dangerous and wild to be a Navy SEAL, but people can do it, and I don't see you guys having any issue with that.
It's a
Or
non
the
sequitur though, because it's not the same. We're not talking about things that are done here on Earth. We're talking about the extreme claim of going to space, and not to
right.
personalize it. I mean, Scott Veach is. I mean, not even to bring that into it.
But I'm saying that
I think
people
I
can
think it's
do
a
it.
noble lie. I think they think it's a noble lie.
It's all right.
So there's an out.
Here's
It's
the point.
great.
Geodick, you can go be an astronaut and
Godric.
actually verify this.
Godric.
Hey man, I believe in you, Geodick.
Yeah, Geodick has a point, but the like
I've been called worse.
how many private citizens need to go into orbit through SpaceX or Blue Origin or whatever? Is it just an infinite amount?
Well,
They're all connected to the cabal, to the Illuminati, or
lots of straw men. Yeah, the travel, the people going to space.
Well, yeah,
a
how
small
many
group
need
of
to go?
people.
How many private
what is
citizens
it's
need
not
to go?
about
Yeah.
not about believing anything.
I'll
If they were
answer that
actually going to
question.
space, if this was all happening, we'd all know it for sure. This
But
discussion wouldn't even be happening.
how many need to go? Is there a specific number of private citizens? Once it hits 100 private citizens, then it's too large now. So it's got to just be magically real after like 99 to 100 people.
You
I
shouldn't have
asked
to
Smooth.
believe anything.
I asked
So
Smooth to
there's
give
no
me
number.
a math, to use math, to give me a percentage of the people that are astronauts, because he claimed that you can do that if you tried, if you worked hard. He said that.
Yeah,
I'm saying the number.
What percentage of the world's population is astronaut? Give me that. Give me the number. Point. Oh, what?
It's a small number right now, obviously.
Do the math. It's not that hard.
Like
What?
5%.
I mean, nobody's addressing my point, but I'm not surprised. So.
There's
But
500
Well,
astronauts and 8 billion people. What are the chances that you're going to be an astronaut? That you'd be number
none of this
501.
matters. None of this matters.
So,
If the heliocentric orbital mechanics and all the rest of it doesn't work, then it's obvious that no one's
But
going there. No matter how many people they put.
that's a
Yeah.
claim.
Just wild claim that orbital mechanics don't work. Is it like
I said, yeah.
500?
If it's true that if it's true that the heliocentric mechanics don't work and it's
No,
impossible
it's
for us to be on a
but
spinning ball, then
but it's
none of
not
that
true.
other stuff
Yeah,
matters.
your if statement is
No, I said if
false.
it is. I said
Yeah.
if it is. That's in contention right now. That's why we're having this.
Well, to you maybe, but
I just wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
I've been listening to you guys for a while. It's been interesting. But I was thinking at some point, like science can become corrupted. And you could take the tobacco industry, for example. Doctors used to tell people to smoke back in the 50s and 60s. So,
also, people do lie.
how do you explain a health community pushing something that they knew was not good for people? So I think that's a perfect example of how it can happen and on a mass scale.
Wonderful. And that's the same thing when I brought up weapons of mass destruction. You had a war, like a war involved many nations, and it was based on a lie. Correct?
Who said that?
No, people lie is a claim that's not in contention between anyone
Right.
here. Everyone agrees people lie.
Yeah, because whoever said that, you made a fantastic point.
Huh?
But the thing is, the system's not perfect, and that's what we admit to. We try our hardest. But just
Yeah.
because of anything being an imperfect system doesn't mean that we're not allowed to use it. You guys are right. This could be a lie. I'm fine with you guys believing that. Like, you guys have grounds, you make good arguments towards it. I'm just saying that we try to be as open as possible, and the amount of open and honest, detailed data from space is why we're so confident that it exists. Like, you're right with the cigarette things, but a lot of that changed when scientists started going towards Congress about it.
I mean, Can I get any commitment on my question from Geodick or
Yeah, go for it, bud.
perspective?
Get Geodick.
Still, I was just curious about that too. Yeah.
What was your question?
Okay, so is there a specific number of private citizens that once a certain number has gone in orbit to space, that then it becomes such a large critical mass of people, private citizens, presumably unrelated to NASA, the big global Illuminati lie, that you kind of have to start thinking, wow, this, there's so many private, unaffiliated with NASA people now just going up on SpaceX or Blue Origin that you might start to question some things. Is there any particular number?
Of course, there's no exact number, but okay, like we were talking earlier, you need to be able to use discernment, right?
But why do you think there's no number?
Hang on. Because it's like a gray area, right? There's no exact number that's going to be beneficial, at least not to everybody. People that are more critical will need a higher number. People that are more trusting will have a lower number, right? What I'm saying,
if you're of a statistical
Australia was there,
mindset,
I feel like I can go to Australia. It doesn't cost that much money. It doesn't cost that much money to go to China.
I understand that argument.
Maybe I can get a low budget, but I can wait a year and get a low budget flight if I have this money.
We've heard the argument.
But if you can't get there, you can't confirm it yourself.
Yes.
You need to be able to confirm it yourself.
Okay. Yes.
I
understand you're stuck. That's a dogma that a lot of people are stuck in.
Hang on.
Yeah.
The easy answer is everybody needs to be able to do it.
Sure.
Because if you're trusting somebody else, that's trust.
Yes. Okay, we got that.
So the answer, your answer to my question about the number of humans, private citizens, public, whatever, is every human being on Earth needs to go.
Everybody that wants to go, that desires to go, that puts effort, should be able to test it for themselves to go.
Fair enough answer. Absolutely ludicrous answer in my opinion.
I realize that's
fair
more
enough.
people that can go to college or even school, right? Like think about people who can't even get to school, right? They live in some,
Sure, but
right?
that's a crazy answer. You gotta admit that's a crazy answer.
Well, everybody that wants to go needs to be able to go.
Yeah, but I don't need to go. I don't personally need to go. Of course, you agree with your philosophy. Your philosophy, disagrees with this statement. But I don't need to travel to Australia to be confident that it exists. And you disagree with that. Yeah, you disagree with that, obviously.
No, I don't.
What? No, you have to. Fundamentally, you have to disagree.
You didn't hear what I said. I said
what?
That I feel like I can, if I wanted to go to Australia, I could go there. You understand the difference? I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Listen. I don't give a shit about Australia or China, right?
Sure.
But if I wanted to go there, I feel like I can go there. I can't go to NASA. I can't go to be an astronaut.
Here's your win. Here's your win you're going to get right here. Does Australia or China exist? If your answer is yes,
I'm gonna give you the number that you couldn't give me. Okay,
it's a yes or no, man.
8 billion people, 500 astronauts, right?
That's
yes 1 in 16 million. Okay,
I want to know if I exist.
The percentage is 0.00000.
So you're unsure if
625.
You're not sure if China or Australia.
That's all I wanted you to say. That's all I wanted you to say.
Closer to 700.
I better not be CGI, I tell you, Howie.
If it's 700, it's a similar number. I'll tell you what. Let me say this. We don't know what's happening in North Korea.
I don't think America.
We don't know if that's a facade.
What a non sequitur! Holy sh!
We don't know if that's a facade nation because we can't get there. We can't. Okay, because we're not allowed to. At least most people. So that could be a similar thing. Right now,
Godric, the question
we can go to China and
I
Australia.
You said North Korea.
But we cannot go to North Korea. I can't see if Kim Jong-un is really up on the up and up. I can't.
Did you hear that he
shake his
Did you hear
hand.
that
Can't
North
have tea with
Korea
him.
flew a missile over Japan last night?
Yeah.
We don't know that story is true. For example, we can't know that unless we're in the military.
Do you trust?
You can go there.
Do you trust it is? Do you trust that it is?
100% no.
People saw it and filmed it.
I would say that the news is 90% lies and 10% true.
But I don't watch the news, and I didn't get it from the news.
if they have the fireman catching the cat in the tree, that shit's true. Okay, but when they start talking about fires and and world events and politics, that's all. I think it's all bullshit. It's all narrative to feed a
Nothing
propaganda.
you're saying is surprising. Subjectively choosing
and
what
that's what it is.
what
and
you
that's
think is true and not.
what I think. You can have your own opinion, and if you're
Of course,
if you're very trusting, you probably will believe NASA and all these narratives,
Yeah.
all this the narrative.
All right, I'll give my
Because
answer.
why not?
Very nice monologue. I'll give my quick answer to my question. So only a very small percentage, like Geodick has been saying, is a small fraction of people. So it still could be questionable. It still could potentially be up in the air, on the fence about if these people are all paid off and shills and stuff. Maybe once I'm of a statistical mindset, so maybe 500 private citizens, maybe, not astronauts, not affiliated with NASA, not on the government, salary or anything like that, around there. So once you get around to, the law of large numbers, 500 or so people statistically, if they were all being paid off as shills and to perpetuate the lie and pretend that they went to space, odds are, statistically speaking, one of them would leak it or be a whistleblower or something would come out, from one of them. So maybe a couple hundred, maybe 500 max.
But we do have whistleblowers.
You
Don't
think
we?
are whistleblowers? Yeah.
A Polish guy, Don Pettit.
I mean, kooks on their own YouTube channels. I don't know how reliable
I'm
they
not
are
saying
as
the
whistleblowers.
secretary who answers the phone at NASA is lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the janitor who mops the floor is a liar. I'm saying that those astronauts are liars. Those astronauts
you
that
get
say
my
they're going to
point though.
space are liars. That's
You get
what
my
I'm
point
saying.
about the large
500.
number of. You get my point about the large number of people, right? Private people not affiliated with NASA.
It's not a large number. It's a very, very tiny number. I don't even know if you heard the math I gave you. Probably just went right over your head.
No, I heard the math. But
What's the math? Tell me what I said then. What I say?
It's a fraction of a percent of the population.
What was the number?
Who cares what the number was? It's a fraction.
It's 1
of a
in
percent.
16 million.
Cool. So again, my number is 500, maybe a few hundred or so. Private, not astronauts, not related to NASA or the government. Once that many go, then pretty reliable to think that they're actually going up there.
So what if your number is never achieved? Do you have second thoughts?
You don't think 500 citizens total will go to orbit in a lifetime from now?
Next 5 years, right?
Yeah, maybe.
No, and I'll tell you
In a lifetime, let alone 5 years. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, they've been kicking the can down the road farther and farther if you pay attention to what these guys are doing. Space travel, space flights for the public, moon bases, moon missions.
First ever all citizen non-NASA launch into orbit. Just recently, that's kicking the can down the road. That was only a year ago, 2 years ago.
Are you talking about Bezos and
No.
Captain Kirk?
No.
SpaceX.
No,
that's not a thing.
I'm not talking about that, Geodick. I said no.
Elon Musk.
Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about. That must mean that whatever you're arguing for is wrong. Because I didn't know 1 in 16 million people. See how the logic is weird there?
Jeff, you got a hot mic, you fucking pissing motherfucker.
Was that pee hitting water?
It's probably pissing on the wall.
Anyway, I think you said 5 years, Kosha? That might be a little ambitious. I'd give it maybe.
I agree.
I give it 10 years.
You haven't heard though, man. You know how the ISS is going to be decommissioning?
That's not guaranteed, but go ahead.
Not exactly. It's not guaranteed. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking about this for a while. I was like, I don't think they're going to decommission. I think someone's going to buy it and repurpose it for commercial use. And then I noticed no one's doing
heard that.
No one's doing it. So then I figured, what if I put together a model?
My take on that is they won't let them
Does Godric always think everyone's talking to him?
I think they should put bunks in it and make it a little hotel destination.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
one
I'm
of
saying.
that's one of the ideas I've heard.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, is you actually would need to, you'd be more profitable also if you basically treat the passengers, the people who go up there and pay go up there, you have to treat them like a career, because it's going to cost even more to, send an actual crew up there and take care of the shit. So you have to get the people who pay to go to like fucking fix up ISS basically.
Yeah. What's the current contract? What year is it through? 2028?
They say they're actually gonna start winding it down around that time, but they say 2030. But
Yeah, but they could always re-up the contract, right?
yeah, but that's the thing that I was looking into, because I was really looking into this. It's not only it's expensive to use ISS, but it's also degrade. It's like degrading all the time. Like, there's parts that are it's just not. It's not up to standards.
Oh, I mean, how do you mean?
Well, I know there's material. I think they said some of the material is it only has like a certain lifespan. And a
Like
lot of
what
it is
materials though? They like when they launch, they bring a lot of times they'll bring stuff to replace. They'll bring replacement batteries and all that kind of stuff.
I didn't realize you were gonna ask me those questions.
Sure. Okay. I won't question it, I guess.
I told Bandsaw earlier I should go take it to Shark Tank.
Wait,
What?
are they
Ask
really
the hard
shutting down the ISS?
No, it's on like a 10-year contract. They have to re-sign every 10 years.
Oh,
I
and
don't
you're
know, dude. I
asking.
mean, go ahead.
It would make sense for them to shut it down and build something else. I mean, the major componentry is going to be really hard to replace.
Well, they have other craft in the works, but regardless, Chronic would know more than I would about this, so I would take his word over mine. But I don't think that it's I think this is the planned direction. I don't think they're like just talking about it because they're planning on decommissioning it and crashing it to the earth. So I actually haven't heard any plans, for anyone to buy it and privately pay for it.
Yeah, that's been discussed for like years now. Is if the US government doesn't want to renew the contract for another 10 years, then it would go up for like industry, like private industry. So
Why don't they put these things to tender?
The dating app?
yeah, I don't follow.
Like all
Swipe
these,
right on the ISS. Sorry, go ahead.
well, the stuff that SpaceX does, they don't put those contracts out to tender, do that. They don't ask anybody else if they could do it cheaper or better.
What?
Yeah, they do. Are you speaking about like private corporations that get selected for big contracts with NASA?
Like, how do they even test the claim that they can get stuff to the ISS? If someone wanted to try.
Oh, what level are you talking at? I don't get it.
If someone wanted to try and get stuff into the ISS,
A single citizen, a single person.
oh no, what, I don't know, a company or something, right? If they thought they could, how could they test that idea?
They would have to test that idea, basically. Like the SpaceX they had to prove that they could actually do that shit.
There are companies that
Did
do
they
this
actually
actively.
prove it though?
Yeah, they've docked with the ISS before.
Yeah, it depends on what if you're there's like a dozen or more companies that are private companies that have docked with the ISS.
ALS or ILS or whatever. ULA.
There's
whatever.
like UL. There's like 5 of them. Even there's like 4 or 5 just in like New Zealand.
iOS, that's like an Apple thing though. They haven't. What do you mean they've docked with the ISS?
Yeah, the iOS, Windows 10, all of them.
They've all docked.
ISS. I like iOS better. International Outer Orbit Space Station.
You know, there's a company called Bigelow Aerospace. By the way, this guy Bigelow, he's like actually into UFOs. He believes in UFOs. But regardless, he's built an inflatable module. It's actually currently a module on the ISS, and he's had plans for a while now to build an inflatable space hotel. And that's pretty awesome.
That is kind of awesome.
I don't know if I believe it. Bigelow Airspace, you're saying?
Yeah.
Speaking of that, do you guys think they're doing the same thing in the oceans?
No.
That'd be nice.
There's a couple underwater hotels. NASA has one, oddly enough. And then there's a couple in like the Maldives and Dubai and stuff, but all I hear is negative things about them. Like they're cool Instagrammable places, but they don't seem to be catching on really.
Maldives.
Maldives. Thank you.
Yeah. No, but you know, sorry, go ahead, Scarlett.
Growing up, my father always believed that there's always, you know, cities and stuff they're trying to build in the oceans.
Oh, a lot of the things that we find underwater weren't underwater when they got there.
What?
No,
They
like you guys.
don't build cities underwater like Atlantis. The things that we find underwater weren't there. Like the water wasn't there when they were there.
Right, right. No, I'm talking about like you guys are talking about them building, you know, places to live in space, but do you ever think that there may be a possibility they're doing the same thing in the oceans?
No.
I think so.
Do we have the technology yet to build in the
They
ocean?
don't build underwater like they used to.
Yeah, we do.
We do have the tech.
Yeah.
So we could have underwater cities.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's like well, I don't know about huge cities, but
No, not a huge city, but we could do
There's probably underwater bases, right?
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's military bases underwater.
Yeah, like submarines and shit.
Yeah.
Underwater bases, underground bases. It would make sense to have those.
Look at those tunneling machines. They just.
Well, underwater base would be difficult to maintain though.
What would be the increased, what would be the advantage of an underwater sea base? The only thing that you can get there would be submarines, right? And then
Maybe like a strategic storage space that's that's
there's
in like
probably storage areas, but that there's not. I
Right.
don't believe that there's any reason to have an underwater base if it's just a submarine. It's a higher sonar signature. The refueling of the whole system would be a nightmare. Like it would just be easier to have a submarine.
Dude.
Right, but you don't think it's that that level of difficulty to build cities in space?
No, it's easier to build stuff in space.
Way easier, yeah.
Well, it's more difficult to get there, but easier to stay there, I guess. But I think you guys
I'd want to go to the toilet in space. I've seen the toilets. We've looked at toilets.
I think it's more difficult to stay there, right? Because in the ocean you can just shit into the ocean. Piss and shit into the ocean.
Not if you're inside a bubble, you can't.
No, but you could more easily maintain tidal turbines.
You think about it, even just a speck of shit gets loose in the ISS, you're fucked.
Good one.
Jokes.
It'd be like Mr. Hinky.
I really want to hear what Kosho has to say, though. Kosho, please carry on.
Well, no, I was just saying that because I was thinking what Scarlett said, and if you had like tidal, turbines, like capturing tidal energy, you'd be able to maintain them easier down there. But you're forgetting the big advantage of having a system like that is sort of the same advantage that we have, having a great navy that basically owns the seas. Is you kind of can freely and secretly you're underwater, like, travel from place to place without you being spotted.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like the reason we don't build underwater is because we built underwater cars that carry their missiles with them.
What about the conservation of momentum when they're doing their spacewalks on the outside of the ISS and they drop something like a bag or a glove? It always falls towards the Earth. Why doesn't it just keep its conservation of momentum and go with the 70,000 kilometers an hour, whatever they're doing up there?
Because nothing that was dropped had a zero initial what I'm saying is that the act of dropping something changes its force diagram. And in a environment such as that, any mild change in its force diagram is exacerbate.
But it's not as if they push it. It's not as if they just push it towards the Earth, and it's always, every single time they drop something, it's always going in that direction. I mean, what if they just let it go, not pushed it towards the Earth? Wouldn't it just continue going with the ISS at the speed that it's doing?
Well, it's also tied to their body. So, like, you have to understand, like, everything's leashed to the suit. So even if they just drop it, it's leashed around their stomach. So
I understand your question. I would like to. I don't know. Is there examples of that? I guess somebody's made videos of that stuff.
Well, NASA makes videos of it all the time. It's on the live spacewalks. Of course, it's totally begging the question because we all know it's done in a Hollywood studio. But regardless,
I don't. I think it. No, I don't. I think it's up there.
I don't understand how there was a hole in the ISS and somebody put their finger in it. Like, shouldn't have sucked all the insides out?
Yummy.
It's getting kind of dirty.
There's less. It's less than the air pressure in your tire is the differential. It's not that big a pressure differential.
This is why they're telling you right to your face that they're lying to you.
Well, because
and you want to still believe it, that's on you. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
What have we said that's a lie? I mean, what have we said that's hard to believe?
It's a classic misunderstanding. That's all.
Don't really need a suit on. They just need something over their head to breathe.
Well, so okay, the difference between space and the bottom of the ocean, right, is pressure. So like the idea that if there's a tiny hole, you would see the whole like ship crush, that's from the ocean. Because the pressure is so greater than the inside pressure, that any crack in the surface, the outside pressure will crush the inside, right? In space, it's not like that. The differential is a lot smaller, so you're not going to see the same type of explosive reaction.
Right, you can't go to either area, whether it's the bottom of the ocean or the space. So you're just theorizing, right? But let's use common sense. If a hole got cracked in ISS, all the air would get sucked out. It would decompress. Did that happen? No.
Well,
so that's why I believe it. That's why I think it's still right there.
The compression ratio is not
So,
that high.
so if you poke a hole in your tire, Godric, does it immediately go flat or does it leak down over time?
Pretty immediately. We're pretty quickly. Like, let's say over I don't know, the span of 10 minutes. Let's say if it's
It depends on the size. It depends on the size of the hole.
Yes,
talking
it
about
does.
an appreciable hole here.
Exactly right, Sparta. And also, like if you dropped a beer can or a Coke can, you don't drink beer, on the cement or the street or whatever, and then it gets like those like tiny little cracks and it's like spraying out, like spritzing out a little bit, because the holes are so tiny. Pressure difference from that can in the atmosphere is actually greater than the pressure difference from the inside and outside of the ISS. So, when you say that you shouldn't be able to put your finger over it, you can easily put your finger over a can that's falling on the sidewalk or whatever to stop the rain.
Now you don't understand though that the difference is not just the difference in pressure, like PSI. The difference is also in It's in the ratio, the percentage difference. Because
orders of magnitude.
Is that right? Explain it to me, guys.
Yeah. Clarify that.
Yeah, tell us, guys.
No, I'm just curious.
You want to consider the orders of magnitude. For example, 1 pound of pressure versus 1/100th of a pound is 100 times the difference. 100 orders of magnitude.
It's literally 1 order of magnitude different.
You know what orders of magnitude are?
Why don't you Google it and then tell us the answer? I just explained it.
What's the difference in 1 and 0?
I just explained to it. I explained it. That's like infinity, right?
What?
No, it's not either. It is not like infinity.
1 pound to 1/100th of a pound is 100 times the order of magnitude.
Oh.
So you want to consider that also.
Oh no.
That's going to be difficult.
I think 1 in 100.
100. Okay, 1/100th of a pound. Compared to 1 pound, there's 100 orders of magnitude.
Oh.
No, wrong again.
Yeah, explain that to the other, to the Globers. Explain it to the Globers.
Please, guys.
Hey, what's the pressure quotient? Is it called pressure quotient or pressure difference? I forget.
If I have 10 times the money that you do, I would be richer than you by 10 orders of magnitude.
No,
You're embarrassing yourself, man.
Please stop.
No, but think about it. Think about it this way: the difference in 1 psi and 0 psi is really very small. We know that. That's easy to understand. And the difference in 1 psi and 1/100th of a psi is less than that.
Yeah. So I
So
don't
here's a
mean to
question.
laugh. We shouldn't laugh
What
at this.
PSI?
It is a deep. Well, maybe not even deep. I feel like
You don't get it. You don't get it.
It's
not 1 psi.
It's a
more like
misunderstanding.
13.2 or something like that. Isn't it like around 13, 14 psi, something like that?
It's simply a misunderstanding. Is what
Talking
it
about
sounds
something
like
that you guys claim is like very close to 0 psi.
Here's a question. What PSI will kill you? That's a good thing to know. And what is that?
Can we just sort out this orders of magnitude?
Yeah, we have to get back. You have to pass lesson 1 of this lecture, which is orders of magnitude.
Saying orders of magnitude does not make it some big explosive thing.
But he said
they're
like
not even saying
1
it correctly,
pound,
though. Yeah.
1 pound versus 100th of a pound. Did they say that was hundreds of orders of magnitude or something like that?
100 orders of magnitude, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he said 10 1 is 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, come on, people.
It's literally 1 order of magnitude. But regardless, oh yeah, right. So I was joking around when I said pressure quotient or pressure difference. Pressure quotient would be what you guys are kind of talking about, which is not really a thing. Like you don't divide one number by the other. To find a difference, you simply subtract one number from the other. Right.
Well, if 1 magnitude of this chemical touches the bug, he dies. But it's not much.
So Zeppa, just like a 10 second little quick lecture. The number 1 and the number 100. So how many times do you need to multiply the number 1 by 10 to get to the number 100?
2.
Yes. Precisely. So 100 is 2 orders of magnitude larger than the number 1.
No, we're not
does all this
timesing by
follow?
10. We're not timesing by 10 though.
What?
Yes, we are.
So look up the definition. Look up the definition of a no.
We're adding by.
No.
We're adding by times 1.
No. Listen. If you simply just look up what order of magnitude means.
No, you do it. You obviously need a lesson.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah.
I got a real question.
10 squared would be 100. Is that what you mean?
Let's put it in real terms. What PSI will kill you? You guys not know that? This is science, so you should know that.
2 billion.
Oh, God. Did you just Google it and decided to share the knowledge and claim that you fucking knew something special?
Where would you use
I
one
don't know.
PSI
I
at?
don't know. I don't
Where would
Google
you
shit
put?
like you. I don't know what
But
it
me-
is. Why don't you tell me? You're the scientist.
Yeah, but you asked me what pressure would kill a human. How the fuck would I know? What do you think I'm going to say? Google it, right?
This is why you should know if a hole in the ISS, if what's going to happen.
Yes.
You believe in a story which
Yes.
you cannot confirm.
Geodick used the
That's
same
why.
argument like less than 5 minutes ago, asking, do you
Geodick.
know the exact percentage of fraction of people that are astronauts or something?
You don't need to know the exact.
Just by
All
not
you need to
knowing the
know-
exact 1 in
All you need to
16 million
know
number
is
means
you cannot
that
be an astronaut.
you
That's
don't know
not a
anything.
thing. You
Shut up,
cannot do
stupid.
that.
Fraction of people.
Shut up, stupid. I can be
There's so
whatever I
many
want to be. My
astronauts.
mum told me I could be.
All right, guys.
You
Come on,
guys
we're
keep
recording.
it really weird.
Yeah, we're getting out of control.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Starting to be a
You're
shit
not
show.
supposed to say a fraction of people are astronauts. You're supposed to say there was 20 astronauts or 70. You're not supposed to say a fraction of astronauts. What the fuck?
Some
You owe me a
people
fraction of money? What
some
the
people can
hell?
do more than just count on their fingers, Demo.
Yeah, I know.
Are
You
those
say the
points
word
in orders of
fraction. How are you
magnitude?
a fraction of mashed potatoes? How much is that, Goofy?
DMOC,
But aren't earthquakes measured
Smooth
in...
decided to say that you can double check NASA because you could be an astronaut, and he also suggested that I infiltrate. I don't tell him I'm a flat earther and infiltrate them and see if what they're doing is legit. He said that we can really do that. If you wanted to do that, you can do that. And I told him, take 1 billion people in the world,
Hold up, guys.
500
no hackers
astronauts.
doing nothing.
Your chances is
Guys,
1 in 16 million, and if you want to use the percentages,
You
it's
can infiltrate Sandra Bullock to it, too. You can
Come on,
infiltrate
guys.
a garden gnome. They infiltrate balls all the time that they don't have. They infiltrate flat planes or balls.
But could we like kind of stick to the topic of? I like the talk about the ISS and the hole in the ISS.
at? Left lane. Where do we use
Hold up.
1 PSI at? What would we do that with?
My 4-wheeler tires. I used to put 1 or 2 psi in my 4-wheeler tires. But we're talking about the
PSI?
ISS. 1 or 2, yeah.
Well, how many PSIs it got inside there?
1 or 2.
Oh, just 1 or 2? And that's for them to breathe and everything and produce the oxygen they need? That's pretty
Yeah,
weird.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold up. I think Trouble About was trying to get him to say something, but it was on cross chatter.
Oh, I was just saying, like, orders of magnitude. Aren't earthquakes measured in orders of magnitude? Or it's like
Yeah, the Richter scale, yeah.
The Richter scale. But actually, no, but the Richter scale is, isn't it?
Was it logarithmic, actually? Hold on.
Yeah,
what
the
I'm
orders of
trying
magnitude.
to say is if you're stuck in a cave and you only have so many pounds of air, you're only going to live so long, pal. So up in the fucking ISS,
Yeah, it's
you have
logarithmic.
to have enough
Richter
air.
scale is logarithmic.
2 PSI? So you
Oh,
go
it
get
is orders
2
of
PSI.
magnitude, yeah. To 10, though?
Well, go get inside the tire and see how good you do. See how much you can breathe.
Hold on 1 second, Demont. If I remember correctly, the Richter scale goes up each decimal point. It goes up 1 order of magnitude.
Yeah. Times 10 per 0.1?
Yeah.
That sounds too much.
I think that's what it is.
Which
In
one
order
of
of
you can
magnitude for
live
an
in a
earthquake,
1
right?
PSI environment? Which one of you? Can you show us that on Earth? Which
You
one
have to
of
go
you can
into a
get in
vacuum chamber.
cage? Yeah, go get in a chamber that has 1 PSI, and we'll watch.
If you're talking about pressure and orders of magnitude, you're probably better off talking in bar, right? Or atmosphere, and 1 ATM, right?
NASA has the biggest vacuum chamber in the world.
Because 1 atmosphere is, what is it, 14.2 psi, something like that? And then another order of magnitude, 2 bar, would be like, 28 bar, 28 psi.
So is that
That's
like
just times in
14
by 2.
bricks? How much does that weigh? 78 pounds? What is that?
Demont, you
So,
sound like you're in
guys,
14 pounds per
one
square inch. Where the
order
fuck
of
is all the weight?
magnitude.
That's only, hold on a second. The order
No,
of
no, no,
magnitude
it's
is like
okay.
great with the 14 psi, right? You got
Yeah.
14 pounds per square inch. So that means for every inch you got 14 pounds. And then what's that accumulated amount? So when you got 8 trillion tons of air on your forehead? That's cool.
It's actually a good point, dude. Demont seems like he's in a good mood tonight. And, that's exactly why those vacuum chambers, the large vacuum chambers, they're so fucking, the walls are so thick, not because the vacuum is so strong or something like that. The walls are thick because the vacuum chamber is so huge, and each square inch of the wall, that each added square inch of the wall. So the bigger the wall, the more the stronger the force from the outside is going to be.
Okay. You think about 40,
yeah, that's why and Cocho.
think about if it's 14 psi, that's per square inch, and you multiply 14 times 144, that's pound per square foot, and it's something like 2,000 or something like that.
Cocho just made a good point.
That's
how thick are those walls in the vacuum chamber NASA has? That super one.
Fairly
8 feet.
When you look at like a pressure vessel.
Okay, this is how you know that the ISS is full of shit. Because you'd have to have also 8 feet of thickness to hold off all that vacuum.
Okay, what would happen if it didn't have that?
So are these measurements?
It would be crushed. It would be crushed like you squash a balloon.
No, it should explode. It should explode, man. Because it should crush to the outside.
The ISS is.
I said it wrong. You're right.
The ISS is
implode.
pressurized.
It would be like
it would
you put that chip at the bottom of the Marinara Trench. It would just like in the movie. That movie that went all the way to the bottom. It would just crush.
You reckon
Why does it have to be super strong, Godric?
Otherwise, it would explode, right? Yeah.
I'm just using a common logic. If you need 8 feet to do a vacuum on Earth, you need 8 feet to do a vacuum in space. That's all I'm saying. It's just common sense. You don't think so?
Okay. So you think a 14.7 psi differential will make the ISS explode? Is that what you're saying?
It would actually cave into itself. Yes.
A little bit more.
Cave into itself. Well, hang on. You've got the vacuum outside.
It would
the pressure
implode,
inside.
right? Would it not implode? Shower curtain.
You've got the pressure inside the ISS and the vacuum outside. Would it explode with a 14.7 psi differential?
It would implode. Yes.
Why would it implode?
Wow.
Jesus Christ, people.
You need 8 feet. You need 8 feet of thickness of, let's say, solid. I don't know, steel to hold off that kind of vacuum.
Or the ISS.
Wow.
We're talking about the ISS, Godric. The pressure is inside the ISS.
I'm just using the same example we have on Earth, just putting it up in space. You understand that, right?
What my question is, are you using the measurements? Are you using the measurements based on Earth, or are you taking into consideration it may be different in space?
Well, the biggest difference is probably the opposite nature of where the pressure is coming from. It's like a Coke can, that's pressured on the inside.
The area.
It's pressure going outwards. So it's not going to. You wouldn't expect the Coke can to implode on itself. It doesn't make sense. But
you expect what I would expect. What I would expect is the air to evacuate very, very quickly, even out of a tiny hole. I would expect the air to evacuate very quickly.
Okay, now let's just sort out the what should happen, right? So Godric, the pressure is on the inside of the ISS and the vacuum is on the outside. Why do you say it should implode?
Well, maybe I used the wrong word. That pressure would want to go out.
Pressure will probably try to rush into the positive
that pressure. Would try to.
There's no such thing as negative pressure, Matrix. There's no such thing as negative pressure. Negative pressure is not a thing.
Have you ever seen like someone shoot a pressure vessel, like an LPG bottle, like a propane bottle, or like an oxy bottle or a acetylene bottle, something like that?
Yeah, what happens to it?
It explodes.
Yes, comes out. Right. So asking Godric if the pressure is on the inside of the ISS and the vacuum is on the outside, what do you think should happen? Explode. No, he said implode.
So the pressure would the can would implode and all that gas would go out. It would equalize the
Why
pressure.
would it implode?
Why would it implode? That aluminum would not be enough to keep that vacuum out to keep the pressure in.
Oh.
What I'm trying to figure out is if this story is true, if this story actually happened, why are the astronauts still alive? That's what I want to know.
Someone else take over, Howard.
It becomes a positive.
Because they never went in
The
space.
capsule becomes a
Do the
negative,
math.
and it'll kill them.
That
Sounds like they had a water leak.
very,
That's how they
very
knew, because there's fucking
fundamental
water coming in.
misunderstanding.
Like, shit, we better.
The voltage
Or are we
will
not
burn
really
you.
quite understanding what's
The
happening?
voltage, how many volts are up there before you go to space? When you're in the O2 layer, when you're right before you hit space, how many volts are up there? About 250 miles.
That's a good
I don't
question.
know.
But, you know, in the interest of everybody else in here wanting to participate too, can we not make like the chaotic mess that it's turning into?
Yeah, let's
We
think
just
on
get
one thing.
past this idea of the space station imploding.
The only thing
Why are
I'm
you
curious
doing that,
about
Ruhif?
is
Can you hear me, dude? You all right? Volts. How many volts are at 250 miles up?
We
And
don't
what
care.
do volts do to you?
We don't care how many volts are up there.
Hang on, guys, hang on.
You don't
Let's
care?
hang on, guys.
You
Let
don't
Stacy
care that your
talk.
astronauts are in volts of energy and like thousands and millions of volts, and you don't care. That's odd.
Yeah, that's not. Well, that's
Hang
not
on.
true.
That's ground potential.
But hang
I'm
on.
really
D-Mock,
curious about something, guys.
D-Mock, hang on, D-Mock. Let Stacy talk. Go, Stacy.
Set Scarlet Sky.
I'm just saying, and not to make it long or anything, I'm just curious. You guys are arguing about all of the measurements on Earth, but in theory, isn't like space weightless and the gravity different? So wouldn't that matter in any points?
I would say no.
Not necessarily. Let's get to this thing first.
Yeah, the physics of things are what they call universal. So I mean,
You don't
1
have
pound
any
per square
physics.
inch, 1 pound per square inch here is the same as it would be up there.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not.
weightless
You don't
in
have
that you are
test or
falling.
demonstration. Show us
Consistently falling,
Show us
constantly
how
falling.
PSI can stay in a vacuum. Show us 2 PSI in a vacuum. Hurry up, we'll wait.
The ISS would be decompressed in moments, and everybody in there would be dead, and that's how you know it didn't happen.
Decompress? Can you describe the? Yeah, fuck. Do you
Okay,
understand that the
so
force,
Geoduck,
the pressure?
Geoduck,
You
they're
don't
saying that
demonstrate
you're
anything, so
wrong.
how can we describe it? How could we ever describe something you
Let
boys
Demo
won't
fucking finish
demonstrate?
his rant.
I'm curious
Isn't that
about the. I have a friend and they're asking about the moderation here. They just want to know if it's up to par. Seems like it's top
It's a
notch.
little.
Basically, right. You've got a something that's very thin. It's a very thin sheet of metal. Like let's say you have a hole in your tire, or even just like a slow leak, right? Are you talking about like a tiny pinhole in thick rubber that can morph, and it can sort of the hole is like closed up most of the time. Whereas with the ISS, you've got like a big hole in a sheet of metal that doesn't form to close the hole up or anything like that, and you've got a bigger differential of pressure. A tire has a slow leak because the difference of pressure between the pressure inside the tire and outside the tire isn't really that great. The difference isn't there.
Yes,
but when
it
you've
is.
got something where it's zero
Yeah, it
pressure
is.
and 1 atmosphere of pressure,
Let's go back.
What pressure do you pump your tires up to?
Yeah, the difference in the tire and the
about
air
35.
is twice that. Is twice
40.
that of the ISS.
Yeah, 2.5.
It's three. Let's say 3 times 40. That's almost 3 times.
Almost
right?
3 times. Yeah.
But the
Depending on your
difference of the space supposedly is more than 15 times.
No.
No.
The tire difference is 3 times greater than the difference on the ISS in the vacuum.
Yeah. Look at how much pressure difference there is. On the outside of the spacecraft, there is how much pressure? What's the atmospheric pressure?
Zero.
Just call it zero.
0. Point what?
Because
It's
Point 0.000000001.
Okay, so how many zeros is that?
Fucking 17.
We'll go with
17 zeros. Okay, 17 zeros. Okay, so we're talking an order of magnitude. We are really literally talking a million, maybe even a billion. So that the air would literally
Just say
like
infinity.
Second
my
cow
God.
that ship, like
Jesus.
no fucking
No,
tomorrow.
this is
There we go.
really
That's right.
There's all
simple.
the air
Yes,
gone.
Question for Ruhiv.
Jeppa?
guys, he is right.
No,
All
he's
right.
not.
Question
Hey.
for Ruhiv.
No, he is. If it's
No, he's not.
0.00000 whatever, order of magnitudes change with the different size of the decimal. So he
Yeah, but
is
you
right.
said billion.
Does he
That's all I wanted you guys
understand
to realize.
Now, Smooth,
how much
you
force?
surely you're not. Go ahead.
How much force per
The
unit
orders of
area?
magnitude. No, we're talking orders of magnitude here, and you can't even wrap your head around it.
I can.
That's
How much
why I asked
force?
Ruhiv.
How much
That's why I
force?
asked Ruhiv what PSI will kill you.
Not
Because
much
then
force is
you know
required to
what it
blow
can
all
do.
that.
Because obviously
You
you
let-
globers
yep,
don't
yep,
understand
yep.
math. That's why I
To
asked you
evacuate
what
all that air to
PSI
the outside
will
does
kill
not
you.
take much force at all.
Did you just say we don't understand math, Godric? 10 minutes ago, we
That's
were telling
exactly
you
what I
about orders
said.
of magnitude. We were
You should learn how
explaining
you
don't
orders of
understand.
magnitude to you.
You might know some mathy equations, but I know what's going to happen in reality. You don't. That's what I'm going to tell you. The ISS can never exist in a vacuum of space. It would
All right,
just
I'll be back
implode.
later.
It would decompress and you'd be dead.
Don't Jeff. Today's my birthday, guys. I just want to let you know. Today's my birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Kosho.
Yeah, the only thing I like for my
Happy birthday,
birthday,
Kosho.
just let's not interrupt today. Let's not interrupt. Let's just keep it cool, keep it casual. For me, for my birthday. Okay?
Happy birthday, Kosho. Again.
Ruhiv, what happens if you put a
Yes.
Coke can in space?
In space, nothing will happen.
Nothing. You don't think the difference in pressure will just pop it open like in seconds?
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they're stronger than that.
Hey, Kosho, does the old birthday
Coke can.
trick ever work?
Every time, man.
Nice.
I'm sorry.
How much can the
Kosho's birthday.
fraction of a millimeter of a Coke can withstand for bursting pressure? I'd say it'd be easy in space. What would you call that, actually? The bursting point?
That's the question.
Kosho, what would you call it?
It's like
the pressure differential.
Yeah.
Pressure differential. Well,
listen, so the internal pressure is 14.7. The external pressure is a very small decimal, right?
Less than 1.
Right.
Yes,
less
We can call it 0.
Yeah.
So
hold on. Let me just finish. I'm gonna jerk everyone off in this little speech. So, we say it's 0, but it's technically not, and because it's technically not, yes, it's like a billionth orders of magnitude larger. Big whoop. But what really matters here is not the orders of magnitude, but the differential in pressure, as a lot of people have been saying. So it's the also geoduck, it wouldn't implode if the internal pressure is greater than the external pressure. Why the fuck would the spacecraft crush in instead of bursting out? Just had to say that. But
well,
what really no,
I said the wrong word. You got me.
know.
I said the wrong word. But what I did is I put a video of a Coke can in a vacuum chamber.
All right,
and it exploded. So you can look at it, and you can maybe they're lying, but I don't think a vacuum chamber is as strong as the space vacuum, as the alleged space vacuum.
Geoduck.
So you might want to rethink your ISS.
Okay, just 1 second.
Godric, I've just
That's for the
posted a quote
Globers.
for you, champ.
So
Modern. There you go. Sorry. There you go.
Yeah, the last part of it, Geoduck, is that what everyone's trying to tell you is if you take a pinhole, right, on a tire, or you get a nail in your tire and you get a leak, you can drive for some time with that, because even though you might have 30 psi or 32 psi in the tire, the external pressure is 14, right? And you just have this slow little leak. And we're saying that pressure differential between the car tire and here is the same in space.
No. So you're missing one thing. You're missing the amount of pressure that's displaced, right? So if you have like a small little Coke can, for example, in space, that is one example, and the Coke in this case would explode. Okay, but if it was an ISS type situation, it would explode in a much more violent manner because there's a lot more volume of gas in there, not just from a hole, like a hole in your tire. There's a lot more volume of gas in it. Then you need to come out through a small hole. So that's why it would be
the amount of
I don't
gas.
think you understand what PSI is.
Godric. Let's talk in absolute pressures, and then we'll do pressure differentials. Okay, the normal absolute pressure inside a Coke can is apparently about 32 psi. Okay, 32 psi absolute pressure. Coke cans, according to this guy, where it says modern aluminium cans are less than 1/10 of a millimeter thick, yet hold liquid at up to 90 pounds per square inch. 90 psi. Okay, so we've got in our regular atmosphere, we've got a Coke can at 32 and the atmosphere at 15. All right, it can easily account for up to 90 psi. Coke cans are not going to explode.
You're doing the reverse, and you're saying it's the same, but it's not, right? You're saying that because you can hold 3 times the pressure, that it won't explode in space, right? But I'm saying that the order of magnitude is 100 times what you think it is, and that's why I think you don't know math.
Not 100
you don't know
times.
how
No,
it
hold
would
on.
appear.
Hold on.
It would
Not
happen
100 times.
in reality.
It's not 100 times.
Because look at the video. Hang on a second. Look at the video I just posted. A schoolboy vacuum blows up a soda can. So tell me that I'm wrong.
Is
I
that
just posted the
considered in
video.
Not 100 times.
Is that considered in the 2 different environments?
All we need to talk about is the pressure differential.
No, Stacey has a good question. I believe the environment's the same because you have a vacuum chamber on Earth. You have a Coke. The vacuum chamber, let's say, is 1 pound. I don't know how small it can get.
You're talking
half a
pressure
pound.
differences.
I don't know, but apparently it's not hard to bust a Coke can in a vacuum. So that it would also bust in space. I think it's the same kind of.
Wait, Godric. Did the guy burst the can, or did it just sit there and burst on its own?
It burst when I got to a certain low pressure. I don't know what that pressure was, but we can guarantee that it's a much higher than in the vacuum of your supposed space.
No, but see, that's where, okay, Geoduck, let me explain to you what you're watching. Okay, so you have a can, and as our great friend, somebody stated, 35 psi for Coke, right? And then we have 14 psi for Earth. The difference in there is, let's say, 15. Perfect. And now, if we put Coke on the shelf, we don't witness Coke exploding. Perfect. So what we're saying is that a tiny little Coke can, and as our friend stated earlier, with 1/100th of a millimeter thick wall can withstand a differential of pressure of 15, that's pretty amazing. What you're watching is you're putting a Coke can with 32 psi into a chamber that then goes below 14 psi, making the difference between the Coke can and the external pressure greater. So
there's some more to it as well. There's an extra part to the video that we need to consider.
As the psi drops, the differential is greater, and that's why you watch it explode. So that would.
He also heats it up in the video, which Godric forgot to mention.
Yeah.
Oh.
We get into that.
Oh, that's not good for you, Geoduck. If he's heating it up, that
Geoduck's fantastic.
I wasn't counting. He heats it up, but I'll go on record to say that a Coke can will explode in the vacuum of his supposed space.
Well, the heating
and
up
if it doesn't, then then I'm
heating
wrong.
up is important in what's happened.
No, Geoduck, you're right. The Coke can possibly could.
Why are you calling him Geoduck?
Because I want to, and everyone likes it, and I like it too.
All right. Well, his name's Godric.
Well, Geoduck, nicknames are given, not you give a nickname. That's just how it works. You don't get a choice.
Perfect logic. Good job.
It's not really fair to just troll him with some random name.
Geoduck is the name of a clam.
Read that.
Oh, there it is. Nice one.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you're right. It could explode if you put a 35 psi Coke can in space because the differential is greater. I don't know, but if you're heating something up, the can is having a higher internal pressure. Like what you're watching, man, is this huge differential. You have no way, like Kosho or Skyline or any of you other Globies, with the differential of 32, would that be an issue in space?
I don't think so. I'm reading that it can withhold 90 psi versus 14.7.
Yeah, if you take a Coke can to space, you basically just
That's it. But we're here. You realize that's the reverse, right? It's not the same thing.
You're
What
gonna
do
be
you mean
adding
the reverse?
What'd
pressure
you
to
say,
it.
Godric?
What do you mean the
Also,
reverse?
that's the reverse example. It's not the same thing. You can't say it's the same thing. If you go to
It's exactly
0,
the same.
Example.
then 14 is not the same as 14 to 90.
The Coke can being able to withstand 90 versus an atmospheric pressure of 14.7 is the same as a Coke can being able to withstand 75 psi in a vacuum. That's exactly the same.
I don't believe it is.
This is how it works. We've got to talk about net
Is-
force here. This is I think what he's not getting is the net force.
It's the same.
I mean, there's a difference of, add up the math, 75. Why is that complicated?
I don't think he's getting the net force
I mean,
sort of calculation.
just there's 75. Whatever. That's it.
I can't believe we're really having that. This is simple fucking arithmetic. Seriously,
Yeah,
we
but,
could not be arguing at 1 in the fucking morning about
yeah,
how to
but
do simple fucking math.
yeah, but people have been presented some of this stuff, in a inaccurate way. There's plenty of people who were beating down that 10 to the 17 torch thing like it was, trillions of times greater, or trillions of times stronger. Yeah, and the thing is, the thing you got to think about is it's called the pressure difference. The pressure difference just means you're subtracting one number from the other number, so it's gonna be the difference in pressure between the two. And there is a component of the valve or the hole, like the size of the hole, that's going to change the speed that the pressure can correct itself. But regardless, yeah, it's always going to be pressure difference.
If you're in the inside of the ISS, Godric, and putting your hand up against the wall with a certain force, and I'm outside of the space station, also pushing my hand up with an equivalent force, right? We're opposing each other. The net force is 0 of our hands. This whole thing comes down to a pressure differential or a force differential.
I'm not sure what you're saying, because you're saying, like, if you're outside doing a spacewalk, suit, right? And I'm inside with no suit, enjoying my 14 pounds of pressure. Hang on a second. I'm inside the ISS enjoying my 14 pounds of air pressure. And you're in a spacesuit doing a spacewalk. And we both put our hands on the outside and inside of the wall of the ISS. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just trying to explain pressure differential. It's like on the inside, there's 14.7 pounds per square inch pushing out, and basically 0 on the other side. So the net force or the net pressure is 14.7 psi. Okay, it's exactly the same as if the internal was 29.4, like double atmosphere inside and 1 atmosphere outside. That is the same net force. It's simple plus minus arithmetic. There's the orders of magnitude don't matter.
I think so. What you're doing, you're using math, and you're trying to say this is how it applies to reality. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is when you get to 1, right? Let's say when you get to 0, right? That's a bigger order of magnitude.
No, not order. Don't worry about orders of magnitude. The difference. You know how there's like the quote unquote strongest vacuum on Earth is like 10 to the minus 6 torr or whatever, and the vacuum of space is 10 to the minus 17. Both of those numbers are basically 0. Do you understand that they're both 0?
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think you read some shit and you believe it. And all I'm saying is let's do it in reality.
He doesn't
And that's
understand math.
and I use a basic example. I said that's why the vacuum of NASA's vacuum, which they never use, by the way, because it would kill people, needs 8 feet of iron to create that kind of vacuum.
But why?
How much force?
This is easy to explain. Sorry, Ruhif. It's very easy
There you
to
go,
explain
yeah.
why that is.
And if you had less,
Go ahead,
less feet of iron, that pressure would escape, and you wouldn't be able to make that vacuum.
It's not that the vacuum. It's not that the vacuum would escape. It's the air would get in. It's a different. It's a crushing
Right.
rather
You
than
said it
an
right. I said it
explosion.
wrong. You said it right.
You're
So the
saying-
air would
you're
come
saying
in.
a lot of things wrong, man.
The air would come in, right? The air would come in without all those feet of iron.
Patrick, can I ask a couple things? So this thing that's made out of shitload of concrete, the giant vacuum chamber that NASA uses, it's really big and really strong. How big are the walls of that vacuum chamber? Are they massive?
I read that the walls were 8 feet thick, and they needed that to get that low pressure.
And how big's the chamber that the walls are around?
I don't recall the size of the chamber.
Okay, well, let's just say
You
they
can
can put a
Google it.
rocket in there or something, right? I don't know. It's gonna be big.
Here, I'll look it up, you lazy fucks.
I can't be bothered.
Yeah, let's just say you can put a rocket in there. Okay, go ahead.
So pressure is force divided by area, right?
I don't know the equation. Yeah, you can tell me.
All
Force
right.
divided by what?
Real quick, guys.
It's force
divided by
over an
an
area.
area, correct.
It's a force applied to an area. So
Okay, yes.
If you've got a bigger area, a bigger force. Right? So your walls got to be stronger. If your space station walls
Right.
housing the pressure aren't very big, and the structure doesn't need to be as strong as it does to have a really big vacuum chamber.
You know what? I'm so glad you said that, because I was just calling somebody out for making a fallacy argument that a tire is not the right analogy, because, like you said, a bigger volume to the ISS, which is a nice size, all the stuff in there, the pressure in there, and that exiting out a small hole that was made by a meteorite would have to come out. I'm going to say it again: order of magnitude much stronger than if it was a small tire with a hole in it. So not the same analogy, completely different.
We've also got to discuss the difference between a crushing pressure and like an explosion kind of pressure, right? You've all seen that clip of the railway container being crushed. You seen that, Godric?
Let me use a different example. If you guys didn't hear what I said, I don't think you guys really heard what I said. If you have a dam, right, and the thing is filled with 400,000 gallons of water, and you put a hole into it, that water pressure coming out, okay, is different than the air coming out of a tire, okay, because the tire is small, but the force behind that
Dam's
dam
also got a fair
is
bit more
huge.
pressure.
Same idea with the ISS. It's a really big area. It has, I don't know how many cubic feet is in there, but it's a lot bigger than a tire. So the force that air exits is going to be in a much more massive way.
That's actually not a bad
than coming out of a tire.
That's the same point the other dude was making.
It should actually exit with explosive force, dare I say.
That's what I would say.
Depends on the pressure difference.
And the other fella.
Yeah, there's a massive pressure difference because it's 0 to the negative 17.
Jesus.
That's not.
Please quantify the pressure difference. Please quantify the pressure difference.
The pressure difference is many
PSI.
orders of magnitude, because the pressure on the outside of the craft is 17 decimal places. Let's just, pretty much 0, right?
Yes, 0. So what is the difference between 0 and 14.7?
No.
14.
Orders of magnitude. Orders of magnitude.
You got it. The
It
order
matters
of
about
magnitude
orders of
don't mean
magnitude. It
anything.
matters about the amount of the pressure.
What is the pressure? Please give me the number That is the pressure differential.
I think he's looking for a percentage. It's like 17,000%.
No, the pressure differential, right? The
The
net
actual
force.
number.
Okay, you know about
Only the pressure
what about the equations when you're talking about airflow in a system?
No,
No,
don't
we
let
haven't
him
got a
get off
leak.
that
We
topic.
haven't got a leak. We're just asking for the pressure differential.
Let's say we just like you're just
pressure
welding with your TIG welder, and you want a certain amount of flow of
14.7
gas.
minus
How
Come
do
on,
you
guys.
calculate that?
Come on, guys.
If-
Too many talking at once.
14.7 minus 0. That's what he's asking.
What's
It wasn't a
14.7
trick.
minus 0?
It wasn't a trick question, by the way.
You guys, all of you guys think that 10 to the minus 17 is some magically huge number. It's 0. We're trying to tell you something incredibly basic. 10 to the minus 17 is 0.
If you've got 6 decimal places, it's much different. You're talking about
what's the pressure differential? What is the pressure differential?
Amount, right?
No,
what is the pressure differential?
Let's try this.
One atmosphere of pressure. One atmosphere of pressure versus nothing. We're talking about a huge change here.
Of
What
how
is
much?
the
Okay, I'll give you an example, right? You couldn't breathe there.
Right, we can't breathe in 10 to the minus 6, nor can we breathe in 10 to the minus 17.
You would not be able to even breathe a fucking lung full of air out there.
Right.
That's why I asked
What is the
Ruhit.
pressure differential?
Hold on. I got an idea. Let's try it this way.
Yeah. We
What's
need
the
new
difference?
ideas.
But what's the difference? Could I survive 14.7 psi at sea level? Could I survive at 14.7, 14.6999999999999? Would I notice a difference?
No, you can't, because that's a Narnia number of Narnia. That doesn't even make any sense.
14
If you had trillions
point.
of pounds, listen,
That's
hold on.
not. That's sea level.
Of feathers. If you had
Probably like
trillions of pounds of feather on you,
off
that's
the
still
ground
a
or something.
trillion pounds of feathers. So just saying you got 1 trillion pounds of air around you is idiocracy to say.
Okay. Good talk, D-Mock. Good talk.
Yeah.
We just need the question answered. What is the pressure differential?
What is weight? How do you weigh the air? How are you guys weighing that 40 billion tons?
Oh man.
Okay.
How do you weigh a cloud?
That's why.
How do you guys weighing your gas?
Mark, hold on just one second, Mark. Were you going to say something? Because if not, I was going to bring something up.
I just want
been trying to
one of the
say
flat earthers to answer the simple question: what is the pressure differential?
Ruhit, this is why I asked you.
You don't have any pressure. Demonstrate the pressure. Demonstrate something getting hurt by the pressure or smashed, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay, pressure gauge.
No, not a gay pressure. We want to see something get smashed, like you or an object or a bag or a balloon or a toy or an ant. An object gets smashed by pressure of air. Show us.
Actually, I'm with D-Mock. This is why I asked Ruhit, what pressure
I'll show
will
you.
kill
I'll show you. Right, the video I'm about to get you.
PSI will kill you.
They have
That's the important
no
thing.
idea. Basically, it's a pressure cannon.
Hang on a
Right?
second. Look, what PSI will pop a Coke can? What PSI will suck the eyeballs out of your skull? What PSI will break the ISS if
I think
they're in
you're
a
missing a
vacuum?
word. You need pressure difference.
I'm sorry. What vacuum would do all those things? And the fact that you don't know that is very.
We were
very
explaining orders of magnitude to you half an hour. Don't come out with this shit of you didn't know that, right? We fucking explained orders of magnitude to you.
Words. What does Narnia mean to your magnitude? Nothing. Stop saying a word that you can't demonstrate.
Like, today's not today's birthday, but it's Yom Kippur. It's a day of atonement.
Happy birthday. Oh, and a religious holiday. Happy Jewish holiday or something.
Tell you what, I'll concede on the order of magnitude if you tell me what pressure would suck the eyeballs out of your skull.
I don't think that will happen.
Vacuum? What pressure would do that to you? What
I'm not
pressure
sure that
would
will
kill
happen.
you?
Just say pressure difference, mate.
Pressure difference.
Red light district.
Let's
I don't know.
shoot somebody out to space. See what happens.
Die in space. You can
Didn't they
just
do that
do
with like a
anything.
dog or
You can be
something?
in a trillion psi. You can be in no psi. You can be in 2 psi. You can stick your lips on a little bottle that has 2 psi in it and breathe and do great. You'll be all right. Go ahead.
I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. You want an example of destructive force, right? Have you seen those
I
cannons
want
where
you
they
to get in a vacuum and
listen
show us how you
listen to
breathe.
what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm telling you, right? Have you
Yeah,
not seen
show us
those?
something.
Have you not seen those cannons where it's like a potato cannon, but they pull a vacuum, right? And then to launch the golf ball or whatever it is they've got in there, they just pierce a hole, and then the thing fucking shoots out there like with a lot of force. This is not pressure. This is a vacuum cannon.
Go in there and breathe. Show us you can breathe in there, vacuum boy.
Debug,
Rick,
you're the
I
most
think
fucking ridiculous
Google,
person.
Come on,
what is it?
potato
Oh,
gun
you got to
breather.
turn them all
You're
You're
down.
being a
breathing out of
stupid
a
person.
potato
You're
gun
being
with all the
stupid.
pressure and the
Team up.
14
Team
psi
up. You're
for the
being
Ahead of
stupid.
those.
Somebody mute this cunt.
potato
What the
pressure.
fuck is wrong with him?
Yeah.
You guys are breathing out of a potato gun.
Just
What
turn
the
him down.
fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah. Turn him down.
Godric, just Google pretty sure like the deep sea divers they have these compression chambers that they go in, and I'm pretty sure if they fail, and they explosively decompress or whatever, like the divers can
Why
die.
are you talking about?
So
Why are you talking about divers
check out whatever
when
the
we're talking
pressure
about
difference is in those, because that's the kind of pressure that will kill people.
Okay, so space won't kill people then. That's your claim.
No. Your eyes
Space
won't
will
pop
not
out of
kill
your head,
people.
no.
So the pressure difference for the deep sea divers be a lot more than between ground level and space.
Yeah, they do like 2 atmospheres down deep, don't they?
The only problem,
sure,
that's a
like
great, thank you for that. The only problem is,
go diving to
now we
like
want to test,
100 meters.
well, now we want to test a vacuum. It's a fair question. If
Hold
this
on.
is really,
Actually, there's video.
this is a
Sorry, there's
science,
video
you
of
should know
Chris
what
Hadfield.
vacuum would bust, the ISS, a soda can, your skull,
Why
and you
can't we
don't
do
know
2
that.
atmospheres
That's
to 1
very
atmosphere?
shocking to me. This is a
Yeah,
science. You should know this.
Chris Hadfield. Chris Hadfield opens a can of Coke after shaking it up when he's deep sea at 2 atmospheres. I'll find it.
And
Shakes up this Coke can, doesn't explode.
It's important to state this about the ISS. It's not just a structure like a Coke can or even a pressure chamber. It specifically has these layers and layers of I forget if it's I don't want to say ceramic. It's some metal. It's got these layers of metal basically. So if there is any sort of ballistic that hits the side of it, it kind of dissipates the energy so that it doesn't
It
burst a hole.
dissipates the energy. Coach, that's wonderful. And I'm glad you said that. And guess what? None of us in this room can confirm that. Nobody.
You come to Texas, okay, and you bring a 45. All right, I'm gonna stand there with 5 floor tiles. Okay, I'm gonna put it right in front of my heart. 5 floor tiles. I'll let you shoot me with that gun. Because I trust that those tiles are gonna dissipate the energy. I'll survive.
I think you could probably do this test in a safer manner, but if you want to stand in front of it, that's fine.
I've done it before, man.
That reminds you of the scene in Kick-Ass when the actor shoots his daughter with a bulletproof vest. Nicolas Cage.
That video I posted, Godric's 30 seconds. So Chris Hadfield's 2.5 atmospheres under the ocean, inside his little whatever. Shakes up a Coke can and opens it. Doesn't fizz at all. Doesn't burst out.
Okay, but your comparison to more pressure is not the same as less pressure. I'm trying to tell you that. You don't get that. Secondly, you also have to.
What we're trying to explain.
Secondly, you also have to consider that the amount of volume that is displaced. In this example, ISS, the amount of pressure in that bigger structure would have to squeeze out of a small hole, for example, much faster and with much more force. Similar to a dam.
What Jim Broney said a second ago, Godric. We're trying to explain to you.
Water on one side, put a hole into it. That water would come out with a lot more force, a lot more pressure because of the volume of the dam. Not the same as a tire. Not the same as an air tire with 40 pounds.
We don't have a leak yet, right? We're just talking about the pressure differential. Okay, if you've got 14.7 inside and 0.0001 on the outside.
I get it that you say that there's 14 pounds. So I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Let's say you had a 14. Let's say you had a rubber that can hold 14 pounds, like a condom. Okay.
Yep.
I don't believe that would stop the vacuum of space. That's what I'm trying to say. And we can test this with the vacuum chamber.
We've got a Coke can. We've got a Coke can that can hold 90 psi against 14.7 atmospheric, which means that it can hold 75 psi in the vacuum. That is how it works, Godric. That is how it works. Equal and opposite forces, you net out the forces. You're netting out the force.
Concede if we can put a condom in the vacuum chamber. I'll concede, and why? Because that will be proof, not just talking. Okay, right now you got stories. Because you know something they read in a book, that doesn't mean it's going to happen in reality.
There's another point as well. If you have a 10,000 liter thing, pressure at 1 atmosphere, and you stick a hole in it, and you have a liter thing at 1 atmosphere, and you stick a hole in it, I'll be very surprised if the fluid starts coming out of it at a greater rate in one than the other.
I believe it'll be a much greater rate.
The material's the same. Like, no,
I believe it'll be a much greater rate. I believe it will.
Exactly the same, because what's pushing it out, what's pushing the stuff out is the pressure, and the pressure's the same in both of the things.
Hello.
I think it would come out with more. It would have to come out with much more force because of the size of the container, not because of the pressure in the container.
But the pressure's the thing that makes it come out.
I hear you.
The only reason it's coming out is because it's pressurized.
Let's check. Let's see if we can check this in the vacuum chamber. I will concede if a condom cannot bust in the vacuum chamber.
It's very different to a
or
Coke
something
can.
that can
like
hold
we're talking about
14
the
pounds,
crushing.
15 pounds.
Like we're talking about with the crushing of the railway tanker thing, right? That's a compressive force. Imagine you had like a plastic bottle of water, right? With the amount of pressure that you could generate with your lungs, you can suck in on that bottle and crush it just by sucking in. But no matter how hard you try to blow into it, you're not going to explode it, right? The expansive structural integrity of something like a bottle or a Coke can is much, much bigger than the sort of compressive strength.
I disagree with you. If you get that bottle of water, you empty it, you put air into it, close it up, it's going to explode inside of a vacuum chamber.
That's not what he said.
It will, actually.
I don't think it will.
It will.
The discussion is about going into space and seeing what would happen. I think the ISS is a joke from what they tell us. I think a Coke can would burst in space, and I think I don't care what pressure you think that you're weighing these things at. I don't think that will happen in a so-called vacuum.
Yeah, and you wonder why we say to flirters all the time that you don't understand.
The size of the container
You're a
does matter.
stupid person, and you need to get it through your thick head.
I didn't think the size of the container does matter. And I'm making a fair request. I'm just saying, let's do it in the
I
vacuum
don't understand something doesn't make it so.
Hold
let's
on,
do
guys.
it in a vacuum chamber.
Guys, you have to understand that nobody's listening to you if you're talking over everybody else. Okay? And then nobody can hear anybody else either. So let's just go one at a time. Maybe two at a time at most.
That's talking over people.
Thanks, Kosher. You're the man.
Who here has access to the vacuum chamber?
Pardon?
Who here has one?
It's your birthday, Kosho.
Yeah, and it's Rosh Hashanah or something, isn't it?
Rosh Hashanah was
Happy birthday.
Yes, of course.
Oh, it is
What'd you
actually
say,
Yom Kippur.
Godric?
It is Yom Kippur.
It really is Yom Kippur.
Were you guys able to convince him?
No.
Missed what he said. Did you ask a question, Godric? I didn't hear it.
I asked who here has access to a vacuum chamber.
Not me.
They literally don't believe anything that this is peer review.
Yeah, background noise, Trevor.
And you say to them, look, let's
I have a
think.
Swedish penis button. I don't know if I
Is it
can.
going to pay peer review paper or not?
We mute Chepper for a sec.
Review of science. I think it's pathetic.
Zeppa.
Pathetic.
Bro, your hot mic and Zeppa. We can hear the TV.
Not only Yeah, not only can we hear your TV, we can hear you fucking talking at your TV.
Sorry, what?
You were watching TV or something, and we could hear the TV.
Hot micing.
Oh,
That's right. Jeff one time was hot micing. This is years ago. He was hot micing, and I heard a wild shrieking. And he said it was a possum.
Oh yeah,
was
possums in the roof. Yeah, they're still here.
Jesus Christ, man.
They're a bit better behaved now, though.
It can be pretty spooky when they do that growl thing in the middle of the night.
I've never like that. We have them here in America. They're like, you know, they don't do any of that kind of stuff.
I don't think they're not the same.
Yeah, they've settled down because I used to get up there and give them a beating. I caught one once. He came out of the roof, and I tried to catch him. They're very very strange creatures.
Yeah, it's for people who try to catch them.
Yeah, it acts so weird though. Like like it's not scared of you, not one bit. It's not fearful at all. But you got to, it'll let you pat it. But as soon as you touch it or get close to it, it'll react. But until then, like you're getting closer to it. It's not they're not a fearful animal. They're a very strange animal. And I couldn't get him out of my house at one point. I opened the window, showed him how to get out. I had to actually catch him in a cardboard box and then throw that out the window.
Where are you, mate?
He lives where my family lives. He lives on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I don't want to dox you. I don't want to dox you.
Whereabouts?
West Coast.
In Sydney?
No. West Coast. Perth.
Perth, sorry. I don't know my east and west. Ugh.
Hey, Godric, did you actually listen to that Action Lab video? Particularly the part where he says reducing the atmospheric pressure by 14.7 psi is exactly the same as increasing the internal pressure by 14.7 psi.
No, I didn't listen to it. I was trying to get an example. We could bust a Coke can in a vacuum, but it's bunked if it uses heat. So that's my bad.
Okay, let me give you an example that you can understand, Australian person.
Hello, fellow Australian.
Right, so if I'm going to be, let's say I've got a push bike. It's actually a better example, a motorbike tire, right? Motorbike tire, the perfect pressure for it's about 14 psi, right?
Gauge pressure, yep.
Yeah. So why doesn't the gauge start at 14.7?
That's just how gauges are made. Yeah, gauge pressure is just relative to atmospheric pressure.
It'll measure gauge pressure, not absolute pressure.
So then once you get to really high pressures, it becomes inaccurate. Is that what you're saying?
No. When you say 14, when you say 14 psi, that is 14 psi above atmospheric pressure. That's called gauge
pressure. So it's
pressure.
actually 28 psi. It should actually be reading 28.
Yes. Yep.
Or if you had an absolute scale, yes.
Why doesn't it?
Because they're just calibrated to atmospheric pressure.
So you're saying that when it gets to 50 psi on the gauge, it's actually wrong. It's not even 14.7 out. It's even further than that out.
No, it's 14.7 out. It measures the difference in pressure.
No. How can they keep the gauge that accurate if the sweepers are the same?
That's just calibrated not to 0. It's calibrated to 14.7. That's literally it.
It'll just measure the pressure.
It can only be a linear relationship.
No,
it's
how the
device. It's a
works.
non-linear thing we're talking about. The relationship between the pressure on the gauge and the actual pressure. It's not a linear
absolute pressure.
The device you're using to measure the pressure in your tire measures gauge pressure. It measures the pressure difference between the inside and the outside of the thing it's measuring.
Exactly.
So when you put it on the tire in the atmosphere, it will measure, and the tire's at 14, it will tell you that the difference is 14 psi. If you then don't change anything and take that tire really high up in the air, it will register higher pressure because the difference is higher.
That's right.
So that's how it works.
Yeah, it's just measuring
so
a
when
differential.
When you take something with like let's say the ISS, and it's pretty big, fucking massive actually, and you put it up there, right? Now it's wanting to, now there's reading high pressure, isn't it?
Inside the ISS?
The difference
still be
between the inside and the
14.7?
outside is much bigger.
Well,
If you were to
the
measure-
No,
inside's
we're talking
14
about
and
differential
the,
pressure here.
well, no,
If you
the
were to take
inside's
the gauge
14 and the
inside-
outside's 0, so it's at 14.
Not true. You bring a gauge there, and you'll find it and you put the gauge on the outside of the ISS, right? You are going to be reading something fucking incredible. It'll be a crazy fucking pressure you read on that gauge.
Measures
The gauge will
it'll
be
tell you
off the
14.
fucking gauge, mate. Is what it'll be.
No.
Yes, it will. It's based off a spring. It's a linear. You can't.
You're just wrong, man.
Jesus. How hard
You
is
don't
this?
understand. The gauge, the actual pressure gauge, works off of this difference. It's not working
So
off of something.
let's say there was a hole.
Oh, it's a linear pressure, blah, blah, blah. No. It's
real
working
quick,
off of a difference.
It measures the difference.
Real quick, we have-
The gauge is measuring the difference. If the difference is 14, the gauge tells you 14.
Yeah, that's like how.
I found real quick. I found another video. This guy didn't use heat. This one didn't use heat, so he put a Coke can in a vacuum in it and he blew it up. On the video I posted, it happens in 2 minutes. So save you the time. So I believe that I am correct on that. Soda can will not survive in space if it can't survive in a basic vacuum.
Maybe it's a shitty Coke can. Maybe. Anyway, I'll look at it for you.
Okay,
anyway,
thank you.
If you were to put that gauge like in the hole
No,
between the
you can't
ISS
use
and hang on.
reputation. You're the one here that's claiming to be the fucking fountain of knowledge.
These are simple
If you were-
concepts, man.
Yeah, if you were to put that gauge in the hole between the inside of the ISS and the outside, it will measure 14.7. That's what it will read. Because on the one side is 0, and on the inside is 14.7. The difference being 14.7.
No.
Yes.
If you put a bike tube, right? If you put like a tube thing on the outside of the hole there, and then you put a fucking compressor fitting on there, right? It will measure fucking crazy. It'll be off the Richter scale, bro. It'll be like thousands of PSI.
No, where are you getting a thousands of PSI? Where's all that pressure coming from, man?
We are
Where are you
talking about
coming up
this
with
change, the difference that we're talking
Yes.
about, the way that the gauge
Difference
works,
is-
not the way that you think
difference
the
is
pressure
14.
works. We're talking about the way the gauge works.
Yes.
Gauge measures the difference.
You don't understand it then.
Yeah, let's try something.
Wow.
You're
Anyway, I'm gonna watch
the
the video.
one coming up with 1,000 PSI from nowhere. Absolutely
Yeah,
nowhere.
Oh, hold on, hey, let's try and describe something because somebody brought up a condom earlier, and just go with me, okay? Let's say you do have a condom and you have zero pressure on the outside of the condom, zero pressure at all, and inside of the condom, and then by the way, the surface area of the condom, when inflated, I guess, is like 100 square inches, okay, 100 square inches, let's just say. Anyways, the inside of the condom is 14.7 psi. And the outside of the condom is 0 psi. So do you think that you could calculate the force acting on the inside walls of the condom? It's fairly easy. Okay. 100 square inches, there's 14 pounds per square inch. How much pressure is inside the condom? I mean, how much force is acting on the inside wall of the condom?
14.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. This is 14 times 100. That's right. That's all. That when you're doing pressure difference, you're comparing the two pressures because ultimately if the difference is 0 on one side and some pressure on the other side, it's all going to be acting on that side. It's all going to be acting against the wall outward, and it's going to be acting at that magnitude. So, yeah, I don't know. The number itself doesn't really matter. It's 10 to the negative 17.4 or 0. Those numbers don't mean anything. Don't imply any strength. The strength is coming from where the pressure is.
It's going to be 100. It's going to be the PSI is going to be depend on how much air you put inside of it.
I just described the pressure. Yeah. Regardless of how much air is inside of the condom, I told you the entire pressure, and I told you the surface area that it wasn't inflated. That's all you need to know.
So it doesn't. Okay. Think about how barometers work. Think about how the development that the barometer went through to be able to get it into the configuration where it could be made into a gauge. Right,
That's what a barometer is. It's a gauge.
Yeah,
a barometer measures relative pressure.
Sure.
Right, atmospheric pressure.
That's right. Do you know why Torricelli made it? He was trying to prove to Galileo that air had weight and that there was a force, because he didn't believe it for some reason.
Well, yeah, obviously he was.
Chip, when was the last time you slept, man? You always tell me
I woke up an hour ago. An hour or two ago.
And regardless, yeah, the barometer, it's able to lift that much weight because the atmosphere has that much force acting on the surface area.
It's measuring a difference. And if there was a huge difference, there would be a lot of force.
But the difference it measures is in the amount of pressure, right? So if the pressure difference is small, then it's only going to measure a small difference. And the pressure difference between the inside of the ISS and space is 1 atmosphere, which in relative terms is not a whole lot of pressure.
But the thing that you're not taking into consideration is orifice flow and the difference of pressure on either side of that orifice.
How does that affect a barometer?
What difference that makes? What changes that makes to the flow rate? How much it can transmit into this zero pressure, the theoretical zero pressure environment. It could transmit a lot, and a lot faster too, because there is no resistance to this incoming pressure.
Oh, Godric's gone.
It's like it's being sucked out. Like it will literally empty like so fucking fast. You would not believe it.
Anyway, Godric's Fanta cans exploding. The guy puts them in there with a heavy-duty glove, and you can see the steam coming off of them.
Oh shit! They're heated up.
Yeah, you can see the steam coming off
in the video.
Give me a look.
Check
Where
it,
is it?
56 seconds. 56 seconds into the video, and he puts the can in with a glove, and you can see the steam coming off it.
Livestream 1 text. Is that where we're looking?
Yeah, I posted a screenshot at 49 minutes past.
Right. Can you post it? Oh, here we go. Here's the video.
I'm working on this weird thing so that it's supposed to keep track of the conversation. It's like a bot. So if you keep track of the conversation, and it'll be like a sort of flow chart kind of, and it'll show like what the main point of the conversation is, and also where we're at, like where we've, because it veers off to here to here to here. But I think people often forget what it is we're even talking about at a certain point.
That's a fun idea.
Well, it's just a good way to visualize, or do you have keep to keep the conversation on track when it veers off like that.
Yeah, I see that. That's a fun idea. How do you implement it though? How would you program it?
It would have to be user input.
So it would just be almost like just a visual scorekeeper.
Yeah, basically. But I'm still
That,
working on the
would that be like a time thing, or would the subject just stay on that matter the entire time?
Well, no, the conversation would go freely. So like earlier we were talking about I don't know, some shit, the atmosphere, some refraction, and so it would show you that that's the main point of the conversation, and then if when it goes off, it veers off, you would see that there's kind of like branches that are veering away from it, but you would still, you would still, you know, people would be able to see where the conversation, where the back of the conversation. It's not meant to lead the conversation. It's meant to follow the conversation.
Right, but at what point would there be another conversation that would be able to present itself if that was going on?
Oh, well, I mean,
No, I think what he's saying is that the conversation's free to move at all times, and this device would track where we go from the original point. So the original point's refraction, but we are like 4 orders of magnitude away, and we're now talking about pressure vessels. It'll show you like how off the point we got. Did I represent that correctly?
yeah, well, more or less, yeah. I'm still playing around with it anyways. But when it's not too smooth.
Cool. It'd be cool, Kosha, if it was like automated to where it used like keywords and it would like tag the keywords and then create like a flow chart. And then if you had all of the thousands of hours that plugged into it, that it could then like pull together like all the times we've talked about pressure, all the times we've talked about the ISS, all the time we talked about curvature, and it could somehow like group those together and then pull out all that audio and then put it into like so you could have like an hour of every time we talked about this topic, another hour of every time we talked about that topic, and then it was also visually represented. That'd be pretty cool.
And actually, that would be, yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
And no, I was just saying that would be pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the things I was messing around with, but it's difficult if you want to do it automated versus user input. But I think what you said with keywords would be ideal. It's like, obviously there's certain keywords in these conversations. So when a conversation moves there, you just, enter that keyword and kind of veer off. But something I was going to say to you, Gio, is your shows are online on YouTube. And I wonder if I could actually do that. Like the same thing I did with Witted's, his presentation, his ether presentation. Get like each of your, uh, 12-hour shows, and then take the transcript and get the AI to kind of summarize the main points of each section. I want to see if it's going to be capable of doing it.
Yeah, that'd be cool. There's also a way, there's like apps you can use that'll download an entire YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like if you needed all the
Download
audio.
the channel and the transcript. Gio, do you know if it downloads the transcript?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, do you know if it downloads the transcript?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I'm used a device or not an app, but software before where I took recordings of things and it literally put it all into text. I could look that up.
Yeah, I have a few of those too. But Google usually, as I'm sure YouTube, like Witted's presentation, they have the whole thing transcribed. I bet you it does a poor job of doing geos because sometimes we're talking, screaming at each other and shit. So I don't know if we can record everything, but I'm gonna go check that out right now. Actually.
Do, 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 do.
Oh, Smooth, I was going to say, I don't know if you were joking, or perhaps you were serious. I don't know. But you said, what did you say? You said Godric is right, or Chepa is right. 10 to the negative 17 tour really is billions of orders of magnitude.
Billions?
I think that's what I'm asking. If he was joking or not.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I think it's only 17 orders of magnitude.
Or
Oh.
18. Okay.
No, you're 100% right. I was thinking about millionth, billionth. I was thinking about the 10, tenths, hundredths. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
I think Godric never actually understood the pressure differential. That was the point.
Yeah, it was tough. There's so many people talking over each other.
Yeah. It's like it's 19 orders of magnitude. And you guys were saying that it's like fucking zero.
The actual amount of pressure is 0. The amount of force per unit area is 0.
And you're saying the difference is negligible.
Yes.
Absolutely is not negligible.
No. What they're saying is, all right, if you have one...
I understand the additive nature of pressure, but when you're talking about the actual force and the flow through an orifice at that differential, the absolute lack of pressure is a factor that comes into it.
If you've got a hole, right, and on the inside it's 14.7, are you saying the flow rate will be different if it's 10 to the minus 6 torr versus 10 to the minus 17 torr? Are you saying that's going to be noticeably different?
Absolutely.
Okay, you're wrong.
I'm saying that what my argument, the basis of my whole argument is that if you have a small hole, how much, 2 millimeters, something like that, if you have that much the pressure differential is that fucking massive, right? Then it's just going to fucking empty out really quick because it's the flow rate will be massive.
Are you saying it will be noticeably faster if the outside is 10 to the minus 17 compared to 10 to the minus 6 torr or whatever?
So you're saying the flow rate will be the same?
Yes.
Being sealed to not being sealed, that doesn't make
How
sense at all.
are you calculating the flow rate? How are you calculating that flow rate?
Oh, that's fucking fluid dynamic shit, right? But there's the net force, right? The net force.
What you're doing is you're looking at the orifice size and you're calculating, then you're looking at the pressure on both sides, aren't you?
Yes, exactly. What's the net differential in the force or the pressure?
There is no more pressure in it.
And it's not just the cross-sectional area of the orifice either. You also have to take into consideration the shape of the orifice.
Yeah, it's the same, right? We're controlling the size of the hole. All that's different is on one side, we either have 10 to the minus 6 torr or 10 to the minus 17. I'm saying that the amount of flow will be the same. You're saying it will be somehow different.
It will be different. What are you basing that opinion on? Nothing.
The net force. The net force.
Just Google Bernoulli's equation.
He's talking about what material, what gas.
Rufus,
when
if
have you seen this happen? He's asking.
Oh gosh, this guy.
Physical.
Yeah,
So you're saying that it doesn't matter how hard you suck. It's just the blowing force.
Vacuums don't suck. Vacuums do not suck.
If you suck it almost exactly the same amount, there's no difference.
Yeah, can we figure it out without just your imagination?
Rufus, if I go outside at sea level and I take the cap off my car's the valve. No, the valve to let air out of my tires. If I press in on that valve and release the air, it sounds like what he thinks should happen is if I drive up to the top of a mountain that's 14,000 feet tall, like Pikes Peak, and I do the exact same thing, the air pressure inside my tire should flow out much, much faster.
No, the difference is
it will
between
be
driving
faster.
up that mountain, the top of that mountain, and the bottom of the mountain. The pressure difference is nothing. Completely neutral.
No. There is a big difference. There is a big difference between the bottom of the mountain and the top of the mountain.
A couple of percent in
No.
pressure.
How many psi? Absolute number. How many psi? Might be like 4 psi.
No, not 4 psi. It's not going to be that.
It might
much.
be.
it
might
might
be,
not
right?
Is PSI
But
voltage?
it'll be substantial, right? Where the difference.
No, not a substantial difference. Less than 1 psi difference.
Okay, let's say 1 psi.
Hold
That's
on,
fine.
hold on. The difference between Mount Everest and space is less than the difference between the ground and Mount Everest.
How many volts
Yeah,
is
there's
14
10
PSI?
psi. There's 10 psi difference between the ground and Mount Everest, and there's 5 psi difference between the top of Mount Everest and space.
There you go. So 4 psi is fine, right? Difference of 4 psi between the base and the top of the mountain.
No. 10.
Top of the mountain in space.
Yeah, no, that's maximum 10. But I'm saying in an example,
Right,
it could be 4. Yeah, sorry. Right, so there could be 4 psi difference between the bottom of the mountain and the top of the mountain. Right, so yes, if you pop your tires at the top or take
It's a pathetic difference. I'm better than you are.
What?
You're arguing that 1/1,000,000th of a millimeter is a greater difference than 1 centimeter, Zeppa.
Talking.
Only because the unit of measurement, 1/1,000,000th, sounds bigger to you than 1 centimeter.
All right, now let's have a look at flow.
How many
look
volts?
At the pressure difference and flow rate. Let's look into that, yeah?
There isn't pressure that's increased or decreased.
That'll be some function of the pressure.
Pressure difference,
pressure differential.
as a function of flow rate, yeah?
Yeah, but we're controlling for the size of the hole. That's the same in both scenarios, and the internal pressure is the same in both scenarios.
There is no pressure.
What's
That's
different
why it's the same. There
is
is
the
none.
outside pressure.
No, it's 0. 0 pressure. 0 PSI on Earth. 0. Did you know that? You can't have PSI on Earth, buddy. You can have volts and you can have currency, right? And then you can equate that to amperage when you go so high. How many volts are up there at your 14 PSI? How many volts are in that? When you go up higher at the top of the mountain as compared to the bottom? So you have so many volts at the bottom and so many volts at the top. Where's your PSI at? Is your PSI the same as volts? I can't tell the difference. So do the volts, does the PSI burn up the ships when they come in, or is that voltage or magic O2? Or O3, I mean. The ozone layer, the supposed magical one.
Right.
So nobody knows what an ozone layer volts are up there at 250 feet that the ISS has to be traveling through the whole time. Getting lit up like a car.
Here we go. So the velocity of the air that's coming out of this orifice, right, is 2 times pressure 1 minus pressure 2. Right, divided
Pressure 1
by
minus pressure 2. Oh, there we go.
All right. Divided by the pressure total minus the static pressure. Divided by the dynamic pressure. What would that mean?
It means 0.
But I think you've answered the question when you said the pressure 1 minus pressure 2.
It's all 0. It equals out that it doesn't matter. It never matters. It doesn't matter. You can do this. You can do that, and it all is 0.
let
me just put in the thing that I'm talking about. All right. It's in the chat.
Well, yeah, nothing's stopping you.
Yeah, there it is.
Saying though, they keep telling you about this pressure difference, and then they tell you there's no difference, so it's 0, right?
What? I bet you invalidate your own.
Difference. It's not negligible.
No, stop being
it's
stupid.
nothing.
Stop
It's
laughing.
no difference. That's what Ruhiffer they're telling you.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to these other good people here. You don't need to
talk to you.
a good day. No, I'm not talking to you. You're stupid and reckless.
That was really fucking offensive, dude.
What did he say?
He called Demont stupid and reckless.
You say that.
Yeah, he's doing this LARPing thing. He thinks it's funny. I don't want to entertain it.
Yeah, most of us, I think, have Democ turned down so that we can see him light up. Yeah. We see him light up, but he just, most people, I think, ignore him.
Democ's one of my buddies, so I never turn him down.
Yeah, I'll post the actual thing as well. Not kind of
link.
fun, interesting.
You know, when I did my aerostasis test, I had 23 people help me, and Shepa was one of the flat earthers who actually gave me the most data. He gave me more data than anybody else. The pictures.
Nice one.
And he fought against the results more than anybody else did.
Fought against them.
He was vehemently against the results.
No, I just had a different explanation for why the results were as they were, and the best thing that I can come up with that is that the way that we've set where the latitude lines are, we've set that through observation, not through measurement. It's not like they're an equal distance apart or anything like that.
But they are.
They don't have to be. How can you substantiate that claim? Anyway, that's not what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, true. Your diagram at 6 minutes past, right? The fact that in the bottom says solver velocity, it's got the difference between the total pressure and the static pressure.
Yes.
Yes.
See this?
See what? Yep. So the flow rate depends on the pressure differential.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, what did you bring
we got
up?
there. Okay.
So when the pressure
what is the
differential,
pressure?
right? We're talking about.
I'll go. Yeah. So what is the pressure differential between 14.7 internally and 0.0000001? What's the pressure
we're talking
differential?
about the multiplicative difference, right? Because look, there's a divided by a pressure.
Your
divided
formula has the
P.
difference.
See that? Divided by P.
Yeah, but the differential pressure. The P is like a density thing, isn't it? What's that?
Dynamic pressure.
What's P?
Or
I think that's rho. Yeah, it's a density.
City.
Yeah, rho's density. There you go. They shouldn't put P and rho in the same fucking formula. That's silly. Yeah, so PT minus PS is the pressure differential.
Oh.
Boy, what are we talking about now?
Hey, Zanik. We're trying to explain that the pressure difference between 14.7 psi and, sorry for mixing up units, but 14.7 psi and 10 to the minus 6 torr is the same as 14.7 psi and 10 to the minus 17 torr. We're trying to say they're the same, but we've had a great deal of trouble over the last hour.
Well, if you can't do it, I don't know if I can do it.
Your audio is really low, by the way, Zanik.
Oh, I'm being kind of quiet.
Okay.
The difference between 14.7 psi and 10 to the minus 6 torr is the same as, what was the other example?
14.7 psi and 10 to the minus 17 torr.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to say that those are the same, and no one seems to get it.
That's been a popular conversation for the last 5 years. It's somehow.
Zanik, it sounds like you're talking through a pillow. What happened to your mic?
Yeah, I've got you at 200, Zanik.
There is a pillow involved here. Well, since you turn things up here, I guess. Oh, I know what happened. My computer, I just shipped it back to Dell. It's been a nightmare since I got it, which actually fixed everything, but I can't use the mouse pad broke. Anyway, long story short, I'm back to my old crappy computer. So that's probably what it is. Let me see if I can turn it up though on the tools. Sorry.
Could you stop abusing me, Denmark?
It must, mate.
How about now? Is that a little better?
Yeah, I've still got you 200 though.
Not good, or?
No, it's okay. Yeah.
That's decent.
Okay. Well, I'll just have to speak slower and more articulately. So, where's the disconnect on the? Because they love to say the 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 17 is billions of times different, and that's their.
I've never heard anyone say billions.
It is billions.
It is billions, multiple billions.
Yeah,
like
but
it's
not
10 to the power of 11.
Not in the actual potency of the pressure, though.
Well, yeah, that's what they're contending, because 10 to the minus 6, there's how many? There's 10 decimal places. So what is the 10 decimal places? 6 is a million, 9 is a billion, so 10 billion, tens of billions of
That's
times
11,
greater pressure. So if I said I can put you in a vacuum chamber of 10 to the minus 17, or you have a choice of 10 to the minus 6, would you pick 10 to the minus 6? Because it's 10 billion times less pressure, or more greater pressure. Sorry. Like the point is that the differential kind of confuses people, and QE is the master of being confused on that particular ratio. Because it's correct, there is 10 billion times more pressure, but it's still zero.
It's like saying I can pick up a grain of sand or I can pick up a 1 pound weight. And if I can pick up the 1 pound weight, that means I'm 1 billion times stronger.
That's a good one too.
It's still completely irrelevant.
If you're trying to
That's how it should be, right? If there was like smaller moons and planets and stuff like that. But the fact is that it doesn't happen like that.
Well, the point is, it's like going somewhere. You want to go home, right? You're a mile away. You can be, if you move an inch or move a nanometer, is there really a difference on how far you've moved compared to where home is?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of analogy you're trying to draw, but what goes up must come down. We're resisting our natural forces.
Yeah, there is a resistance to a natural force. That's really good that you point that out. In order to resist the force, you need to match that force in the opposite direction. So
or
helicopters. Hold on. That's why we have helicopters. That's why birds have wings and muscles to make those wings flap, and that produces a force equal to their weight. And if that weight, which is a force, equals the force pushing down, which is the wings action and the muscles acting on those wings and acting on the air molecules, then things float or fly or actually go up. It's not that.
You know how a plane's wing works? How it takes longer for the air to travel over it, so it creates like a lifting current, because most of the air is going underneath it. It creates pressure underneath it and the low pressure above it. So that's what makes it go
There's
up.
two things going on there. That's one of them, and the other one would be anytime you have a change of momentum, there's a force, so you're changing the momentum of the air in that particular direction overall, and that's why you have lift as well as the low pressure, high pressure comparison or contrast.
So it's like the sinking, sort of like how you know how you can like put air bubbles up through water and then something will sink in it instead of float if it's bubbly water.
Yes. Because what is the buoyancy equation? The mass of the medium you've displaced, which you've just reduced we just reduced the mass of the medium you're displacing, is equal to the force upward. So if you have a volume that's being displaced and it is less massive, i.e. has less weight, then it'll have less force upward. So it sinks.
Mm.
What was the thing with the pitot tube? The drawing that you put, Cespa?
Pitot tube? Censored.
Storytelling.
Joke, come on. Call it pitot, just to be careful.
Pitot tube. And that's how they measure airspeed on airplanes.
So basically, the air pressure inside the ISS is not much different to outside it. You're saying
it's 14.7 psi different. I think it's 14.7 in the ISS, isn't it?
Yep, I got it. That's right.
I'd be surprised if they had something else.
What I'm arguing is because the pressure difference is so great that the air inside the ISS would very, very quickly evacuate.
Well, the only difference is, I think someone just mentioned, it's 14.7 difference. So it's no different than the
Yeah, but the velocity of the air going through that orifice would be very great.
Oh, you're talking about
Why? Wait, hang on.
Because that equation that I posted there.
It's the differential.
Relationship. It's not.
No, it's not. It's a differential. It says PT minus PS. The differential in the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure inside the ISS is 14.7. Outside is 0. I mean, that's 10 to the minus 5,000.
So when we're talking about the outside pressure, that would be pressure total, wouldn't it?
Yes. No. The pressure total would be the inside.
That would be the new static pressure.
No, pressure total would be the inside pressure, and static pressure would be outside of 0.
But you got to understand it.
No. The static pressure would be the inside of the ISS. That'd be your static pressure.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
No. Because then you got V squared equals a negative number.
So mainly he stuck his finger in the hole to stop the oxygen from escaping.
Yes.
Not so much. Okay.
In a nutshell, you have the ISS, which is 14 psi. Outside is 0. It's opposite of how submarines work, by the way. But let's just stick with the ISS. As that differential, 14.7, is all there is as far as a pressure or force, which is just a force over a square area, right? That will be the maximum pressure it has to support that ISS. It's trying to keep the air in from going outward. No different than your bicycle tire. Now, you know, if you pump your tire up, you're probably metric, but 14 psi is a pretty. You got a flat almost. It's gonna be a pretty soft tire. That's all it is. A little teeny toy tire on a kiddie's bicycle. Now, the high performance bicycles get up to 100 psi. So, you know, nearly 5 to 6 times greater pressure than the ISS has to support with a small little rubber tube. In fact, I think you probably get at just the inner tube without even a tire. You probably could get close to 5 or 6 psi out of that. That's just that's like a balloon.
Yeah, no. Look at the picture that I posted. Right. Keep in mind that total pressure would be like the pressure outside of the ISS, and the static pressure.
Total pressure inside, static pressure outside.
Right.
No, that's wrong.
There's no pressure outside. Remember we talked
Okay,
about
look, I can't even finish like explaining it, and people are already telling me that my explanation is wrong. It's not wrong. So just if you look at the picture, here I'll post the picture again. Oh.
Yeah, put some numbers in the formula and tell me how it works out for you then.
All right. The total pressure is the pressure outside of the ISS. The static pressure is the pressure inside the ISS. Those two little holes there, that's where he stick his finger on, right? Now look at that. If the PT is a small number, right, and PS is a large number, yeah, we're ending up with a huge negative number.
Right.
Did you say static pressure was inside the ISS?
So V squared equals a negative number.
Well, hold on, before you do that, I just want to know the concept. I'm just trying to understand how we can make this analogous to the ISS. Did you say the static pressure is equal to what's in the ISS?
He's wrong. We're trying to tell him total pressure is inside, static pressure is outside, and I want him to put numbers in.
I know, but I just want to have him kind of give me how he's, where his logic's going awry here. Did you say, Cespa, that the static pressure is like what's in the ISS?
Yes.
Okay.
Please put some numbers in.
Yeah, bear with me for 1 second, because I know this is going to be like nails in a chalkboard to some people, but if that's the ISS, so you got the vent out to space. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say space or ISS? You said ISS. Yeah, you have it backward.
Space. Yeah. So total pressure would be the space outside of the ISS.
Well, we're ramming pressure. So we
put some numbers in, please.
You got static. You have that thing vented outside, right? That's your static pressure, which is near zero, the yellow. But yet the white is forcing against the air. Now, there's not very many air, but let's say you're going so fast, maybe almost near light speed, just for our little thought experiment, that you're getting molecules of air in there, and you create a pressure of 14.7 in that P1 white box. That would be similar to that.
No, he's saying it's the other way around. He's saying it's the other way around.
No, I thought you said static pressure was because the other vents going outside, like the P1's inside the ISS, which has the higher pressure.
PT total and PS static. He's saying static pressure is inside the ISS, and total pressure is the vacuum. Yeah, it's obviously wrong. Put some numbers in.
No, that's right. It's right.
Okay, put some numbers in. Please put some numbers into that equation.
Remember that I think the problem is maybe I'm wrong here, but let me correct me if I'm wrong.
But then what the equation is saying is that the greater the pressure difference, the greater the flow rate out of the same orifice.
Well, there's no flow rate. We have a dynamic pressure, which is that P1, right? That's because you're having the ram pressure of all the molecules piling up into that P1, the white cavity. The yellow cavity is actually vented outward. That just measures like barometric pressure. That's just static pressure. Is that right?
Yeah, static pressure is your outside ambient pressure.
Yeah, so if you wanted to equate it to the ISS, like before the ISS gets out into space, let's say it's going let's say the ISS took off and could fly into space. The yellow would be the static pressure, and the ram pressure, how fast it's going, would be higher than the static pressure because we're going really super fast. And let's say
let's do it your way then. Okay, so we go the static. We'll say that okay. So pressure total. We'll say that's the outside.
So zero. Yep.
Or say we'll do it your way, right? So we'll say
that we'll do it your way first. We'll do it your way first. Yeah, total pressure zero.
Okay, so total pressure is 14 psi inside.
No. You're saying it's the other way. Total pressure zero.
Minus.
Yep. No minus.
No, we're doing minus. Total pressure zero.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
we're doing it his way
zero,
first.
Right? Minus 14. Yep. So you got minus 14.
Yep.
No.
You got V squared. V squared equals.
No,
minus.
He already gave you the answer. Remember, P2 is the yellow.
So negative 14. Negative 14. Guys, so you square negative 14, you get like 100 and.
No.
Hang on. V squared equals minus 29 over density, right?
So it's like 200, right? 200, something like that, divided by density, right?
No. We've got V squared. Let's. What number is a good number for density? I don't know. I don't know what numbers for density.
So we've got negative 14. We've squared that. We've squared negative 14.
No. Fuck. V squared.
2 in front of it.
The V is the velocity squared.
V squared. Okay. Let's say density is 1. So we'll just get rid of the row on the bottom, right? We're just getting rid of the divisor. All right. So V squared equals minus 28. What's V?
You got to use.
Hang on. No. Don't say anything. What is V if V squared is minus 29?
Or 36. Something
yeah, make it 36 is fine. Chepper? If V squared is minus 29 or whatever, what is V?
We're not trying to go heavy on math on you, but it's a pretty important point to. You brought up this chart. We have to kind of help you understand what all these numbers mean and where they go.
Trevor?
Zeppa.
Yeah. What are we asking? What are we getting at here?
Well, I'm asking you the solve for velocity equation v squared we worked out to be minus 29 or thereabouts. Okay, if v squared is equal to minus 29, what is v? It's a trick question if that helps.
P1, P2.
We're assuming density is 1, so we can just get rid of it. It's definitely a positive number. Because density is mass per unit volume. Can't have negative mass or negative volume.
I think rho is going to be a real small fraction, right?
It doesn't matter. It's positive. It's all that matters. Yes. So v squared is minus 29.
I'm trying to get the equation for this.
This is your equation. It's the one you posted.
Is it 829?
Can't we just go back to, there's a difference, right? The total pressure will be the white. We already said would be the ISS.
No, we're looking at the flow velocity.
I know,
but he's saying the total pressure is 0 and the static pressure is 14. And I say no, the total pressure is 14.
But he changed that and said the static pressure, since it's measuring outside of the ISS, would be 0, and the total pressure would be P1, which is 14.7 in the ISS, created by whatever, to the yellow, which is, so it's P2, P1 minus P1.
Did he change it to mean total pressure is inside the ISS and static pressure is 0?
Right.
Did you change it, Trevor?
That's what he said. And then you get a number that's going to be...
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it'll be
14.7 minus 0. So it'll be 14.7 would be P1 minus P2. 2 times that, so it'll be 28 divided by rho, and that would equal velocity squared.
So which one is static pressure? Which one's PT and which one's PS?
Asking me or Zeppa?
Chepa, yeah. Chepa. I assume Chepa is the right way to pronounce it.
Yeah. What are we looking at? What are we trying to figure out?
Your Bernoulli's, that is Bernoulli's equation, right? Yeah, Bernoulli's equation. Do you think total pressure is the outside of ISS, and you think static pressure is the 14.7 inside? Or have you corrected yourself?
I think when the pressure is, I still hold what I said is true.
Well, no.
Okay, so you think total pressure is 0 and static pressure is 14.7. That's why we're asking you to put these numbers into the equation.
Well, just look at that pitot tube and think about it as like the yellow is venting outside. Why can't the white be the inside of the ISS? Like it's white, the ISS is white. Kind of makes sense. You get the yellow, which is the vent out to space. And we know that's going to be close to 0, 10 to the minus 17 torr, but we're going to call it 0 just for all, because we talked about for all practical purposes, it's 0. The total pressure, this white area, caused by incoming molecules that are ramming and pressurizing P1, which is inside the ISS, or maybe there's a pump that does this. The pump just pushes it in there, and you could give it a velocity equivalent. How this thing works, you could actually figure out how much velocity would be required to do that. But I just think you got it in concept. You have to kind of think about what's really going on here with that equation.
Yeah. Just which way around are these things?
I mean,
how this works. Point now. We're on this for 10 minutes and we haven't got a fucking resolution.
Yeah, why don't we go back to
what the point was?
So it's on an airplane sitting outside. You can see it. It's got 2 little holes on the side. That's the static pressure. That's going to be 14.7 because there's nothing ramming into it. So that's going to be 29.92 or 14.7 psi or 1 bar or whatever you want to, or 700 or 760 torr, whatever you want to use, whatever value you want to use. There you go.
Oh, okay. I want you to find me. Okay, let's try and find a measurement. An equation that can tell us the flow rate of transfer between one pressure to another, depending on the pressure difference and the orifice size. Let's try to find out a complete total equation for that.
You've literally got it here.
I used to know that, actually.
No, this here is incomplete.
Value,
I'm reading
for example, the frontal, the ram pressure or frontal area pressure of I used to know the equation off the top of my head. And I forgot it. It's so long. But it's like if you go 60 or 80 miles an hour, it's 0.0. I remember this number is 0.0 or 0.36 psi. If you're going 120 miles an hour, 0.36 psi. If you're going 80 miles an hour, it's like 0.005 or something psi. It's something really small. But there's an equation for that, and that's the same equation you're going to get for what creates the pressure in the white area of this pitot tube.
What do you call it?
He's still got the static pressure and the total pressure around the wrong way. We just need to fix that, and then we can continue.
You understand that the ram, it's ram pressure. The ram pressure is that white area. That's like a hood scoop
coming into the tube. Yeah,
it's like a hood scoop on a dragster. That's where I get my numbers from, and I used to know this in the race world, and I used to be able to calculate how much pressure, frontal area pressure I'd get for the car, or ram pressure in an intake duct. Same thing happens in the pitot tube. There's no different. And you only can get so much pressure generated by a certain velocity, and that's where the equation comes in. That's why you can determine how fast you're going by this equation. So you're ramming molecules of air into that little tube, and they're piling up because of the change in momentum. Remember, they're stopping compared to the flow that they're static. We're actually moving through it, but it's the same thing as something being rammed into it. And they're piling up, and that piling up is the increase of pressure. That's P1. That's the white area.
Yeah, you're sticking your hand out the window, pretty much.
Yeah, stick your head out the window and open your mouth. There's your ram pressure. At 60 miles an hour, if you can open your mouth at 60 miles an hour, you'll get, remember these numbers, 0.3 is a third of a PSI. Because remember, I thought we could get to a PSI, and I did the equations like for a friend, and you never can get to PSI. You go so fast. It's not even funny. For car speeds, we did between 60, 80, and 120 miles an hour. And the highest we could get, 0.18. 0.18 at 80 miles an hour and 0.36 at 120 miles an hour. It goes up with the square of the velocity. But I'm
going to go and have a shower.
What was that?
Shower time for Daddy.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys can sort it out.
We tried. Hey,
yeah, I think I'm right. Oh,
after all that,
Jesus.
we're putting such effort into this, and you're just not. It's like you're not listening to us. It's sad.
Yeah, put numbers into the equation. Assume the density is 1, and tell me what V is. Solve your own equation.
I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying,
and
right?
Then you admit that you're wrong.
Okay, let's put it the other way then. Let's do it your way.
No, we haven't done it your way yet. You know, if V squared equals minus 29, what is V?
No. Let's just say it's 29.
No, it's minus 29 because you've got PT. You've got PT is 0 and PS is 14.
Okay, 29.4, whatever. Okay.
Yep. So V squared is minus 29. What is V? Please tell me what number you have to square to get to minus 29. Without complex numbers, of course.
Right, this is just a rule of thumb. This calculating flow rate from pressure measurement. Think about...
Someone else can take it. I'm out. I gotta have a shower.
Have a great night.
I understand, right? An explosion inside of a vacuum chamber, right, is an explosion with less power behind it. I understand that, right? But if you're going to say that opening up a fucking opening up a valve on a pressure vessel inside of a vacuum chamber, that it's just going to come out of it the same rate as it would in atmospheric pressure, I think that's stupid. It's got to come out at a different speed. It's being sucked out by the lack of pressure.
I'm
There's
sorry.
no
Give
resistance
me the
to that
give me what
pressure
you're trying
coming
to explain again.
outside of the bottle.
Give me the example again. You got a explosion in
The
the
orifice
vacuum
is the size of the orifice. Obviously, that's resistance. But then you've also got the pressure on the outside of the bottle.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. And that's one of the reasons why we have a net flow of out of the rocket that's actually less when it's going through a medium than it is going through space. There's less of a flow because there's more resistance going out of the.
I'm being told that there's no difference, but logically there must be.
There'd be a little bit of difference.
So when you've got an extremely low pressure, obviously there's something.
Well, if you had let's say a very small, let's say a very well. Let's walk through it. Let's make it. I was like using extremes to make points. So let's look at an example. If you had a 14.7 outside and you had an explosion inside that was doubling that, only 29 psi. You lit a firecracker and only doubled the pressure inside the chamber. Would that force acting on the rocket be different than if you had the 14.7 inside the rocket plus the firecracker 28 psi acting on 0? So the pressure differential of 29 to 0 or pressure differential of 29 to 14.7. Yeah, the vacuum would have more of a pressure differential. You'd have more thrust.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The flow rate should be the person putting their finger on the hole is it would have already been evacuated, and there would have been no way to tell where this leak is coming from, and they would have been fucked. They wouldn't have known.
Oh, no. If you have a pressure leak in the ISS, for example, if you have a pressure leak in the ISS, that's a 14.7 to 0 differential pressure. You could put your finger on that. If it's a small hole, it would barely be hard enough to seal that up. It'd be no different than being inside of a tire and having a leak.
Well, they're going to figure out why they got low pressure, and I'm saying that they wouldn't have had enough time to figure out where it was.
Well, they would go. They probably have smoke tests or some types of apparatus to be able to find.
Yeah, I'm saying that it would have been within a few minutes. They would have been fucking depressurized because of this.
No, because remember, because that depends on the hole size. So if you have 14.7 and you have something with this viscosity and the density of air, we know. Hold on. If I have let's say we have a millimeter. Hold on. Let's say I have a millimeter square hole. 1 millimeter square hole. I can tell you the flow rate based on any pressure you give me that would flow through that with any kind of gas that you mentioned.
Can we express PSI in terms of negative?
For example, okay, think about puncturing a hole in your tire on your bike. How long does it take for that leak that goes? It's a pinhole. You can see it. You poke a pin through it. Maybe a nail go through the tire, and it goes. Well, it might take about 30 seconds or so, or a minute. If you do a car tire, I can have a car tire that's leaking go overnight, not go flat, because it's got more volume. Like the ISS has a lot more volume. Think about how big that is. A car tire compared to the ISS, which is 100 yards long. So yeah, it's gonna take forever for the place to depressurize. Plus, they have oxygen and gas that they're filling in.
Yeah, forever is a little bit of an unrealistic time frame, in my opinion.
Well, you're just kind of acting like you're in denial. So that's where we're at right now.
No, I get it. There must be a difference with the flow rate.
The flow rate only depends on the pressure differential and the size of the hole. That's it.
So you're saying that if I open up an oxygen bottle inside of a vacuum chamber, it will not empty faster than if I just open it in atmospheric pressure?
Yeah, it'll empty faster. Very, very slightly faster. Depending on the hole. Remember I told you the hole? The pressure differential. So if you have a 100 psi oxygen bottle, my nitrous bottle for I used to use nitrous on one of my cars, was 1,000 psi. If I have 1,000 psi and I open it into air,
No.
14, I have 1,000 psi to 14 psi differential. You're saying put in a vacuum, I remove that 14. I still have 1,000 to 14, now a 14 to 0. It's no difference at all. That's that's a fraction of a percent. So it's not going to change anything.
I don't want to have a conversation anymore because
so
You're not being
noticeable.
receptive to what I'm.
You know what 14 to 1,000 is as far as a ratio? 14 divided by 1,000. 14 divided by 1,000 is 0.014. So less than 1% of that bottle pressure differential. And if it's a 100-pound bottle, then it's a little more. It's almost substantial. 100 psi divided by 14. That'd be 0.14, obviously. So a tenth of a 10%, a little over 10%. You have 10% more thrust, thrust force of that, and a faster rate of it being evacuated in space versus being evacuated in Earth with the 14 psi atmospheric pressure. Make sense? Good.
Makes enough sense. But I just don't accept it. That they're
Go experiment on it. It's easy to
I'm saying
experiment.
that this vacuum, this absolute. There's a lot of
absolute pressure is a little different.
To that extent, it's got a lot of power. Sucks.
Vacuum doesn't do anything. Only
That's
pressure.
but it's a huge difference.
Nope.
You got to realize it's
First year physics. First year physics. They call you out on that.
They try to equalize. That's why we measure
Everybody
force.
thinks that it's all about.
There are things that are equalizing.
You can't talk over each other. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to go out. I'm going to walk away.
Okay, that's probably a wise idea. Pressure doesn't do anything. Differential pressure does everything.
So apparently, aircraft, they have a constant flow of air coming from the outside of the aircraft to create the cabin pressure that they need, which is required for people to live. They comfortably ride at about 12 psi at 36,000 feet. Now, how do they regulate the pressure in the ISS? 100% internal regulation of airflow does not make any sense whatsoever. Like they said in the article I just posted, the air would become pretty smelly quite fast.
What if they had air filters with perfume and nice rose scents inside
Yeah.
the ISS, cycling their air, right?
Yeah, they say they're constantly recycling the air, but they're not dragging. Like, the higher you go up in an airline, you're still dragging in air from the outside atmosphere to regulate the pressure on the inside. Without that mechanism, there would be no way for the airline to regulate and have clean air on the inside of the aircraft.
Do they bring oxygen tanks up there? How do they make oxygen?
I mean, the only time, I think it was on the shuttle, what they did was they had a bottle, like a water bottle, and they went outside the shuttle and they got a bottle of air and they brought it back and they've toured it around museums around the world to show a bottle of space. Yeah, that's the only time they've been able to show us. You know, the technology that was in that bottle was extremely amazing. Pressure of space.
How do you feel about Glover's telling us that there's only 14 pounds differential in the vacuum of space?
It's total bollocks. I mean, it's
14 pounds.
fallacious, begging the question that space even exists. I mean, bring me a bottle of space, man.
No, but like, let's just give them their fantasy, right? There's a vacuum with super low pressure, right? Okay, so let's say the ISS has 15 pounds of pressure, rounded up to pounds, right? I think is Ruhi still here? What I wanted to articulate, but I didn't say the right word. Okay, so 15 pounds of pressure to 1 pound is 15 pounds. Okay, but once you go below 1, then it becomes more. Okay. Now, just think of like pulling a needle, getting a needle and pulling out, extracting something with a needle, right? You're creating like a vacuum, kind of like a straw, right? So we got to get below 1 pound, and we have to go. Is it 17 torr? I'm not sure the math on it. I don't know how many zeros that is. Do you know how many zeros that is? Are you there? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're coming in fine.
Well, I want to tell Ruhif that if you go like 0.00000, right, low pressure, something 1, whatever, that's like, it becomes like instead of 15 pounds, it becomes like 15,000 pounds of pressure. So yeah, I'm thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking in theory, if you had a space vacuum, and you had like a hole in the ISS, like
size, let's say an inch size hole, that the strength of that negative 17 torr vacuum would be enough to suck your whole body out of that hole, including your skull. That's what I think. So it would be like exponentially more than 15 pounds. I don't know how much more, but whatever the math says. Not 15 pounds, but like, I'm just going to throw out there 15,000 pounds, for example, because all those zeros, right? You got you got to also consider the percentage difference or the differential, right? Not pound per, but you hit one. Once you go beyond one, it becomes exponentially more pressure. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Is that too much?
Where did everybody go?
Who's that? We're here.
Yes. Everyone's gone. Zanik left.
We're here. I was talking to Denmark about you. I mean, about the situation with the pressure.
Yep.
So let me see if I can articulate it right. Sorry. So will help with math. Okay. If you go from 15 pounds to 1, that's 15 pounds of pressure. Okay. But
differential is 14. Yep.
Hang on a second. I'm rounding up. Okay. For simple. Okay.
Yep.
If you go below that, more. Okay. Than 15 pounds. If you go, okay, order of magnitude is 10, and if I correctly. So if you go 0.0, wait, if you go 0.1, that's an order of magnitude. That's 10. If you go 0.01, that's 2 orders of magnitude. Okay. Now, if you went like minus 17 torr, I don't know what the math is on the minus 17 torr, but what I'm trying to say is, if you were able to get that much low pressure, okay, which I don't think ever exists anywhere, but if you're able to do that, it would be like the PSI would be like 15,000 pounds of PSI on 1 square inch. So what would happen? Just hear me out. If you put your finger in a 1 inch hole that goes out to space, ISS, that hole will suck your entire body out to that finger, that 1 inch hole, including your skull. That's what I was trying to say. All those people interrupted me. Okay, now. So
no,
many more pounds, 15 pounds.
No, that's not how it works. The pressure differential, right, from 15 psi down to 1 psi is 14. Right? That's you know that pressure is force per unit volume, per unit area, sorry. Right, pressure is force per
I hear
area.
what you're saying.
Okay.
You're miscalculating when you go below 1. When you start going below 1, 0.9, 0.8, now you're going into orders of magnitude. It would be, for example, it'd be much more difficult if we had a tube, okay? Let's say it's a plastic tube or a metal tube, and you know those needles. You know, like a needle, when a needle goes in your arm, and you pull it out, suck out.
Yeah, vacuum tubes. Yeah.
If I could somehow evacuate air out of that tube, I had a rope and I was pulling a rope. Okay, I was pulling the rope back like we do tug of war, and you had a rope on the other side, also pulling, trying to get that air pressure out. We'd have to put more than 14 pounds of pressure to go to 0.1 to 0.01, 0.001. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to have you get that. More than 14
and I understand what you're saying,
like
but you are wrong.
Hang on. Thousands of pounds to get it to 0.000 minus torr, right?
No.
So put your finger in that little hole, it would just completely obliterate your entire body. So many more pounds than 15 pounds. So this math thing you're doing does not work in space, not working in space vacuum. And that's why I'm calling bullshit on that.
Let's ignore space for a minute. We're going to ignore space for a minute and just do really simple Newtonian forces, right? If you're pushing against me at 15 newtons and I'm pushing against you at 1 newton, what is the net force? It's 14 newtons your way. Okay? If you're pushing against me at 14, if you're pushing against me at 15 and I'm pushing against you at 1, the net force is 14 newtons in your direction. All right. If you're pushing against me at 15 newtons and I'm not pushing against you, I'm 0, then the net force is 15 newtons your way.
Keep
That's
on
the
going.
net
Finish your
force.
explanation. Finish your explanation so I can respond.
Okay. Now the final example, if you're pushing against me at 15 and I'm pushing against you at 0.00000000000000001, the net force is still 15. That's the same for pressure,
That's where
because
you're wrong.
pressure is force per unit area.
That's where you're wrong. Okay. Once you go
Basic
below
Newtonian
1,
mechanics.
once you go below 1, you enter what I call, and it might not even be the right word for it. It might be an exponential force. I don't know what you don't call it, but I didn't call it order of magnitude. Okay, because it's exponentially harder to get to that lower pressure. Okay, so it's not 15
That's not
pounds.
the point.
It's like it's 15 pounds at 1 pound, right? But once you go below 1, like I told you, in this tube, this imaginary tube that I'm trying to use this as an example, to pull the air out of that tube would be, we couldn't do it. We couldn't tug of war that vacuum tube to get it low enough to equal space. And we might be able to put 400 pounds on that thing, pulling 400 pounds. So hang on. So that's the pressure that will suck you out of that 1-inch tube, 1-inch hole into space. Okay, so it's exponentially more than 15 pounds. That's what you're not getting. I don't know how to explain it.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, you do understand what I'm saying. Okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm telling you that's not how it works.
Yeah. You see, this is where somebody, like, here's an example of like somebody who maybe is book smart like you, and somebody who is like common sense, right? That example you're using does not work in reality. Now, here's what I'm willing to do. If somebody can get a vacuum, I'm willing to see if we can create this pressure to destroy things like Coke cans and condoms and stuff to prove it to you that there's more than 15 pounds of pressure differential in the vacuum chamber. That's what I want to somehow prove to you. That's what I want to do. By the way, your Coke can apparently will not survive in space, and you thought it would, but apparently it doesn't. Doesn't pass.
Well, it does, because even the second example you gave me, the Coke can or the Fanta can, was heated up.
When was it heated up with?
You could see the steam coming off it, and he puts it in there with a heavy-duty glove. It's clearly been heated up. That's why it exploded, because the pressure inside is larger, which makes the differential larger.
No, we're not. Listen. We're not using Coke cans that are heated up. If that video was heated up, we're not gonna use. That was my bad on that. But I didn't see. I watched half of it at least. I didn't see any heat. Where's the heat?
Okay, I tagged you. Let me see.
No, just tell me where the heat is, Ruhif. We both saw the video. I saw it.
I tagged you at 49 minutes past the hour, so I'll jump to it and tag you again. Hold on.
Just explain to me what you did.
What I did, I saw the heat come off it, and I saw he put it in there with a big glove.
Ruhif, where's the heat, Ruhif? What are you talking? Where's the heat?
Watch the video.
My God, just tell me.
56 seconds passed.
Does he light a fire? Does he put it in hot water? What does he do? How does he
I don't know what he does, but there is heat, there is steam or something coming off it, right? And he's putting it in there with a big, heavy-duty glove. It's clearly hot.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. If those things are really hot, then obviously that's a bunk. Well, it's not going to work. We want to do regular air. Temperature actually does make a big difference. But I'm just going to say, room temperature or cold, doesn't matter to me. Same idea. Okay? It will burst in a low pressure, and it will certainly burst in the vacuum of space, minus 17 torr. And I don't think you
bursts at regular temperature.
I don't think you can make any kind of structure that will survive a negative 17 torr pressure.
Oh, you still keep saying negative 17, right? First of all, with the Fanta cans, why did they need to heat them up if they would have exploded anyway?
Again, I don't believe they heated them up. I don't see why.
Well, watch the video.
You told me because he used a glove, that must mean that he heated them up.
You can see the heat come off it. Watch the video. He's got one hand with a glove and one hand not.
Hang on. Does he tell you he heats up the can?
No.
Where he is?
You can see it.
Okay, hang on. So he's doing a trick. He's doing a science trick. He's not telling you he's heating them up. Then he explodes them in a vacuum, and he's like, woo woo. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. He didn't say that heat them up, but you can see it.
We're going to have to, okay. So we're going to have to get another video. That's okay. My bad. Let's get a video that are certainly not heated up. Let's see if we can have a result.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you want to be sciencey, you should know what low pressure will kill a human, what pressure will pop a soda can, what pressure will.
How long is a piece of string?
Actually, according to you, hang on. According to you, you can't pop a soda can, correct?
Sorry, what?
According to you, you can't pop a soda can in low pressure, correct?
Why can't I do that? Oh, sorry, in these vacuum chambers, no, that they should be stronger than that.
Because you said that it can take 90 pounds going the other way. So that means that you would have to have, like a negative pressure, which you say doesn't exist.
There's no such thing as negative pressure.
So
how many pascals is negative pressure?
You're saying Coke cans won't pop in space. That's what you're saying.
Saying you can make the pressure inside the can up to 90 psi.
Yeah.
I think though, Jimbo,
before it'll explode.
That does not mean that 0.01 will not explode the thing.
Jimbo, I think when it says 90 psi for the can, it actually means the conical, the cylindrical part. That's why they always break at the top where you're meant to actually.
Yeah, right.
Meant to open them.
Makes sense.
Now let me ask you this, Ruhiv. Let's say I get another video where it pops a soda can, okay? And it's not showing it's been heated up. And there's no gas. What did you say? You said there was smoke or something on it?
Like steam coming off it or something.
There's no steam on it. Are you going to believe me that it wasn't heated up? Or are you going to say, no, he must have heated up, he's tricking you? Is that what's going to happen? I just want to know.
Given that there are two videos that you've presented so far, that they have both needed to heat them up for them to explode, right? What do you think the logical inference is?
Well, let me tell you from my end. I wasn't looking for that can. I was looking for the first video that showed me a cam in the vacuum chamber. And
right.
yes,
given that the two videos,
maybe the trick is to heat it up and don't tell people, and it blows up and go woo, right? So I don't know, but I'm just thinking now. You don't believe a can can blow up in a vacuum, do you?
Not one at room temperature, no. I think they're stronger than that.
Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so I'll have to keep looking. And ultimately, we're gonna have to get a vacuum chamber and do it ourselves. That's really what's down to.
Right.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong. I can't explain exactly how or why, but I'm pretty sure you're wrong on your math. 100%.
Right. Okay, but given that two videos so far, the makers of the video needed to heat them up for them to explode, what do you think the logical inference is for a video that doesn't say either way?
Okay, you have a crooked foundation, Raheem. You think that those cans were heated up. I don't see those cans heated up.
Watch the video. At about 53 seconds into that video, you will see it. You'll see the heat come off it, and he's wearing this massive glove on only the one hand that's touching the can. It's clearly hot.
That proves that the cans were heated, right?
It's pretty good evidence. That's pretty good evidence.
Let me ask you this, Rahim. If I boiled a can on my stove in water, it would definitely blow up.
Yes.
So did he heat it just before it blows up, and then he puts it in the can? Is that what?
I don't know how much he heated it, but he clearly did.
I'm just trying to figure this out.
You don't have to boil it when you heat it.
He doesn't say he heated it. Now, hang on. When you say you see smoke coming off the can, what if that smoke is the gas seeping out of that can?
So it's already got a leak?
It's coming. No, because the low pressure is seeping that soda right through that balloon. How about that?
The vacuum chamber is open. How about I give you a time-stamped link? Time-stamped link to what I'm talking about.
Okay,
there. Just watch it for 5 seconds.
My
and you will see the heat come off. So
I guess so. I'll tell you what. I guess we'll need a couple of videos that put a can in the vacuum chamber and go below 1 pound, and they don't explode. That would be. I'll concede. Okay, I'll concede. Okay, and ultimately we want to do it ourselves, right? That's what I think.
You can if you want, yeah. But just watch that 5 seconds of video. I've even timestamped it for you. You will see the heat come off it, and he's wearing a massive glove on one hand. It's clearly hot.
Yeah, just my 2 cents though. If you on a heated can, if you take it off the heat source and it hasn't exploded, it won't explode at that point unless you keep the heat source on it.
Yeah,
it immediately starts to cool the moment you take the heat source away.
Yeah.
What heat source is there? What's the heat source?
Fucking the stove or whatever he's doing. I don't know. It doesn't say.
Yeah,
no, in vacuum.
So he's lying.
The dude that made the video, he wasn't. He didn't say that he'd heated them when he clearly has.
Did they explode after they were taken off the supposed heat source?
The question is whether they were heated up to increase the
Yes,
pressure
they did.
before
Whoever was
put in the
talking,
vacuum chamber.
the guy puts the soda can in a vacuum chamber, and around a pound of pressure, it explodes. And Rick was saying because it was heated.
Yes.
But
and if you click the
it
timestamp
doesn't
link,
show,
you will see,
it doesn't
that.
show him heated anything. He doesn't say it's heated. I mean, I'm just,
Right. But watch the video. I've timestamped linked it for you. I've given you a timestamped link. Watch 5 seconds of video and you will see that it's hot. He's got a glove on one hand and nothing on the other, and you see the heat come off to the right of the can.
I hear you on the glove. I mean, that could be a reason to hold a can, but if I put a can on the stove, right? And
I don't know how
he
heated it.
It will explode, but I wouldn't take that hot can and then move it to a vacuum chamber, then put it in a vacuum chamber.
Like Jason said, as soon as you take it away from the heat, it's not going to explode. As soon as you take it away from the heat, the pressure will decrease.
Supposed to be proving something about, did they have a Coke can on a NASA thing or something?
Oh, just question like 2 hours ago. Will a Coke can explode in space?
Let me explain. Because I'm telling Ruhif that a negative 17 torque vacuum would explode a soda can, and it would suck him out of a 1-inch hole in the ISS, his whole body, by the way. And he's saying, oh no, a soda can would be fine in space because it can take 90 pounds of pressure the other way, so it can certainly take 15 pounds of pressure, lower pressure is what he said. He just thinks it's the same thing. I told him it's not, because once you go below 1, you go into orders of magnitude, I told him.
Yeah, like
soda. I'm going to blow your mind, Godric.
Soda cans
blow your mind.
when they get thrown in the ocean if you were to sink it.
Say it again.
Soda cans implode if you put them in, like if you were to sink it in the ocean at a certain depth, it'll implode.
Yeah. I think that'll happen, but unfortunately, that's not going to help us. What's going to happen in the vacuum?
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry, bro. I know the Earth's flat. It's that's a fact. But yeah, I don't know. That angle might be an interesting one, but.
Okay, you're a flat earther, right?
Can I blow your mind, Godric?
Hang on 1 second.
I can cover. I will cover that little hole in the ISS with duct tape.
1 second. 1 second. Okay, hang on.
I mean, anyone who watches NASA videos would have to believe Thunderbirds is go is NASA.
Jason Smith, I have a question for you. You're a flat earther.
Yeah, man.
Okay, I was trying to explain to Ruhif that let's say I have 15 pounds of pressure, 14.8, whatever. Okay, now, if you start taking that pressure out by vacuum, like pulling that air out, like with let's say we can do it with the tube, like we can do a physical vacuum, like a straw, like a tube, and you're pulling it. We're pulling like a suction out, like a needle would pull out blood from the needle when you pull it back, right? I'm telling you, once you get below 1 pound, you start going into orders of magnitude. So it's going to be more than 15 pounds. That's going to be sucking out of there. I'm trying to explain to him. Do you drive with that or no?
Yeah, but what are you saying? Did someone throw a Coke can into space or something? Did they?
No,
No,
we're talking about whether you would get
no.
like sucked out of the
I'm
ISS or
saying
whether
that
a Coke can would explode.
I'm
if you
saying that Coke can
was
would
put in
explode in
space.
space. He's saying
If
that
there
it
was a
won't
hole in
explode.
it.
No. A sealed Coke can, I'm saying, will explode in the actual space, and he's saying it won't.
Fabricated world, they explain that they've protected in the capsule. So you'd have to, you're saying if a Coke can floated out of that capsule,
it would
explode.
Probably it'll pull the oxygen. Yeah.
No, it won't.
Yeah, Ruhu goes like this. Ruhu says because a Coke can is 32 psi, and it can take up to 90 psi as far as.
But I don't believe in a vacuum of space anyway. So
it's fine. It's just would it explode in the vacuum of space?
Trying to give them their fantasy so they can understand that it's fake. He's not going.
Gotcha, come on.
I mean,
man.
just watch the moon landing, bro.
So-
Anyone who believes that is off the chain insane.
Cool. Hey,
Then
let me offer.
It's not a factual
let me
issue,
offer you guys.
or
Let me offer you guys two thought experiments. Or one thought experiment and one issue. Number one, when you say that when the difference reaches below 1, something magical happens, and that's the basis for your assertion here. You mentioned magnitudes of difference. What I want to know is why do you think that?
Because you have to put the word magical means that you're out and you're not. I'm not going to take you as a serious person. Okay.
Okay. Well, then, aside from that, help me understand. Help me understand.
More than 50 pounds of pressure. That's not hard to say.
Okay. But it's just an assertion. It's like saying when you go from 15 to 14, something happens that wouldn't normally happen at 14 to 13.
That's not the same thing.
So ponder that one. Hey, Jason, I'm talking if you don't mind. The other thing I want to ask you is because is 30 feet below the surface of water is a 15 psi difference with the surface, right?
Yes.
30 feet below is like 29, 30 psi. If I swim down to 30 feet below water with an empty bottle of water, and I cap that bottle of water at 30 feet below, and I swim back to the surface with that capped bottle of water, what do you think happens to the bottle of water now that it's gone from 30 psi?
First thing I'll tell you, that is 100% different than going below 1. Okay? 100% different. All right? 15 pounds.
That's your assertion, but I'm asking you, what happens when it changes 30
pounds and 50 pounds is 100% more. But below 1,
it's not a percentage.
Like 0.1.
That's not how this works. What I'm asking is what happens when it goes from 30 to 15, 30 feet below water. It loses 15 pounds of pressure. What happens?
It's 50 pounds, but it's also 100% more. Okay, use the percentage so you can elevate your mind. Okay, don't just use the math. Ruhu gets stuck on that.
Yeah, math is only.
That's fine, but you haven't answered the question. What happens?
I told you it's 15 pounds more.
And does it explode?
Ruhu says that a can can go 90 pounds.
No, I'm asking
at 95.
you.
Hang on. At 95 pounds, it will explode according to Ruhu, which is fine.
That's the sidewalls, by the way. That's cylinder
being
walls.
below 1. Not the same thing as being below 1.
Okay, why is it not the same thing?
Hang on. If you put
keep repeating yourself, but you need to explain why.
Because you're not listening. Because you're not listening to me. Because you need to use math. Okay, it's a percentage. If you go from 30 to 60, that's 100% difference. Okay, if you go below 1, that's like 100. If you go 0.1, that's like 100% difference. So if you went 0.0000001, whatever the 17 Torres math, I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. It's very minute. Okay, that'd be like 15,000 pounds of pressure. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Okay, so
my proof of that is that to get that pressure in a tube, you'd have to exert exponentially more force than 15 pounds.
But why
exponential?
You're making this up, Patrick. That's the problem.
Back in,
You're literally making things up.
Equal force. I'm using.
Hey, if you guys are allowed to have a refraction, we're allowed to make up whatever we want.
That's fine.
I'm using a basic common sense mental experiment. This is not hard.
Because it's not basic or common sense, right? The entirety of science is against what you're saying, Godric, right? You have no experience. You've got no experiment, no experience, no education in this. You're telling me that you've common sensed this into reality, but it's just not true, Godric.
Say magical to derail the conversation because you don't understand.
Because you've made it up.
Godric, hold on. An hour ago, Godric, maybe 2 hours ago, we had to explain what orders of magnitude were to you. Please don't tell us we don't understand.
Yeah, but guys, you're talking science and math that you were taught by Freemasons. Like you're assuming the input is accurate. Like science is a religion. It's a Masonic religion. It's always been known as that. They just don't tell the public that. No, it is. It is.
It's brought you discord, the ability to talk to me from the other side of the world, which means it's probably pretty effective as a religion, isn't it?
Before science and the Masonic science, which is their religion, it was the Bible that people went off. You know that. That's a fact of life. You just don't like to hear it.
You call it what you like, man. But the science
not everywhere. Hold on, the Bible's not everywhere, but yeah, in certain. I mean,
it's fine. It's irrelevant because science, however you want to categorize it, has been pretty successful at doing what it does. Science has brought you the ability to talk to me across the world.
Yeah, but it's
not only as accurate as the liars that do it. This is the one thing that people don't assume about science. They assume what they're told is accurate. All you have to do is go look at how the virologists proved that so-called viruses exist. When you actually look at how they did their so-called science, their religious science, it's not science. You just assume it is because they say it. Cool. Trust science.
No,
so why should we trust you or Godric about your comments about pressure? When you've done absolutely zero to prove them.
Just do it yourself. That's the only way you can trust it.
You're asking me to trust you, but you've given me no reason to.
I'm not. I'm saying you have to do it yourself.
Well, if you're making any claim about it, then you need to do it yourself, right?
Well, I didn't, but I'm saying I want to find out it. I already know the Earth's flat, so I don't need to do that test. But if you want to find out,
you mean you don't want to because you're too lazy or don't know how. Right?
No, I don't need to.
Like the pressure problem.
I've already done many other tests to prove the Earth's flat, so that's like double. I don't need to quadruple it. I've already proven it with multiple things I did with my own 2 eyes and my own test. I can add.
Please share.
Yeah, we'd like to see.
If any of those tests,
you should write a book about it, Jason. Instead of preaching to us, show us.
Yeah, please share your observations.
I don't want to preach, otherwise I'd be a Mason like you guys.
But you're preaching right now about a topic that we weren't even talking about. We're talking about pressure and whatnot, and you go off the rails about religion.
Well, it's not off the rails at all. It's Freemasonry. It's part of what runs the world. You know about Freemasonry.
It doesn't answer the pressure problem.
It answers where science comes from.
It's also irrelevant.
And you're trying to rely on science.
Can we see these observations?
The observations I've done.
Or whatever you relied on to, whether they're yours or not, whatever you relied on to come to the flat Earth.
I did my own curve measurement tests, my own multiple curve measurement tests, and that was it. That's all I needed to see. I've done a lot more, and I've watched other people do things, but I didn't need to. I didn't believe what I saw from other people. I had to go do it and redo it myself. And the moment I confirmed it with my own 2 eyes, that's when I realized it. Plus, when you look at where science comes from, that's where you need to start.
We're not discussing where it comes from. It's irrelevant, Jason. You need to let go of
your whole basis is actually a religious basis instead of looking at it fact-based. You don't replicate the scientific.
It's a red herring, okay? Come on.
It's not a red herring at all. You sit there and say, "Oh, science proved this," but did you
show me what science says about what happens at 1 psi?
Make a scientific claim.
You show me what science says about what happens at 1 psi.
No, like I said, that wasn't my argument.
You guys should know that, man. You don't.
But if it wasn't your argument,
you tell me that to prove to me that science is not a belief for you and a religion, because it is,
Jason.
Then you tell me, like the shadow test with the sticks that supposedly proved the Earth was curved, round, a ball.
Jason,
did you do that yourself?
The topic is PSI.
Have you done that yourself?
What happens at 1 PSI?
Gator,
I'm asking you, have you done any of the tests that you rely on? Have you done the stick test?
Gio, he's doing his best to change the topic away from something that's practical and tangible to something nonsensical that will
the stick shadow test that proved the Earth was a globe is not tangible?
Will not produce any results relative to this conversation.
I guarantee you just read that in a textbook and assumed that the person wasn't lying.
Preaching.
You're giving yourself away, Jason. You're giving yourself away.
In what way?
You're telling us how you learned. You learned by people telling you things and just regurgitating.
Not at all.
them.
The opposite. I learned by doing it myself, replicating them.
Okay, then why do you assume that we learned that way?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You saying that you have done the stick test or any of the ones that you've quoted?
I haven't done the stick test, but I've done plenty of tests.
Have you been able to replicate refraction as it's shown on the globe?
I know why refraction is a fact.
You know why?
I know why we have to incorporate it.
Did you do it yourself?
I borrowed from scientific papers and knew how they did it.
Exactly. And you make the assumption
I wasn't told.
that everyone
it's not an authority
is
statement. It's
you
not
make
an
the
authority statement.
Everyone is honest.
It is someone in a paper going, I did this, here are the results.
And
their
word is as accurate as the organization that paid for the scientific trial. It is a religion. You'd have to admit that. That's the end of the story.
It's not a religion.
If you believe it without replicating it, then it's a religion.
Okay.
What's the difference between a priest up the front telling me that God exists and me believing it, and you
because
saying
thousands of people have replicated it?
Well, who are
thousands
those
of people?
Are they you, or are they just a number in a book that you didn't
Other
know
people
about?
who are trying to either disprove or prove what the
Well, guess what?
replicate
I saw God. God just walked into my room, 100% shook my hand and told me the world was flat. Prove me wrong.
Okay. I can't.
We don't need to.
Okay, let me respond to Real Hip.
But if you believe that, you'd be a religious, wouldn't you? Well, you
hear
believe people that you've never met before, that and 1,000 names on a piece of paper that you've never met, and you've never replicated their research.
I have done my own observations. I'm happy to share them. I would love to see yours as well. No, I've done my own.
What's a physical observation? What physical observation have you done?
Didn't say physical. Didn't say. I said done my own observations.
He just calculates. He just does
I
calculate.
don't just calculate, Geo. Don't lie about me, Geo.
Hang on, guys, give me one moment, guys. Can you hear me, Real Hip?
Lie about you. You've presented on this channel about 300 times your calculations.
Right. Have I done my own observations, Geo?
And people lie in calculations. Math doesn't lie, but people do. The input
You're
numbers lie.
You're not talking about your Google Maths and
Can we hear
calculator calculations.
Have I done my own observations? Get out in the real world and do my own observations. Have I done that, Geo?
We're here.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, got it.
Yeah, but
we're challenging.
Real quick, guys, real quick. Real quick, we're here. I believe you are debunked. I got you a video with a soda can blowing up at 1 pound pressure. And that debunks your theory that they can take 90 pounds or 70 pounds or 60 pounds because going down to around a pound blows it up. Now that
Even
might
it's the
also,
same guy.
That might also,
did he heat it up?
Hang on, just watch the video. And the good thing about the video is, guess what? He's not trying to blow the can up. He's trying to do something different. He's trying to see if there's inside a vacuum, if there's propulsion from the can blowing up, right? Yeah. That's what he's trying to do. He's not actually worried about the can blowing up. He wants to see if it can move in a vacuum.
Okay.
So I might have to debunk you and NASA if they think the can doesn't blow up in space.
Given it's the same guy who had to heat it up to get it to explode.
It's not the same guy, and there's no heat.
It's the Action Lab.
Listen, it's not the same guy, and there's no heat.
You're arguing with the religious order. They're not gonna listen.
Watch the video, and you accept your debunk, or you're gonna make up something that this guy must have heated the can up.
Given it's the same guy who had to heat it up to get it to explode, I'm a little skeptical that he didn't heat it up again.
Oh my God. You're not going to believe anything.
It's the same guy. Okay. It's the Action Lab.
Let me put this out.
Do you know anything about the Freemasons? And did I, because I told you to do homework and look into them. Did you look into them?
No, because it's just bullshit red herring shit.
Whoever has
a red herring. You're in Australia. There's literally lodges everywhere. What are you talking about?
There's a lodge in my suburb.
There you go. So look into it.
No, I'm not going to waste my time.
Do you not know anything about it?
They're a fucking boys' club. They're a boys' club that get off on their fucking secrecy. That's what I think about it.
No, but they wrote all your science you rely on. Isaac Newton, made up Isaac Newton, card-carrying Freemason. Everyone in NASA, card-carrying Freemason. You can you can see the lodges they're part of.
I don't care what their belief system is. We can verify.
You don't care about their belief system. You just believe everything they say. Okay.
No, again, you're giving yourself away about how you learn. All right.
So every piece of information a Freemason gives you, without knowing their religion, without knowing who they are or what they are, you trust them. So you
No,
don't look at
not
the person.
necessarily.
You just look at pieces of paper and trust the paper.
Anyway, I'm going to watch this video. Be back in a minute.
The problem is you can't break this. It's a religious order, and not to mention the people who are part of it took an oath, a blood oath. You're never going to change their mind. Well, they actually get killed if they talk about it, so that's probably why he won't research it. Right. Has anyone else gone down the virus rabbit hole? Oh, he left. Well, that's enough Scientology for one night. I'm going to leave you religious nuts to it.
Well, that's disappointing.
Oh, all right. Can I ask one question? Oh, Godric's gone. Fuck. I was going to ask that question of him. Does something magical happen at 7,000 pascals? Because he seems to think something magical happens at 1 psi.
Well, it's like the question I'm asking him now, right? Like, if you go from
He's gone.
15 psi to 15.8017, it's 1 trillionth greater. Does that mean 1 trillion times more effect?
He seems to think there's something magical once you pass 1, right? Because there's like, or, factors of 10 kind of thing. So if you just equate 101,000 pascals as 14.7 psi and like 1 psi as 7,000 pascals, does something must happen magically at 7,000 pascals, right? But it's not 1.
I'm struggling to figure out how to explain this to him.
Oh, we've tried for hours. Like, holy shit. And he had the gall to say to us, you guys don't understand mathematics. Like, what, dude? Anyway, I want to go and have something to eat. I may be back, maybe not. All right, see you.
Hey, Negator bro, sorry if I upset you, man. I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh, you're back?
I just get passionate about it, that's all. I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't know you were upset.
I'm okay. I appreciate you.
I'm not being passive aggressive either. I truly don't want to upset you. I do get passionate about it. Anyway, peace out, bro. I just wanted to let you know. Have fun, enjoy, people. Maybe if you can do that test, that'll be good for you guys. You can all watch it live or something. That'd be cool. GG.
You want to talk about something electric?
And I thought about all types of things all day. It is now 4 in the morning.
Oh, what are you doing up so late?
Who knows?
It's not good for your brain, man.
What time is it for you?
It's 5 in the afternoon.
5 in the afternoon. So what are you, in China?
Korea.
Oh, cool. You really think you're on the other side standing up the other way?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we're both falling towards Earth. But there's Earth in the way, so we stop falling.
What led you to do that?
Well, I mean,
If you looked into this topic, it's not pretty obvious to you that it's just planar and stationary? For real? Like you can't see it?
Never crossed your mind?
No, because I don't see. You're hot micing a lot electric. Sounds like your speakers are on in the background.
Sorry.
No, and I'm not
we're
saying
good.
I'm just really asking. Like it just it's just wild. It's just that like the globe is just such a cartoon. And I'm not saying that to be critical of you or anything. I'm just saying like it like all the images of it are so just obviously fake, and the whole thing is just such a jumbled mess. It's just weird to me that someone would really like, especially someone who's like smart and really looked into it, would be like, yeah, that's the really back it. It's pretty surprising.
Well, I mean, I think the reverse is true. Is that there's millions of smart people out there and billions of less smart people, and they're all happy with it being a globe and have concluded that. And so it seems
people have concluded it's a globe after looking into it, or you think they were just indoctrinated and just believe it blindly?
Yeah, there's a lot of smart people that told people to get the vaccine.
I don't. Are we allowed to talk about that? I don't know.
There's a lot of smart people that told them to get the jibby jabberino.
I don't know. Do you want to talk about Gio's topic or that topic?
Same thing. I mean, like, you really think you're telling people the truth, but you don't know until they tell you later, oh, by the way, I was kidding.
Oh, the thing about all these billions of people, I mean, in terms of the globe thing, I would say 99% of people don't know anything about the globe.
I think it's intuitive. I think night and day is the biggest determining factor for them. Because if Earth were flat, like, yeah, you walk outside, it would look identical, at least on the ground. But if you look up at the sun and moon, it would look very, very different. And so intuitively, they see what they think they should see if Earth were a globe.
Do you think all things find level in a container?
Well, if you're asking me to do a thought experiment, and I extended that container to infinity, are you asking me if stuff just falls until it decides to stop falling?
Oh, just
or it
extend
just
it
falls
to 10
forever?
feet and then extend it to 100 and then extend it to 200. Do you still got level in the container?
What about like a million miles?
You're skipping, man. You don't got to skip. Let's just slowly get bigger and bigger.
Well, because the scale of determining how something falls is on a much larger scale than what you're suggesting.
So when does it start bending?
Not sure. So you asked me when does it start bending after asking me to think about what causes stuff to fall. I'm not sure I'm following.
We got the official Jim Baroni in the building.
It just doesn't seem like a rational, like sort of a non sequitur to your own argument, which is a little weird.
What's rational about you falling down in the different direction than my falling down?
Well, we both agree we're falling towards Earth, right?
I think we're both on a plane.
But we are both falling towards Earth, right? And the Earth is between us, hence I'm going towards the center, you're going towards the center, but relative to your fall and my fall, those directions are different.
All right, so I'm able to picture both.
Yeah.
Can you?
Sure. But the problem is when you reference stuff falling until it reaches level, and I'm trying to give you a big thought experiment, right? If Earth doesn't exist, are you suggesting that things just fall into infinity?
Well, I'm just wondering, like, at what point do things stop being level and start curving?
Well, that's a different argument you're making.
Okay, so if I just like start dropping a bunch of soil in a container that's 100 feet wide, and I shake it up, it's going to find level eventually, right?
But how does this further your position that Earth is flat?
Because you could just slowly make the container bigger and bigger, and you could just suggest that it will always find level no matter how big the container is.
The container in the soil exists in a world where there's already a determining reason for down.
You don't think I'd be able to demonstrate this?
I don't think I said that you can't. But I don't think this argument you're making means what you think it means.
Everything finds level.
I mean, we agree that things fall towards Earth, and being, spreading out because of pressure will naturally happen, for sure.
I think your level is my level. I don't think your level's upside down to mine. I think it's the same.
Okay, sure. It's an interesting statement, but it doesn't help me understand or want to agree with you.
At the end of the day, this entire topic, it's like some people can just see this very quickly. Some people it takes a little longer, and then some people just can't see it. And that's just it. And I'm not trying to say that one's wrong, one's right, and any kind of ridicule thing. I'm just saying that's just kind of what it is. And like a negator, I don't think you'll ever change your mind. If it sort of if it quote unquote comes out as they're in this lifetime in terms of all of that, and then the mainstream or whatever, I guess then you'll be like, okay, yeah, that's it. And I'm not trying to criticize you for that. I'm just saying it's are you getting benefit out of the conversation, or are you trying to? I'm just trying to figure out what's the motivation. You're trying to change people's minds. Are you trying to figure it out for yourself? What's the goal?
Well, in this particular conversation with me and Electric, he initiated the topic. We came to a couple agreements, but he doesn't have a thesis statement to what he's telling me. What he's telling me doesn't prove Earth is flat.
Are you looking to figure out if Earth is flat?
Well, I was looking to have a conversation with Electric about any of the assertions he's made. Now he's referencing level. And we've agreed to how...
First, you have to prove the assertion that a ball is being created in space-time, suspended in a vacuum. Once you make an assertion like that, you have to tell me how and why and when. And then we can move forward from there. But nobody's ever done that.
I don't think anybody needs to.
Well, I do.
Oh, well, good luck on your journey.
Do you have a burden as well, Electric?
A burden?
Do you have a burden?
It's if you haven't seen it by now, Negator and Ruhiv, I don't think you're gonna until it's mainstream. And I don't think you're going to convince any of us that have seen it that the globe thing's real. So I don't know. It seems like there's maybe more creative conversations, something else that could be better use of our time.
Check it out. Check it out like this. You're presupposing that any kind of curvature you're seeing from the distance, any kind of refraction you're seeing while you're super high in the air, that is because of Earth curvature. And I think I can show you a bunch of ways how
This is not because of actual physical curvature, but it's actually all just refraction. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you've seen evidence of this. I'm new here and you're not, so I shouldn't even have to say this. So yeah, there you can demonstrate level being curved.
My question remains then, do you have a burden as well, Electric? Like you're asking us to prove something to you. Do you have a burden?
Something that bothers me about the globe?
Right.
Everything.
No. Do you have a burden of proof or evidence? Like you're asking us to prove something to you, right? Prove curvature or prove whatever.
Everything finds level. I think you could drop a bunch of rocks in a big enough container and you shake that up decent enough and that'll find level.
Okay, but this doesn't. Things fall towards Earth. We've already agreed to that.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that we don't need to continue to talk about that things fall towards Earth. What Ruif is getting at is that you asked me to prove, I assume, to either demonstrate or prove how Earth formed into a sphere. And what he's asking you is, can you also prove and demonstrate how Earth formed into a flat surface? Is that a reasonable request?
Yeah.
Well,
but
it's
the main
ground.
assertion that's being made is the ball. And the problem with the ball is what I want to talk about. You want me
So,
to go
you're not a flat earther, you're just an anti-glober. Is that correct?
And you can call me whatever you want, man. I'm just another person just like you.
I know, but are you making a positive assertion that the Earth is flat, or are you just saying the globe is wrong?
How long have you been in the community to act like there isn't something wrong with heliocentrism?
Well, generally, that for me, that comes down to a misunderstanding on the flat earthers' part. Like Godric, Godric not understanding pressure.
Well, and heliocentrism.
Every time you say not understanding, it just makes you think. It just sounds like you're saying you're not indoctrinated the same way I am, and I want to just make you see it the way I see it because the way I was told.
No, again, you guys keep giving yourselves away about how you learn. I don't learn by being told something and regurgitating. I learn by understanding why it's true.
But you were told that thing.
That doesn't matter whether I was told it. I understood why it was true. You see the difference?
So my claim is, and this is my argument, water always finds level in any size container. So the Pacific Ocean, the surface of that, in my opinion, has to be level. And I actually think that the entire known surface of this Earth, how they display it on a map, is incorrect. And I think that the water has to be being contained as a container rather than wrapped around a ball.
What do you mean rather than? Why can't it also do that?
Because there's no evidence of this ever happening.
Why is there not evidence of this happening? If we're
because
on a ball,
your only proof of it is supposing that where you are is a ball, yet all you see is level water everywhere.
Well, if it sounds like you're saying level water equals not globe, and what I'm asking you to explain is how does level water equal not globe? What should water?
Saying level is flat?
Have to be a polyhedron if water finds level.
Are you saying level is flat? Can we use just curved or flat rather than level? Because we're going to disagree on what level means.
I'm sorry if you think I'm spamming certain images over and over again today, but this image I think is important for any conversation I'm having recently.
Okay. But we understand the word level, right, to mean conforming to the curvature of the Earth. Right, a level line is curved. So let's not use the word level. Let's use flat or curved.
Okay, so we literally have contradicting definitions.
Yeah, that's fine, isn't it?
When I say the word level, it's not what you mean.
Right.
When I say water's level, I say it doesn't change in elevation. There's no drop from horizontal.
Well, those two things are different. When you said it doesn't change in elevation, I agree, but it does
You
drop
want
from
to change the
horizontal.
context of what I'm saying and start playing semantics.
No, I just want us to. I do not want to play semantics. I absolutely do not want to play semantics. I want us to understand what each of us mean.
I'll tell you what I mean. The definition of horizontal that I'm using is no drop from its elevation. Okay? clearly in this little picture I just posted, the elevation changes consistently because you're considering a spherical object underneath you. Okay, stop considering the spherical object underneath you. Now you have a horizontal plane. It's that simple. And like
Horizontal
people,
being
bloggers that have
perpendicular
been
to
here
down.
longer than me and act like they haven't heard this argument 100 times from probably people that know this argument better than me. Like, you want to come at me about the same argument?
I don't think you
You
know.
literally changed the definition of the word, man.
I didn't change the definition of a word.
You just tried to.
No. In surveying, the context of the word level is that it curves. It's literally what you're showing on that picture. Level surface. A level surface is an equal height above the datum.
This is a presupposition of a
Fine.
curved surface.
Fine. But I particularly don't want to argue over the definitions of words. I just want us to agree.
You know what a
what we
presupposition
mean
is,
when we
right?
say yeah, I do, yes. I want us to agree on what we mean when we say a word to each
You
other.
understand these are Copernican principles that you're arguing with.
Oh, here comes a new topic.
Yeah.
No, there's a reason you presuppose this curve.
No, there's a reason you're having trouble holding an argument.
You're assuming that the spherical objects in
follows
the sky must make the ground underneath you spherical, and that anything in the distance is a geometric horizon. Therefore, you're invoking spherical geometry to your level horizontal plane.
See, Gio, this is why I'm interested, because this conversation has jumped from point to point to point to point to point.
You can act like you're not following.
I'm real, like, super curious as to why this person feels the need to do this.
All right, pretend you're not following.
What would you like the topic to be, Electric?
Yeah, I mean, conversations kind of flow. So what do you mean? I mean, I didn't feel like it was a dramatic topic change, but there was a couple things being said. What was the topic you wanted to stay on?
Well, for instance, he's arguing something about horizontal versus level versus flat, and he links a page that shows level is curved, and he doesn't conclude anything from it with us.
All of your presuppositions are assuming that the objects above you are also like the objects beneath you.
Also that. See, Gio, I made a statement about the conversation, about a particular topic within the conversation.
This is like all the bullshit.
And now he references something about looking up as a logical follow-on to what was just said. It's really interesting to me.
I posted a video about Ptolemy right now, okay? This is where geocentrism comes from.
See, now he's talking about Ptolemy and geocentrism?
Yeah, this is where your idea comes from, that the Earth is round.
I mean, and on top of that, he's been telling us what we think from start to finish, which means he's not really interested in a back and forth conversation. But I'm interested.
You're not having a natural thought thinking that the ground you're standing on is round. That's not ever going to come to you unless somebody suggests it. It's like a thought experiment.
All of my observations are consistent with a curved Earth and contradict a flat Earth. That's why I think the Earth is a globe. That's hopefully why everyone.
That's barely an argument, dude. Like, I don't know what you think.
Geocentrism has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Why are you linking something about geocentrism now?
Watch the little video. It's 3 minutes. I'll watch it with you. I'll watch it right now.
How about I put it this way? If I make an observation and I have a prediction for what I should see if the Earth's a globe, and I have a prediction for what I should see if the Earth is flat, and my actual observation matches one of those and not the other, which model is more likely to be true?
It depends if NASA gave it to you.
NASA didn't give it to me. If I make an observation.
Tell me how you get to your prediction then, please. I'm listening.
Say if the Earth's a rotating globe, I predict centrifugal force, and therefore the weight of an object will change with latitude.
How about centrifugal force?
Dude.
Sorry, what is centrifugal force?
You said you claim centrifugal. You said centrifugal force. What's the difference between the centrifugal force on the North Pole and the equator? Go.
How big it is? Hold on, I've got a spreadsheet for that.
You should be able to plug in a number, I'm sure. Let's say if you were 200 pounds.
I can tell you what it is in.
It's like 0.03, right?
0.0339, yes. 0.0339 meters per second squared.
So now we'd have to confirm somebody on the North Pole and the equator is about 3%. So 3% of 200 pounds is about 6 pounds.
0.3%.
So you weigh
0.3%.
194. Oh, 0.3.
0.3%.
0.3? Wait,
Yeah, it's
so
zero.
0.3.
It's 0.03, right? Is the acceleration relative to 9.8?
So listen, that's not 3%.
No, it's
What percent is that?
0.3%. 0.3%. Approximately.
There is no vacuum of space.
Okay, champ.
Can you prove it?
He's in the middle of a conversation with Godric right now, like about a different topic.
Different topic. We're fucking jumping around everywhere. 724. So yeah, 0.3% is what your weight change should be from North Pole to the equator. Guess what, Godric? I wonder if Godric can guess if we've tested this weight change with latitude idea.
Yeah, I
Do you
just think
think you're proving that?
we got to do something better with this channel. We can't just keep going over the same stuff every day.
It would be
What do you
good
even think
if you
you're
would
proving
understand.
Just the zealotry of people just wanting to push the same
Testing,
thing.
1, 2, 3.
It's pretty boring.
Well, Gio, what's wrong with this topic and what we've presented?
Hang on. Sorry, my computer died. I was talking to Ruhif.
Gone through it every
Can we
day.
continue?
Sure.
Okay, 0.3% out of 200 pounds is like, is like 0.6 of a pound.